produced by Chris Curnow and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. The Criminal Prosecution and Capital Punishment of Animals, by the same author. Animal Symbolism in Ecclesiastical Architecture, fully illustrated, in 1-volume Crown 8 vo, price 9s. Evolutional Ethics in Animal Psychology, in 1-volume Crown 8 vo, price 9s. London, William Heinemann. The Criminal Prosecution and Capital Punishment of Animals, by E.P. Evans, author of Animal Symbolism in Ecclesiastical Architecture, Evolutional Ethics and Animal Psychology, etc., etc. London, William Heinemann, 1906. Copyright 1906 by William Heinemann. Contents. Introduction. Sources: Amira's distinction between retributive and preventive processes ad ocios, incorrect designation of the latter, as civil suits inconsistent attitude of the Church, in excommunicating animals' causal relation of crime, to demoniacal possession squatter sovereignty of devil's aura, corrumpen's diabolical infestation, and lack of ventilation. Bewitched kine, Greek furies, and Christian demons homicidal bees. Laying cocks and crowing hens theory of the personification of animals beasts in Frankish, Welsh, and Old German laws animal prosecutions, and witchcraft the Mosaic Code in Christian courts pagan deities as demons-born malefactors among beasts. The theory of punishment in modern criminology. P. 1. Chapter 1. Bugs and Beasts Before the Law. Criminal Prosecution of Rats. Chassenée, appointed to defend them. Report of the trial. Chassenée, employed as counsel in other cases of this kind. His dissertation on the subject nature of his argument authorities, and precedents. The withering of the fig tree at Bethany, justified and explained by Dr. Trenchiels and bloodsuckers in Lake Leman, cursed by the Bishop of Lausanne, with the approval of Heidelberg theologians. White bread turned black, and swallows, fish, and flies destroyed by anathema. Saint Perminius expels reptiles. Vermifugal efficacy of Saint Magnus. Crozier papal execratories. Animals regarded by the law as lay persons, and not entitled to benefit of clergy. Methods of procedure. Jurisdiction of the court's records of judicial proceedings against insects. Important trial of weevils at St. Jean de Maurienne, extending over more than 8 months. Untenableness of Mainebrea's theory. Summary of the pleadings. Futile attempts at compromise. Final decision. Doubtful. St. Eldrad, and the snake's views of Thomas Aquinas. Distinction between excommunication and anathema. Sweet beasts and stenchy beasts. Animals as incarnations of devils. Their diabolical character assumed in papal formula for blessing water to kill vermin. Amusing treatise by Pierre Baugint on this subject. All animals animated by devils, and all pagans and unbaptized persons possessed with them demons, the real causes of diseases. Father Lobor's prescription in such cases. Formula of exorcism issued by Leo Roman 13. Recent instances of demoniacal possession. Hopp's psychological explanation of them. Charcot on faith cures. Why not the duty of the Catholic Church to inculcate kindness to animal zoolatry, a form of demonolatry. Gnats especially dangerous. Devil's Bodelschwing's discovery of the Bacillus infernalis. Gaspard Bailey's disquisition with specimens of plaints. Pleas, etc. Eralt protests against such proceedings. Hemmerlein's treatise on exorcisms. Criminal prosecution of field mice. Vermin excommunicated by the Bishop of Lausanne. Protocol of judicial proceedings against caterpillars. Conjurers of cabbageworm. Swallows prescribed by a Protestant parson. Custom of writing letters of advice to rats. Writs of ejectment served on them. Rhyming rats in Ireland. Ancient usage mentioned by Cassiano's Basso's. Capital punishment of larger quadrupeds. Bariat. St. Pria's reports and researches. List of culprits. Beasts burned and buried alive and put to the rack. Swine executed for infanticide. Bailey's bill of expenses. An ox decapitated for its demerits. Punishment of buggery. Cohabitation of a Christian with a Jewess declared to be sodomy. Trial of a sow and 6 sucklings for murder. Bull sent to the gallows for killing a lad. A horse condemned to death for homicide. A cock burned at the stake for the unnatural crime of laying an egg. Lapironi's investigation of the subject. Racine's satire on such prosecutions in Les Plaideurs. Lex Talionis tit for tat. The law of the primitive man and the savage the application of this iron rule, in Hebrew legislation flesh, of a culprit pig, not to be eaten Athenian laws, for punishing inanimate objects recent execution of idols in China-Russian Bell, sentenced to perpetual exile in Siberia for abetting insurrection pillory for dogs in Vienna treatment, prescribed for mad dogs in the Avesta cruelty of laws. Of talion and decrees of corruption of blood examples in ancient and modern legislation Cicero approves of such penalties for political offenses survival of this conception of justice in Theology Constitutio Criminalis Carolina Limbrose. Opposed to trial by jury as a relic of barbarism corruption of Swiss cantonal courts d'Audend in English law applications of it in Maryland, and in Scotland Blackstone's theory of it untenable penalties inflicted for suicide ancient legislation on this subject. Legalization of suicide abolition of d'Audens in England p. 18. Chapter 2. Medieval and Modern Penology. A striking and significant indication of the remarkable change that has come over the spirit of legislation, and more especially of criminal jurisprudence, in comparatively recent times, is the fact that whereas, a few generations ago, lawgivers and courts of justice still continued to treat brutes as men responsible for their misdeeds, and to punish them capitally as malefactors, the tendency nowadays is to regard men as brutes. Acting automatically or under an insane and irresistible impulse to evil, and to plead this innate and constitutional proclivity, in prosecution for murder, as an extenuating or even wholly exculpating circumstance. Some persons even maintain, as we have already seen, that such criminals are diabolically possessed, and thus account for their inveterate and otherwise incredible perversity on the theory held by the highest authorities in the Middle Ages concerning the nature of noxious animals. Medieval jurists and judges did not stop to solve intricate problems of psychopathology nor to sift the expert evidence of the psychiater. The legal maxim, si duo faciant idem non est idem, if two do the same thing, it is not the same, was too fine a distinction for them, even when one of the doers was a brute beast. The puzzling knots, which we seek painfully to untie and often succeed only in hopelessly tangling, they boldly cut with executioner's sword. They dealt directly with overt acts and administered justice with a rude and retaliative hand, more accustomed and better adapted to clinch a fist and strike a blow than to weigh motives nicely in a balance, to measure gradations of culpability, or to detect delicate differences in the psychical texture and spiritual qualities of deeds. They put implicit faith in Jack Cade's prescription of hempen caudle and pap of hatchet as radical remedies for all forms and degrees of criminal alienation and murderous aberration of mind. Phlebotomy was the catholicon of the physician and the craze of the jurist. Bloodletting was regarded as the only infallible cure for all the ills that afflict the human and the social body. Doctors of physic and doctors of law vied with each other in applying this panacea. The red-streaked pole of the barber surgeon and the reeking scaffold, symbols of venesection as a means of promoting the physical and moral health of the community, were the appropriate signs of medicine and jurisprudence. Hygia and Justitia, instead of being represented by graceful females feeding the emblematic serpent of recuperation or holding with firm and even hand the well-poised scales of equity, would have been more fitly typified by two enormous leeches gorged with blood. Even the dead, who should have been hanged, but escaped their due punishment, could not rest in their graves until the corpse had suffered the proper legal penalty at the hands of the public executioner. Their restless ghosts wandered about as vampires or other malicious spooks until their crimes had been expiated by digging up their bodies and suspending them from the gallows. Culprits, who died on the rack or in prison, were brought to the scaffold as though they were still alive. In 1685, a werewolf, supposed to be the incarnation of a deceased burgomaster of Ansbach, did much harm in the neighborhood of that city, preying upon the herds and even devouring women and children. With great difficulty, the ravenous beast was finally killed. Its carcass was then clad in a tight suit of flesh-colored cerecloth, resembling in tint the human skin, and adorned with a chestnut brown wig and a long whitish beard. The snout of the beast was cut off, and a mask of the burgomaster's features substituted for it, and the counterfeit presentment thus produced was hanged by order of the court. The pelt of the strangely transmogrified wolf was stuffed and preserved in the Margrave's cabinet of curiosities as a memorial of the marvelous event, and as ocular proof of the existence of werewolves. In Hungary and the Slavic countries of Eastern Europe, the public execution of vampires was formerly of frequent occurrence, and the superstition, which gave rise to such proceedings, still prevails among the rural population of those semi-civilized lands. In 1337, a herdsman near the town of Cadden came forth from his grave every night, visiting the villages, terrifying the inhabitants, conversing affably with some, and murdering others. Every person with whom he associated was doomed to die within 8 days and to wander as a vampire after death. In order to keep him in his grave, a stake was driven through his body, but he only laughed at this clumsy attempt to impale a ghost, saying, "You have really rendered me a great service by providing me with a staff, with which to ward off the dogs when I go out to walk." At length, it was decided to give him over to 2 public executioners to be burned. We are informed that when the fire began to take effect, he drew up his feet, bellowed for a while like a bull and hee-hawed like an ass, until one of the executioners stabbed him in the side, so that the blood oozed out and the evil finally ceased. Again in 1345, in the town of Lewin, a potter's wife, who was reputed to be a witch, died and, owing to suspicions of her pact with Satan, was refused burial in consecrated ground and dumped into a ditch like a dog. The event proved that she was not a good Christian, for instead of remaining quietly in her grave, such as it was, she roamed about in the form of divers unclean beasts, causing much terror and slaying sundry persons. Thereupon she was exhumed, and it was found that she had chewed and swallowed one half of her face cloth, which, on being pulled out of her throat, showed stains of blood. A stake was driven through her breast, but this precautionary measure only made matters worse. She now walked abroad with the stake in her hand and killed quite a number of people with this formidable weapon. She was then taken up a second time and burned, whereupon she ceased from troubling. The efficacy of this post-mortem auto de fe was accepted as conclusive proof that her neighbors had neglected to perform their whole religious duty in not having burned her when she was alive, and were thus punished for their remissness. Doppler cites also the case of Stephen Hubner of Trottenau, who wandered about after death as a vampire, frightening and strangling several individuals. By order of the court, his body was disinterred and decapitated under the gallows tree. When his head was struck off, a stream of blood spurted forth, although he had been already 5 months buried. His remains were reduced to ashes, and nothing more was heard of him. In 1573, the Parliament of Dole published a decree permitting the inhabitants of the Franche-Comté to pursue and kill a werewolf or loup-garou, which infested that province, notwithstanding the existing laws concerning the chase. The people were empowered to assemble with javelins, halberds, pikes, arquebuses, and clubs to hunt and pursue the said wolf in all places where they could find it, and to take, bind, and kill it without incurring any fine or other penalty. The hunt seems to have been successful, if we may judge from the fact that the same tribunal in the following year, 1574, condemned to be burned a man named Gilles Garnier, who ran on all fours in the forest and fields and devoured little children, even on Friday. The poor lycanthrope, it appears, had as slight respect for ecclesiastical fasts as the French pig already mentioned, which was not restrained by any feeling of piety from eating infants on a jour maigre. Henry Roman VIII of England summoned Thomas à Becket to appear before the Star Chamber to answer for his crimes, and then had him condemned as a traitor, and his bones, that had been nearly 4 centuries in the tomb and worshipped as holy relics by countless pilgrims, burned and scattered to the winds. When Stephen Roman VI succeeded to the tiara in 896, one of his first acts was to cause the body of his predecessor, Formosus, to be exhumed and brought to trial on the charge of having unlawfully and sacrilegiously usurped the papal dignity. A writ of summons was issued in due form, and the corpse of the octogenarian pope, which had lain already 8 months in the grave, was dug up, rearrayed in full pontificals, and seated on a throne in the council hall of St. Peter's, where a synod had been convened to adjudicate upon the case. No legal formality was omitted in this strange procedure, and a deacon was appointed to defend the accused, although the synodical jury was known to be packed and the verdict predetermined. Formosus was found guilty and condemned to deposition. No sooner was the sentence pronounced than the executioners thrust him from the throne, stripped him of his pontifical robes and other ensigns of office, cut off the 3 benedictory fingers of his right hand, dragged him by the feet out of the judgment hall, and threw his body, as a pestilential thing, iudi quadam mephiticum, into the Tiber. Not until several months later, after Stephen himself had been strangled in prison, were the mutilated and putrefied remains of Formosus taken out of the water and restored to the tomb. The Athenian Prytaneum, as we have already seen, was guilty of the childishness of prosecuting inanimate objects, but it never violated the sepulchre for the purpose of inflicting posthumous punishment on corpses. The perpetration of this brutality was reserved for the papal see. From the standpoint of ancient and medieval jurisprudence, the overt act alone was assumed to constitute the crime. The mental condition of the criminal was never, or at least very seldom, taken into consideration. It is remarkable how long this crude and superficial conception of justice prevailed, and how very recently even the first attempts have been made to establish penal codes on a philosophically basis. The punishableness of an offense is now generally recognized as depending solely upon the sanity and rationality of the offender. Crime, morally and legally considered, presupposes, not perfect, for such a thing does not exist, but normal freedom of the will on the part of the agent. Where this element is wanting, there is no culpability, whatever may have been the consequences of the act. Modern criminal law looks primarily to the psychical origin of the deed, and only secondarily to its physical effects. Medieval criminal law ignored the origin altogether and regarded exclusively the effects, which it dealt with on the homoeopinal principle of similia similibus punientur, for the most part blindly and brutally applied. Mancini, Lombroso, Garofalo, Albrecht, Benedict, Buchner, Molescott, Despine, Fouillet, Letourneau, Maudsley, Bruce Thompson, Nicholson, Minsloff, Nitovich, and other European criminal lawyers. Physiologists and anthropologists have devoted themselves with peculiar zeal and rare acuteness to the study and solution of obscure and perplexing problems of psychopathological jurisprudence, and have drawn nice and often overnice distinctions in determining degrees of personal responsibility. Judicial procedure no longer stops with testimony establishing the bald facts in the case, but admits also the evidence of the expert alienist in order to ascertain to what extent the will of the accused was free or functionally normal in its operation. Here it is not a question of raving madness or of driveling idiocy, perceptible to the coarsest understanding and the crassest ignorance, but the slightest morbid disturbance, impairing the full and healthy exercise of the mental faculties, must be examined and estimated. If privation of mind and irresistible force, says Zupetta, are exculpatory, then partial vitiation of mind and semi-irresistible force are entitled to the same or at least to proportional consideration. There are states of being which are mutually contradictory and exclusive and cannot coexist, such as life and death. A partial state of life or death is impossible. Such expressions as half alive and half dead are hyperbolical figures of speech used for purely rhetorical purposes. Taken literally, they are simply absurd. It is not so, however, with states of mind. The intellect, whose soundness is the first condition of accountability, may be perfectly clear, manifesting itself in all its fullness and power, or it may be partially obscured. So, too, the will, whose self-determination is the second condition of accountability, may assert itself with complete freedom and untrammeled force, or it may act under stress and with imperfect volition. Moral coercion, whether arising from external influences, abnormities of the physical organism or defects of the mental constitution, is not less real because it is not easy to detect and may not be wholly irresistible. For this reason, it involves no contradiction in terms and is not absurd to call an action half-conscious, half-voluntary, or half-constrained. Partial vitiation of mind is a state distinctly recognized in psychiatrical science. In like manner, there is no essential incongruity in affirming that an impulse may be the result of a semi-irresistible force. But these mental conditions and forces do not manifest themselves with equal obviousness and intensity in all cases. Sometimes they are scarcely appreciable. Again, they verge upon absolute privation of mind and wholly irresistible force. And it is the duty of the judge to adjust the penalty to the gradations of guilt as determined by the greater or less freedom of the agent. The same process of reasoning would lead to the admission of quasi-vitiations of mind and quasi-irresistible forces as grounds of exculpation. Thus, one might go on analyzing and refining away human responsibility, and reducing all crime to resultants of mental derangement, until every malefactor would come to be looked upon, not as a culprit to be delivered over to the sharp stroke of the headsman or the safe custody of the jailer, but as an unfortunate victim of morbid states and uncontrollable impulses, to be consigned to the sympathetic care of the psychiater. Italian anthropologists and jurisprudents have been foremost and gone farthest, both theoretically and practically, in this reaction from medieval conceptions of crime and its proper punishment. This violent recoil from extreme cruelty to excessive commiseration is due, in a great measure, to the Italian temperament, to a peculiar gentleness and impressionableness of character, which, combined with an instinctive aversion to whatever shocks the senses and mars the pleasure of the moment, are apt to degenerate into shallow sentimentality and sickly sensibility, thereby enfeebling and perverting the moral sense and distorting all ideas of right and justice. To minds thus constituted, the cool and deliberate condemnation of a human being to the gallows is an atrocity, in comparison with which a fatal stab in the heat of passion or under strong provocation seems a light and venial transgression. This maudlin sympathy with the guilty living man, who is in danger of suffering for his crime, to the entire forgetfulness of the innocent dead man, the victim of his anger or cupidity, pervades all classes of society, and has stimulated the ingenuity of lawyers and legislators to discover mitigating moments and extenuating circumstances and other means of loosening and enlarging the intricate meshes of the penal code so as to permit the culprit to escape. To this end, they eagerly seized upon the doctrine of evolution and endeavored to seek the origin of crime in hereditary propensities, atavistic recurrences, physical degeneracies, and other organic fatalities, for which no one can be held personally responsible, and constructed upon the basis of the most recent scientific researches a penological system giving free scope and full gratification to this pitying and palliating disposition. But although the Italians have been pioneers in this movement, it has not been confined to them. It extends to all civilized nations and expresses a general tendency of the age. Even the Germans, those leaders in theory and laggards in practice, whose studies and speculations have illustrated all forms and phases of judicial procedure, but who adhere so conservatively to ancient methods and resist so stubbornly the tides of reform in their own courts, have yielded on this point. They no longer regard insanity and idiocy as the only grounds of exemption from punishment, but include in the same category all morbid disturbances of mental activity, and all states of mind in which the free determination of the will is not indeed wholly destroyed, but only partially impaired. In order to realize the radical changes that have taken place in this direction within a relatively recent period, it will suffice merely to compare the present criminal code of the German Empire with the Austrian Code of 1803, the Bavarian Code of 1813, and the Prussian Code of 1851. It must be remembered, too, that these changes have been effected under the drift of public opinion, in spite of the political preponderance of Prussia and her strong bureaucratic influence, which has always been exerted in favor of severe penalties, and shown slight consideration for individual frailties and criminal idiosyncrasies in inflicting punishment. As the stronghold of a stolid and supercilious squirearchy, Junkerthum, in Germany, Prussia has stubbornly resisted to the last every reformatory movement in civil and social, and especially in criminal legislation. A recent decision of the Supreme Court of the German Empire, pronounced in the summer of 1894, seems to put a check upon this tendency by rejecting the plea of moral insanity in the extenuation of crime. As a matter of fact, however, the question whether such a state of mind as moral insanity exists or can exist has not yet been settled. And so long as psychiaters do not agree as to the actuality or possibility of this anomalous mental condition, courts of justice may very properly refuse to take it into consideration or to allow it to exert the slightest influence upon their judgment in the infliction of judicial punishment. Moral insanity, as usually defined, involves a disturbance of the moral perceptions and a derangement of the emotional nature, without impairing the distinctively intellectual faculties. The supposed victim of this hypothetical form of madness is capable of thinking logically and often shows remarkable astuteness in forming his plans and executing his criminal purposes, but seems utterly destitute of the moral sense and of all the finer feelings of humanity, performing the most atrocious deeds without hesitation and remembering them without the slightest compunction. In moral stolidity and the lack of susceptibility, he is on a level with the lowest savage. German psychiators, on the whole, are inclined to regard such persons not as morally insane, but as morally degenerate and depraved. And German jurists and judges are not disposed to admit such vitiation of character as an extenuating circumstance, especially at a time when criminals of this class are on the increase and are banded together to overthrow civilized society and to introduce an era of anarchy and barbarism. The decision of the German judicatory is therefore not reactionary, but merely precautionary, and simply indicates a wise determination to keep the administration of criminal law unencumbered by theories, which science has not yet fully established, and which at present can only serve to paralyze the arm of retributive justice. Medieval penal justice sought to inflict the greatest possible amount of suffering on the offender, and showed a diabolical fertility of invention in devising new methods of torture, even for the pettiest trespasses. The monuments of this barbarity may now be seen in European museums in the form of racks, thumbkins, interlarded hairs, Pomeranian bonnets, Spanish boots, scavengers' daughters, iron virgins, and similar engines of cruelty. Until quite recently, an iron virgin, with its interior full of long and sharp spikes, was exhibited in a subterranean passage at Nuremberg, on the very spot where it is supposed to have once performed its horrible functions. And in Munich, this inhuman instrument of punishment was in actual use as late as the beginning of the 19th century. The Criminal Code of Maria Theresa, published in 1769, contained 45 large copperplate engravings, illustrating the various modes of torture prescribed in the text for the purpose of extorting confession, and evidently designed to serve as object lessons for the instruction of the tormentor and the intimidation of the accused. That Prussia was the first country in Germany to abolish judicial torture was due, not to the progressive spirit of the nation or of its tribunals, but solely to the superior enlightenment and energy of Frederick the Great, who effected this reform arbitrarily and against the will of jurists and judges by cabinet orders issued in 1740 and 1745. Crimes which women are under peculiar temptation to commit were punished with extraordinary severity. Thus the infanticide was buried alive, a small tube communicating with the outer air being placed in her mouth in order to prolong her life and her agony. A case of this kind is recorded in the proceedings of the Malefizgericht, or Criminal Court of Ensisheim in Alsatia, under the date of February 3, 1570. In 1401, an apprentice, who stole from his master 5 pfennigs, then, as now the smallest coin of Germany and worth about the fifth of a cent, was condemned to have both his ears cut off. Incredible barbarities of this kind were practiced by some of the best and noblest men of that age. Thus Cardinal Carlo Borromeo, who was preeminent among his contemporaries for the purity of his life and the benevolence of his character, did not hesitate to condemn Fra Tommaso di Malto, a Franciscan monk, to be walled up alive, because he entertained heretical notions concerning the sinfulness of eating meat on Friday, and expressed doubts touching the worship of images, indulgences, the supreme and infallible authority of the Pope, and the real presence in the Eucharist. This cruel sentence, a striking illustration of the words of Lucretius, tantum religio potuit suadir malorum, was pronounced December 16, 1564, as follows: I condemn you to be walled up in a place enclosed by 4 walls, where, with anguish of heart and abundance of tears, you shall bewail your sins and grievous offenses committed against the majesty of God, and the Holy Mother Church and the religion of St. Francis, the founder of your order. A bishop, who should impose such a punishment nowadays, would be very properly declared insane and divested of his office. Much ridicule has been cast upon the so-called blue laws of Connecticut on account of the narrowness and pettiness of their prevailing spirit. From our present point of view, they are absurd and in many respects atrocious, but compared with the penal codes of that time, they mark a great advance in human legislation. They reduce the number of crimes, then punishable in England by death, from 223 to 14. In the mother country, as late as the 17th century, counterfeiters and issuers of false coin were condemned to be boiled to death in oil by slow degrees. The culprit was suspended over the cauldron and gradually let down into it, first boiling the feet, then the legs, and so on, until all the flesh was separated from the bones and the body reduced to a skeleton. The Puritans of New England, relentless as they were in their dealings with sectaries, were never so ruthless as this. Nor is it probable that they would have inflicted capital punishment upon their own stubborn and rebellious sons, or upon persons who worship any other god but the Lord God, had it not been for precedents recorded in laws enacted by a semi-civilized people thousands of years ago and supposed to have been dictated by divine wisdom. They failed to perceive the incongruity of attempting to rear a democratic commonwealth on theocratic foundations, and made the fatal mistake of planning their structure after what they regarded as the perfect model of the Jewish Zion. If we compare these barbarities with the law recently enacted by the legislature of the state of New York, whereby capital punishment is to be inflicted as quickly and painlessly as possible by means of electricity, we shall be able to appreciate the immense difference between the medieval and the modern spirit in the conception and execution of penal justice. A point of practical importance, which the criminal anthropologist has to consider, is the relation of moral to penal responsibility. If there is no freedom of the will, and the commission of crime is the necessary result of physiological idiosyncrasies, hereditary predispositions, brachycephalus, dolichocephalus, or microcephalus peculiarities, anomalies of cerebral convolution, or other anatomical asymmetries, over which the individual has no control, and by which his destiny is determined, then he is certainly not morally responsible for his conduct. But is he on this account to be exempt from punishment? The vast majority of criminalists answer this question unhesitatingly in the negative, declaring that penal legislation is independent of metaphysical opinion, and that punishment is proper and imperative so far as it is essential to the protection and preservation of society. If the infliction of the penalties depriving a man of his freedom or his life is found to secure these ends, it is the duty of the tribunals established for the administration of justice to impose them, without troubling themselves about the mental condition of the culprit, or stopping to discuss problems which belong to the province of the psychiater. Legal tribunals are not offices in which candidates for the insane asylum are examined or certificates of admission to reformatories issued, but are organized as a terror to evildoers in the general interests of society, and all their decisions should have this object in view. If a madman is not hanged for murder, it is solely because such a procedure would exert no deterring influence upon other madmen. Society protects itself, in cases of this kind, by depriving the dangerous individual of his liberty and thus preventing him from doing harm. But it has no right to inflict upon him wanton and superfluous suffering. Even if it should be deemed desirable to kill him, the method of his removal should be such as to cause the least possible pain and publicity. Here, too, the welfare of society is the determinative factor. This doctrine reduces confirmed criminals to the condition of ferocious beasts and venomous reptiles, and logically demands that they should be eliminated for precisely the same reason that noxious animals are exterminated, although neither the human nor the animal creatures are to blame for the perniciousness of their inborn proclivities and natural instincts. In the eyes of Courcelles-Senuil, a prison is a kind of menagerie. Naquet, the French chemist and senator, goes still farther, declaring that men are no more culpable for being criminal than vitriol is for being corrosive, and adding that it is our own fault if we put this stuff into our tea and are poisoned by it. The same writer maintains that there is no more demerit in being perverse than in being cross-eyed or humpbacked. In a recent lecture on criminal jurisprudence and biology, Professor Benedict cites the case of a Moravian robber and murderer, whose brain was found on dissection to resemble that of a beast of prey and who was therefore, in the opinion of the eminent Viennese authority, no more responsible for his bloody deeds than is a lion or a tiger for its ravages. The corollary to this anatomical demonstration is that one should treat such a man as a lion or a tiger and shoot him on the spot. Atavistic relapses, defective cerebral development and other abnormities undoubtedly occur in criminals, whose acts may be traced, in some degree, to these physical imperfections, and therefore be pathologically stimulated and partially necessitated by them. On the other hand, there are thousands of persons with equally small and unsymmetrical craniums, who do not commit crime, but remain respectable, safe, and useful members of society. Lombroso discovers in habitual malefactors a tendency to tattoo their bodies. But this kind of cuticular ornamentation indicates merely a low development of the aesthetic sense, a barbarous conception of the beautiful, or what would be called bad taste, and has not the slightest genetic or symptomatic connection with crime and the proclivity to perpetrate it. As a means of embellishing the exterior man, it may be rude and unrefined, but after all it is only skin deep and does not extend to the moral character. Honest people of the lower classes take pleasure in disfiguring themselves in this way, and soldiers and sailors, who are very far from furnishing the largest percentage of criminals, are especially addicted to it, simply because they find ample leisure in the barracks and the forecastle to undergo this slow and painful process of what they deem adornment. According to Lombroso, criminals have as a rule thick heads of hair and thin beards, but as the majority of them are comparatively young, these phenomena are by no means remarkable. He has also found that the hair of such persons is usually black or dark chestnut. Had his investigations been carried on in Norway and Sweden instead of in Italy, he would have certainly come to the conclusion that flaxen hair is an index of a criminal character. It would be difficult to deny the existence of a constitutionally criminal class, a persistently perverse element, which is the born foe of all law and order, at war with every form of social and political organization, and whose permanent attitude of mind is that of the Irishman, who, on landing in New York, inquired, "Have ye a government here?" and, on receiving an affirmative answer, replied, "Then I'm agin it." Criminal anthropologists have been especially earnest in their endeavors to define this pernicious type and to determine the physiological and physiognomical features, which characterize and constitute it. This line of research is unquestionably in the right direction, but as a reaction against barren scholastic speculations and brutal penal codes has been carried to excess by enthusiastic specialists and led to broad generalizations and hasty deductions from insufficient data. Taine's definition of man as an animal of a higher species that produces poems and systems of philosophy, as silkworms spin cocoons and bees secrete honeycomb, applies with equal force to the vicious side of human nature. Criminal propensities, as well as creative powers, are the resultants of race, temperament, climate, food, organism, environment, and other prenatal and postnatal influences and agencies, to which the individual did not voluntarily subject himself, and from which he cannot escape. The acts, therefore, which he performs, whether good or evil, are as independent of his will as the color of his hair or the shape of his nose. For while they are apparently volitional impulses, the will itself, from which they seem to proceed, is determined by forces as fixed and free from his control as are those which render him blue-eyed or snub-nosed. The penological application of this philosophical principle has given rise to numerous theories concerning the nature and origin of crime. Lombroso and his disciples, as we have already intimated, attribute it to atavism or the survival in the individual of the animal instincts and low morals of the aboriginal barbarian. The criminal is simply a savage let loose in a civilized community and ignoring the ethical conceptions developed by ages of culture and performing actions that would have seemed perfectly proper and praiseworthy in the eyes of our prehistoric ancestors. The hero of the Paleolithic age is the brigand and cutthroat of today. The criminal type is nothing but a reversion to the primitive type of the race, and the representatives of this school of anthropologists have been untiring in their efforts to discover physical and moral characteristics common to both. Long arms like chimpanzees, 4 circumvolutions of the frontal lobes of the brain like the large carnivora, small cranial capacity like the cavemen, canine teeth like anthropoid apes, and a simian nose. This analogy extends to the eyes, the ears, the hair, and even to the internal organs, the liver, the heart, and the stomach, and the diseases by which they are affected. It has also been observed that assassins are brachycephalous and thieves dolichocephalous. Morrow maintains that in many cases metaphors express real facts and embody the common conclusions of mankind based upon centuries of observation. Swindlers have a foxy look, long-fingered persons are naturally thievish, whereas a club-fisted fellow is pretty sure to have a pugnacious disposition and to be a born rough. Nevertheless, social surroundings, educational influences, and other outward circumstances are important factors, not so much in changing the character as in giving it direction. The same cerebral constitution and consequent innate predisposition may make a man a hero or a bravo, a dashing soldier like Phil Sheridan, or a daring robber like Fra Diavolo, according to the place of his birth and the nature of his environment. In common discourse, we speak of atrabiliary, spleeny, choleric, or even stomachous persons, but such expressions are, in most cases, survivals of antiquated beliefs concerning the functions of certain physical organs. Hypochondria has no more originary connection with the cartilage of the breastbone than with the cartilage of the ear. In the literal sense of the terms, a large-brained man is not necessarily of superior intellectual power, any more than a large-hearted man is naturally generous or a large-handed man instinctively grasping. So, too, the theory that intelligence and morality are in direct proportion to the size and symmetry of the encephalon is not sustained by facts. At least the exceptions to the rule are so many and so remarkable as to render it extremely misleading and therefore of little practical value as a scientific principle. Gambetta's brain, for example, weighed only 1,294 grams, being 58 grams less in weight than that of the average Parisian, and was so abnormally irregular in its configuration as to seem actually deformed. Any physiologist, says Dr. Manovrier, who should come across such a skull in a museum, would unhesitatingly pronounce it to be that of a savage. The third frontal circumvolution of the left lobe of his brain had in the posterior part a supplementary fold said by some to be the organ of speech and by others to be the organ of theft. Perhaps both combined in the ability of the orator to steal away men's hearts, as Antony says of the seductive eloquence of Brutus. The distinguished physiologist Bichat was an ardent advocate of this doctrine of the causal connection between cranial capacity and symmetry and vigorous and well-balanced mental faculties. But after his death, his own cranium was found to be conspicuously lacking in the very characteristics which he deemed so essential to man as a moral and intellectual being. The late German professor Bischoff based his argument against the higher education of woman on the fact that the average female brain weighs only 1,272 grams, and asserted that a person with such a light encephalon must be organically incompetent to master the various branches of study taught in our universities. A post-mortem examination proved his own brain to be considerably inferior in weight to that of the average woman. Careful investigations would doubtless furnish additional examples of this comical application of the argumentum ad hominem in refutation of the notion that intellectual capacity is determined by the bulk of the brain or the shape of the skull. Ugo Foscolo, one of the most celebrated of modern Italian poets, had a cranium, which, according to this standard of appreciation, ought to have belonged to an idiot. On the other hand, the brain of the Hottentot Venus, examined by Gratiolet, far surpassed in the symmetry of both hemispheres and the perfection of its circumvolutions the normal brains of the Caucasian race. The same phenomenon has been observed, although in a less striking manner, occasionally in cretins and quite often in criminals. Character is the resultant of a multitude of combined forces, the great majority of which are still unknown and perhaps unknowable quantities. The impulse given by each must be exactly estimated in order to predetermine the joint effect. No factor which contributes to its formation must be overlooked, and the acceptance of any one of them, however important it may seem to be, as the basis on which to reform and reconstruct our penal legislation, would be premature and pernicious. This hobby-horsical tendency, which is the vice of every specialist, is now the besetting sin of criminal anthropologists, each of whom is firmly convinced that he can reach the goal only on his own guerin. The more advanced criminalists, says Professor von Kirchenheim, are becoming thoroughly convinced that the penal codes of today do not correspond to the criminal world of today. No science has remained so deeply rooted and grounded in scholasticism as jurisprudence, and this evil is most clearly perceptible in the province of criminal law. The necessity of a change in our penal legislation has already made itself widely felt. The contest with crime must now be carried on in a different manner from what it was when men waged war with bows and arrows. Modern criminality must be fought, as it were, with repeating rifles. In other words, we can never suppress crime by meeting it with bludgeons and boomerangs and other rude implements of barbarous warfare, but must encounter it with the finest and most effective weapons of precision, which the armory of modern science can put into our hands. Society has outgrown the crude conception of punishment as mere retaliation or retribution incited by revenge. There is no doubt that even in the most enlightened countries, penology as a science is still in its infancy, and is only just beginning to feel the uncomfortable girding of its scanty swaddling bands and blindly kicking itself free from them. That this first emancipatory effort should be somewhat clumsy, and occasionally attended by comical casualties and even serious disasters, lies in the very nature of the case. It is evident, too, that the antiquated and utterly irrational methods now employed for the suppression of crime tend directly to increase it. It is the aim of the positive, in distinction from the classical school of criminalists, to discover the real causes of criminal actions, and thus to endeavor to eradicate or neutralize them. A casual criminal, for example, whom external conditions, accidental circumstances, sudden temptations, or bad influences have led astray, should not be treated in the same manner, although guilty of the same overt act, as the habitual or constitutional criminal, whose wrongdoing arises from a diseased, ill-balanced, or undeveloped mental or physical organization, and is therefore an inborn and perhaps irresistible proclivity. The latter is hardly responsible for his conduct, and the possibility of reforming him is slight. The only proper thing to do with such a culprit is to render him personally harmless to society either by death or perpetual incarceration, and to prevent him from propagating his kind. The law of the survival of the fittest through selection suggests as its necessary sequence the suppression of the unfittest through sterilization. Nature has her own effective and relentless method of attaining this desirable result. But man is constantly thwarting her beneficent purposes by all sorts of pernicious schemes originating in factitious sentimentalism and maudlin sympathy, which under the plea of philanthropy tend to foster and perpetuate moral monstrosities to the discomfort and detriment of civilized society and the permanent deterioration of the race. To sentence persons of this class to 8 or 10 years imprisonment and then to turn them loose again as a constant source of peril to mankind is the greatest folly that any tribunal can possibly commit. It is a wrong done both to the criminal and to the community of which he is a member. The penalties imposed by the law should be determined not solely by the enormity of the crime, but chiefly by the character of the criminal. Paradoxical as such a conclusion may be, it is nevertheless a strictly logical deduction from the premises that the more corrupt he is by his physical constitution, and therefore the less culpable he is from a moral point of view, the more severe should be the sentence pronounced upon him. Where the vicious propensity is in the blood, and beyond the reach of moral or penal purgations, the only safety is in the elimination of the individual, just as the only remedy for a gangrened limb is amputation. We ridicule ancient and medieval courts of justice for prosecuting bugs and beasts, but future generations will condemn as equally absurd and outrageous our judicial treatment of human beings, who can no more help perpetrating deeds of violence, under given conditions, than locusts and caterpillars can help consuming crops to the injury of the husbandman, or wild beasts can help rending and devouring their prey. It is also interesting to know that in former times the animal was not punished capitally, because it was supposed to have incurred guilt, but as a memorial of the occurrence, or in the language of canonical law. Non propter culpem sed propter memoriam facti pecus occiditur. It was put to death not because it was culpable, but because it was harmful. And this is the ground on which the radical wing of criminal anthropologists would repress and eliminate a vicious person without regard to his mental soundness or moral responsibility. To use Garofalo's metaphor, he is a microbe injurious to the social organism and must be destroyed. Lombroso carries his theory of the innateness, hereditability and ineradicableness of criminal propensities, so far as to affirm that education cannot change those who are born with perverse instincts, and to despair of correcting an obstinate bias of this sort even in a child. In accordance with this idea, his disciple, Le Bon, proposes to deport to distant countries all professional criminals or persistent relapsers into vice, recidivistes, together with their posterity, and would thus practically revive the barbarous principle of visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children, although he does not regard their conduct as sinful in the sense of being a voluntary transgression of the moral law, but as the result of a transmitted taint and organic deficiency, for which the individual is in no wise responsible. It is hardly necessary to add that this doctrine is not sustained by the statistics of reformatories, houses of refuge, and similar institutions, which have now taken the place of the prison and the scaffold in the case of juvenile offenders. Those who look upon crime as a pathological phenomenon find a striking illustration and strong confirmation of their views in violations of the law committed under the impulse of hypnotic suggestion. Some maintain that all acts originating in this manner are purely automatic, and acquit the person performing them of all moral and legal responsibility, since they express the will and purpose of the hypnotizer, who alone should be held accountable. Others hold that the man, who consents to be hypnotized and thus voluntarily surrenders his willpower and permits himself to be used as an instrument for the perpetration of crime, should be punished for his offenses and not allowed to go scot-free by pleading the force majeure of hypnotic suggestion. The liability to punishment, it is justly argued, would be a safeguard to society by putting a wholesome and effective check on hypnotic experimentations. There is at least no reason why the hypnotized subject should not be called to account for a complicity. Any passion may become automatic and irresistible by long indulgence and assiduous cultivation, so that the man is overmastered by it and cannot help yielding to it under strong temptation. But the victim of a vicious habit has no right to urge the force of an evil propensity in exculpation of himself. The inborn or inveterate badness of a man's character may explain, but cannot excuse his bad conduct in the impartial and inexorable eye of justice. So, too, he who sins against his own worthiness and dignity as a rational being by choosing to annul his power of self-determination as a voluntary agent and become a helpless tool in the hands of another, ought not wholly to escape the consequences of his folly. That the hypnotizer should be made fully responsible for the realization of his suggestions, no representative of either the positive or classical school of criminalists would probably deny. To take a man's life by means of hypnotic suggestion is as truly subornation to murder as to hire an assassin to plunge a dagger into his heart. As regards hypnotism itself, it would be strange enough if we should discover in it the real scientific basis of witchcraft, and modern legislation should prosecute and punish hypnotizers as medieval legislation prosecuted and punished sorcerers. The sympathetic influence of a morbidly imaginative mind upon the body in directing the currents of nervous energy and increasing the flow of blood towards particular points of the physical organism, so as to produce stigmata and similar abnormal phenomena, has long been recognized as an adequate explanation of much medieval and modern miracle-mongering. It would now seem as if hypnotism, or the magnetic influence of one man's will upon another man's mind and body, were destined to furnish the key to still greater marvels and reveal the true nature and origin of what has hitherto passed for divine inspiration or diabolical possession. Charcot, Renaud, Fowler, and other eminent neuropathologists have conclusively shown that certain forms of hysteria sometimes produce tumors, ulcers, muscular atrophy, paralysis of the limbs, and like affections apparently organic, but really nervous. In such cases, any kind of faith cure, in which the patient has confidence, prayer, the laying on of hands, the water of Lourdes or of St. Ignatius, medals of St. Benedict, scapularies of the Virgin, seraphic girdles, a pilgrimage to the shrine of a saint or contact with a holy relic may prove far more efficacious than drugs, and are therefore recommended by priests and occasionally even prescribed by physicians, who are far too enlightened to regard such healings as miraculous or supernatural. The success of scientific research in disclosing the physical basis of intellectual life is gradually undermining the foundations of so-called spiritualism and rendering it more and more impossible to mistake symptoms of chlorosis and hysterical weakness for spiritual gifts and signs of God's special favor. Sickly women are no longer treated as seeresses, and their vague and incoherent sayings treasured as oracular utterances. One of the chief difficulties encountered by those who seek to frame and administer penal laws on psychopathological principles arises from the fact that no one has ever yet been able to give an exact and adequate definition of insanity. However easy it may be to recognize the grosser varieties of mental disorder, it is often impossible even for an expert to detect it in its subtler forms, or to draw a hard and fast line between sanity and insanity. An eminent alienist affirms that very few persons we meet in the counting room, on the street, or in society, or with whom we enjoy pleasant intercourse at their firesides, are of perfectly sound mind. Nearly everyone is a little touched. Some molecule of the brain has turned into a maggot. There is some topic that cannot be introduced without making the portals of the mind grate on their golden hinges, some point at which we are forced to say, "Oh, that way madness lies, let me shun that." It is possible, however, that this very opinion may be a fixed idea or symptomatic eccentricity of the alienist himself. The theory that all men are monomaniacs may be merely his peculiar monomania. Still, there is unquestionably this much truth in it, that nearly every person has developed some faculty at the expense of the others, and thus destroyed his mental equilibrium. Every tendency of this kind, which is not checked or balanced and in some way rounded off in the growth of the character, becomes morbidly strong and leads to a sort of insanity. The specialist is always exposed to this danger of growing into a man of one idea. His monomania may be in the direction of valuable research or in the pursuit of a foolish whim, resulting in useful inventions or dissipating itself in chimerical projects. It may be a harmless crotchet or a vicious proclivity, philanthropic or misanthropic. It is, nevertheless, a bent or bias, and so far a deviation from the norm of perfect intellectual rectitude. A madman, says Coleridge, is one who mistakes his thoughts for person and things. But here the frenzies of the lunatic entrench on the functions of the poet, who, of imagination all compact, takes his fancies for realities, turns them to shapes, and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Coleridge's definition includes also the mythopoeic faculty, the power of projecting creations of the mind, and endowing them with objective actuality and independent existence, which in the infancy of the race peopled heaven and earth with phantasms, and still croons over cradles and babbles of brownie and fairy in nurseries and chimney corners. No progress of science can wholly eradicate this tendency to mythologize. In the absence of better material, it seizes upon the most prosaic and practical improvements in modern household life and clothes them with poetry and legend. The imaginative child of New York or Boston, after feeding the mind on fairy tales, converts the ordinary gaspipe into the den of a dragon, which puts forth its fiery tongue when the knob is turned. The sleeping figure of a virgin carved in marble and copied from an ancient Greek sculpture of Ariadne, which reposes on an arch in the park of Sanssouci at Potsdam, has been transformed by the popular imagination into an enchanted princess, who will awake as soon as a horseman succeeds in springing over it 3 times with his steed. So vivid is the belief in this story that many good Christians never pass through the archway without making the sign of the cross as a prophylactic against possible demonic influences. The Swabian peasant still believes that the railroad is a device of the devil, who is entitled by contract to a tollage of 1 passenger on every train. He is in a constant state of anxiety lest his turn may come on the next trip, and always wears a crucifix as the best means, so far as his own person is concerned, of cheating the devil of his due. As the Church has uniformly consigned great inventors to the infernal regions, His Satanic Majesty could have never had any lack of ingenious wits among his subjects, capable of advising him in such matters. An important consideration, which did not disturb the minds of medieval jurists, nor stay the hand of strictly retributive justice, is the fact, now generally admitted, that crimes, like all other human actions, are subject to certain fixed laws, which seem to some extent to remove them from the province of free will and the power of individual determination. Professor Morcelli has shown statistically that suicide, which we are wont to consider a wholly voluntary act, is really dependent upon a great variety of circumstances, over which man has no control. Climate, seasons, months, days, state of crops, domestic, social, political, financial, economical, geographical, and meteorological conditions, sun, moon, and stars all work together, impelling him to self-destruction or keeping him from it. Suicide increases when the Earth is in aphelion and decreases when it is in perihelion. Race and religion are also important factors in aggravating or mitigating the suicidal tendency, Germans and Protestants being most, and Semitic nations and Mohammedans, including those of Aryan and African blood, being least addicted to it. Suicide is, in fact, the resultant of a vast number of complicated and far-reaching forces, which we can neither trace nor measure, and of which the victims themselves are for the most part unconscious. To a very considerable degree, it is a question of environment in the broadest sense of the term, an effect, says Morcelli, of the struggle for existence and of human selection, working according to the laws of evolution among civilized peoples. What is proved to be true of self-slaughter is equally so of murder and every other crime. An additional reflection, that must give us pause in the presence of crime, is that some of the chief causes operating to produce the manifold evils afflicting society and threatening to subvert it, are due in a great measure to the present egoistic organization of our social and industrial system, the selfish and unscrupulous power of wealth directed and stimulated by superior intelligence and energy, on the one hand, and the brute forces of ignorance driven to despair by the disheartening and debasing pressure of poverty, on the other hand, arrayed against each other in fierce and bitter conflict. Much of the individual viciousness, which society is required to punish, springs directly from the unjust and injurious conditions of life, which society itself has created. It is the perception of this fact that disturbs the conscience, puzzles the will, and palsies the arm of the modern lawgiver and executor of justice. Medieval legislators were not restrained by any scruples of this sort. They regarded the criminal, both human and animal, as the sole author of the crime, ascribing it simply to his own wickedness and never looking beyond the mere actual deed to the social influences, psychical and physical characteristics and inherited qualities that impelled him with irresistible force to do iniquitous things. This was doubtless a very narrow, superficial, and utterly unphilosophical view of human action and responsibility. The danger nowadays lies in the opposite extreme, in the tendency to pity the vicious individual as the passive product and commiserable victim of unfortunate conditions, and while engaged in the laudable attempt to improve these conditions by working out broad and benevolent plans of permanent relief and reformation for the future amelioration of society, to relax penalties, and to fail in providing by sufficiently stringent measures for its present security. Tribunals have only to do with individual criminals as their conduct affects the general welfare. In what manner their characters have been formed by ancestral agencies and other predispositions may be an interesting study to the psychologist and the sociologist, but does not concern the judge or the jurist in the discharge of their official functions. The problem of crime is therefore a very simple one, so far as the criminal lawyer has to deal with the concrete case, but very complex when we look beyond the overt act to its genesis in the life of the race. The proper administration of penal justice is weakened and defeated by mixing itself up with psychopathological inquiries wholly foreign to it. It is a curious coincidence that the theory of evolution, in its application to man's free agency, should arrive at essentially the same conclusion as the theology of Augustine and Calvin. Predestination, which the suffragan of Hippo and the Genevan divine attributed to the arbitrary decrees of God, evolution traces to the influences of heredity upon individuals, predetermining their bodily and mental constitutions. There is, however, a wide difference between these two doctrines in their workings. From the clutch of a deity, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, no man can by any effort of his own effect his escape. Against this imperious and general sentence of damnation, no process of development, no upward striving, no individual initiative can be of any avail. Evolution, on the contrary, promises a gradual release from low ancestral conditions. The original sin of the theologians and opens up to the race a way of redemption, not only through natural selection and spontaneous variations resulting in higher and nobler types of mankind, but also through the modification of inherited traits by careful breeding, thorough discipline, and the conscious and constant endeavor of every human being to improve and perfect himself. Salvation through the election of grace is by no means identical with salvation through the survival of the fittest. The righteousness of those whom God has chosen as the vessels of mercy whom he had afore prepared unto glory may be and probably is as filthy rags. Evolutionary science, on the contrary, recognizes and appreciates redeemable qualities by selecting, strengthening, and propagating them, and by this means aims ultimately to redeem the world. It imposes upon each man the duty and necessity of working out his own salvation, not with fear and trembling at the prospect of meeting an angry deity, but with hope and cheerfulness, knowing that the beneficent forces of nature are working in him, as in all forms of organic life, in obedience to the laws of development towards the goal of his highest possible perfection, by gradually eliminating the heirloom of the beast and the savage, and letting the instincts of the tiger and the ape slowly die within him. The best man, said Socrates, is he who seeks most earnestly to perfect himself, and the happiest man is he who has the fullest consciousness that he is perfecting himself. This utterance of the Athenian sage expresses the fundamental principle of the ethics of evolution, according to which there can be no greater sin than the neglect of self-culture, holding, as it does, in the province of science, a place corresponding in importance to that which the unpardonable sin against the Holy Ghost holds in the province of theology. No one is blamable for inheriting bad tendencies, but everyone is blamable for not striving to eradicate them. If evil impulses prove to be irresistible, then society must step in and render them harmless by depriving of life or liberty the unfortunate victims of such propensities. Again, if the mental and moral qualities of the lower animals differ from those of man, not in kind, but only in degree, and the human mammal is descended from a stock of primates, to which apes and bats belong, and dogs and cats and pigs are more remotely akin, it is difficult to determine the point at which moral and penal responsibility ceases in the descending or begins in the ascending scale of being. That beasts and birds and even insects commit acts of violence, which in human agents would be called crimes, and which spring from the same psychical causes, and, as we have shown in another work, Evolutionary Ethics and Animal Psychology. New York, D. Appleton and Co., London, William Heinemann, 1898, are punished by the herd, the flock, or the swarm in a more or less judicial manner, is undeniable. The zoopsychologist Lacassagne divides the criminal offenses of animals into 6 classes or categories, the ground of the classification being the motives which underlie and originate them. The lowest or most rudimentary motive to crime in both man and beast is hunger, the operation of which is seen in the spectacle of one savage killing another in order to get sole possession of a wild beast slain by them in common, and in the ferocity of 2 dogs fighting over a bone. Perhaps the great majority of crimes afflicting society at the present time have their origin in this source. Next to the desire of the individual to preserve himself comes the desire to preserve his kind. This motive is commonly considered a more generous impulse and is praised as parental affection. This earliest and most primitive of altruistic emotions is exceedingly strong in the lower animals, especially in those whose offspring are comparatively helpless in infancy, as is the case with all species of monkeys, and manifests itself not only in tender care of the young, but also in theft, robbery, and other acts of violence committed for their sake. The wanton love of destruction characterizes both beasts and men. There are roughs and vandals among the former as well as among the latter, who take a malicious delight in doing injury to persons and property. Vanity and the desire of showing off play no small part in the wrongdoings of apes and apish men and women. Other incentives to crime are ambition, sexual passion, gregariousness, the concentrated egoism and merciless brutality of a crowd even in the most civilized communities, the outrages so recklessly perpetrated by what a French jurist, Tard, calls that impulsive and maniac beast, the mob. It may be remarked, too, that the kinds of criminal actions, which civilization tends to diminish among men, domestication tends to diminish among the lower animals. If these statements be correct, why should not animals be held penally responsible for their conduct as well as human beings? There are men apparently less intelligent than apes. Why then should the man be capitally punished and the ape not brought to trial? And if the ape be made responsible and punishable, why not the dog, the horse, the pig, and the cat? In other words, does evolutionary criminology justify the judicial proceedings instituted by medieval courts against animals, or regard the typical human criminal as having in this respect no supremacy over the beast? Does modern science take us back to the barbarities of the Middle Ages in matters of penal legislation? And in abolishing judicial procedure against quadrupedal beasts, is it thereby logically forced to stay the hand of justice uplifted against bipedal brutes? The answer to these questions is unhesitatingly negative. Zoopsychology is the key to anthropopsychology and enables us to get a clearer conception of the genesis of human crime by studying its manifestations in the lower creation. We thus see it in the process of becoming, acquire a more correct appreciation of its nature and origin, and learn how to deal with it more rationally and effectively in bestial man. Another point discussed by Plato and still seriously debated by writers on criminal jurisprudence is whether punishment is to be inflicted quia peccatum est or ne pexeter. In other words, whether the object of it should be retributive or preventive. The truth is, however, that both of these motives are operative, and as determining causes are so closely intermixed that it is impossible to separate them. As the distinguished criminalist, Professor von List, has remarked, one might as well ask whether a sick man takes medicine because he is ill or in order to get well. The penalty is imposed in consequence of the commission of a crime and also for the purpose of preventing a recurrence of it, and is therefore both retributory and reformatory. Punishment is defined by laws as ethicized and nationalized revenge, exercised by the state or body politic, which is alone impartial enough to pronounce just judgments and powerful enough to execute them. Civilization takes vengeance out of the hands of the injured individual and delegates it to the community or commonwealth, which has been outraged in his person. The underlying principle, however, is, in both cases, the same, and the idea of justice, as administered by the community, does not rise above that entertained by the aggregate or average of individuals composing it. The recent growth of sociology, and especially the scientific study of the laws of heredity, thus tend, by exciting an intelligent interest in the psychological solution of such questions, to render men less positive and peremptory in their judicial decisions. The intellectual horizon is so greatly enlarged, and so many possibilities are suggested, that it is difficult for conscientious persons, strongly affected by these speculations and honestly endeavoring to make an ethical or penal application of them, to come to a prompt and practical conclusion in any given case. The voice of decision loses its magisterial sternness and the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought. If it be true, as Mr. Galton affirms, that legal ability is transmitted from father to son, criminal proclivity may be equally hereditary, and the judge and the culprit may have reached their relative positions through a line of ancestral influences, working according to immutable and inevasible laws of descent. Schopenhauer maintained the theory of responsibility for character, and not for actions, which are simply the outgrowth and expression of character. The same act may be good or bad according to the motives from which it springs. This distinction is constantly made both in ethics and in jurisprudence, and determines our moral judgments and judicial decisions. Yet the chief elements, which enter into a person's character and contribute to its formation, lie beyond his control or even his consciousness, and in many cases have done their work before his birth. Responsibility for character is equivalent to responsibility for all the inherited tendencies and prenatal influences, of which character is the resultant, and leads at last to the theological dogma of the imputation of sin all the way back to Adam as the federal head of the race, a doctrine which Schopenhauer would be the first to repudiate. Besides, evil propensities and criminal designs are recognizable and punishable only when embodied in overt acts. The law cannot deprive a man of life or liberty because he is known to be vicious and depraved. Although the police, in the exercise of its protective and preventive functions, and as a means of providing for the general security, may feel in duty bound to keep a watchful eye on him and to make an occasional raid on the dens and dives haunted by him and his kind. There are also instances on record in which it is impossible to trace the culpable act to any marked corruption of character. A rather remarkable illustration of this fact is furnished by the trial of Marie Jeanneret, which took place at Geneva in Switzerland in 1868, and which deservedly ranks high among the causes célèbres of the present century, both as a legal question and a problem of psychopathology. At the time when this trial occurred, the writer directed attention to the peculiar and perplexing features of the case in The Nation for January 7, 1869, p. 11. Dumas, in his novel Le Comte de Monte Cristo, describes the character and career of a young, refined, and beautiful woman, moving in the best circles of Parisian society, and yet poisoning successively 6 or 7 members of her own family. But even the most imaginative and audacious of French romancers did not dare to delineate such criminality without ascribing it to some apparently adequate motive. Madame de Villefort administered deadly potions to her relatives under the impulse of a morbidly intense maternal love, which centered all her moral and intellectual faculties on the idea of making her son the sole heir to a large estate. Affection and social ambition for her offspring incited her to the murder of her kin. But the invention, which created such a monster of sentimental depravity, has been far surpassed in real life by the exploits of Marie Jeanneret, a Swiss nurse, who took advantage of her professional position to give doses of poison to the sick persons confided to her care, from the effects of which 7 of them died. In the commission of this monotonous series of diabolical crimes, the culprit does not seem to have been animated either by animosity or cupidity. On the contrary, she always showed the warmest affection for her victims and nursed them with the tenderest care and the most untiring devotion, as she watched the distressful workings of the fatal draught. Nor did she derive the slightest material benefit from her course of conduct, but rather suffered considerable pecuniary loss by the death of her patients. The testimony of physicians and alienists furnished no evidence of insanity, nor did she show any signs of atavistic reversion, physiological abnormity, or hereditary homicidal bent. Monomaniacs usually act fitfully and impulsively, but Marie Jeanneret always manifested the coolest premeditation and self-possession, never exhibiting the least hesitation or confusion or the faintest trace of hallucination, but answered with the greatest clearness and calmness every question put by the president of the court. Even M. Turrettini, the prosecuting attorney, in presenting the case to the jury, was unable to discover any rational principle on which to explain the conduct and urge the conviction of the accused. And after exhausting the common category of hypotheses and showing the inadequacy of each, he was driven by sheer stress of inexplicability to seek a motive in l'espèce de volupté quelle approuveret a commettre un crime, or what, in less elegant, but more vigorous Western vernacular, would be called pure cussedness. Not only was such an explanation merely a circumlocutory confession of ignorance, but it was wholly inconsistent with the general character of the indictee. Indeed, the persistent and pitiless perpetration of this one sort of crime by this woman, under circumstances which should have excited compassion in the hardest human heart, seems more like the working of some baneful and irrepressible force in nature, or the relentless operation of a destructive machine, than like the voluntary action of a free and responsible moral agent. M. Zurlinden, the counsel for the defendant, dwelt with emphasis upon this mysterious phase of the case and thus saved his client from the scaffold. The jury, after 5 hours' deliberation, rendered a verdict of guilty with extenuating circumstances, as the result of which the accused was sentenced to 20 years' hard labor. As a matter of fact, there were no circumstances of an extenuating character, except the utter inability of the jurors to discover any motive for the commission of such a succession of cold-blooded atrocities. After 15 years' imprisonment, the convict died. During this whole period of incarceration, she not only showed great intelligence and strict integrity, but was also remarkably kind and helpful to all with whom she came in contact. She instructed her fellow convicts in needlework and fine embroidery, loved to attend them in sickness, and by her general influence raised very perceptibly the tone of morals in the workhouse. If it be true, as asserted by Mynheer Heymans, one of the latest expounders of Schopenhauer's ethics, that a man is responsible for his actions only so far as his character finds expression in them, and is to be judged solely by his character, what shall be done in cases like the aforementioned, in which the criminal conduct is exceptional, and so far from being symptomatic of the general character, stands out as an isolated and ugly excrescence and appalling abnormity? According to this theory, crime is to be punished only when it is the natural outgrowth and legitimate fruit of the criminal's individuality and society, is to be left unprotected against all maleficence not traceable to such an origin. There can be hardly any doubt that the Swiss nurse was a toxicomaniac and that she had become infatuated with poisons, partly by watching their effects on her own system and partly by reading about their properties in medical and botanical works, to the study of which she was passionately devoted. Did not Mithridates, if we may believe the statements of Galen, experiment with poisons on living persons? Why should she not follow such an illustrious example, especially as she never hesitated to take herself the potions she administered to others, the only difference being that habit had made her, like the famous king of Pontus, proof against their venom. She often attempted analyses of these substances, and in one instance was severely burned by the bursting of a crucible in which she was endeavoring to obtain atropine from Atropa belladonna, or deadly nightshade. It was this terrible poison, which is endowed with exceedingly energetic qualities and is therefore used by physicians with extreme precaution, that seems to have had an irresistible fascination for her, growing into an insane desire to discover and test its occult virtues. She had read and heard of zealous scientists and illustrious physicians who had experimented on themselves and on their disciples, and become the benefactors of mankind. Why then should she not adopt the same method in the pursuit of truth and use, for this purpose, the physiological material which her profession placed in her hands? However preposterous such reasoning on her part may appear to us, and however vaguely and subconsciously the mental process may have been carried on, it offers the only theory adequate to explain all the facts and to account for the almost incredible union of contradictory traits in her character. The enthusiasm of the experimenter overbore in her the native sympathy of the woman. She observed the writhings of her poisoned victims with as much delight as Professor Mantegazza confesses he felt in studying the physiology of pain in the dumb animals, shrieking and groaning on his tormentator. The physiologist, says Claude Bernard, is no ordinary man. He is a savant, seized and possessed by a scientific idea. He does not hear the cries of suffering wrung from racked and lacerated creatures, nor see the blood which flows. He has nothing before his eyes but his idea and the organisms, which are hiding the secrets he means to discover. Marie Jeanneret was a fanatic of this kind. She, too, was a woman possessed with ideas as witches were once supposed to be possessed with devils. Had she prudently confined her experiments to the torture of helpless animals, she might perhaps have taken rank in the scientific world with Brachet, Magendie, and other celebrated vivisectors, and been admitted with honor to the Academy, instead of being thrust ignominiously into a penitentiary. The assertion as regards any supposed case of madness, that there's method in it, is popularly assumed to be equivalent to a denial of the existence of the madness altogether. But psychopathology affords no warrant for such an assumption. An individual who commits murder under the impulse of morbid jealousy, pecuniary distress, social rancor, political or scientific fanaticism, or any other form of monomania, is not the less the victim of a mind diseased because he shows rational forethought in planning and executing the deed. His mental faculties may be perfectly healthy and normal in their operation up to the point of derangement, from which the fatal act proceeds. No chain is stronger than its weakest link, and this is equally true of physical and psychical concatenations. Under such circumstances, the sane powers of the mind are all at the mercy of the one fault and are made to minister to this single infirmity. According to English law, a man is irresponsibly insane when he has such defect of reason from disease of the mind as not to know the nature and quality of the act he was doing, or, if he did know it, that he did not know he was doing what was wrong. This definition is very incomplete and covers only the most obvious forms of insanity. Perhaps in the great majority of cases, there is no defect of reason, nor disease of mind, in the proper sense of these terms, but only a disturbance of the emotions or perversion of the will originating in physical disorder. Besides, it is undeniable that animal intelligence is capable of distinguishing between right and wrong and of comprehending what is punishable and what is not punishable. In general, when a dog does wrong, he knows that he is doing wrong, and a monkey often takes delight in doing what is wrong simply because he knows it is wrong. If a monkey gets angry and kills a child, he obeys the same vicious propensity that impels a brutal man to commit murder. There is no greater defect of reason in one case than in the other. Why then should the monkey be summarily shot or knocked on the head, and the man arrested, tried, convicted, and hanged by the constituted authorities? Simply because such a public prosecution and execution would not exert any influence whatever in preventing infanticide on the part of other monkeys. If it could be shown that a formal trial of the monkey would produce this salutary effect, then it certainly ought not to be omitted. The recent attempt to modify the English law so as to render all certifiably insane persons irresponsible for their actions would result in the abolition of all punishment for crime, since many physicians regard every criminal as insane and would not hesitate to certify their opinion to the proper tribunal. It is no easy task nowadays for penal legislation to keep pace with psychiatrical investigation and to adjust itself to the wide range and nice distinctions of modern psychopathology, nor is it necessary to do so. Salus socialis suprema lex esto. Society is bound to protect itself against every criminal assault, no matter what its source or character may be. This is the ultimate object, not only of the prison and the scaffold, but also of all reformatories for juvenile offenders and vagabonds, who by judicious correction and instruction may perhaps be brought to amend their ways, and thus be prevented from becoming a social danger by swelling the disorderly ranks of the permanently criminal classes. If a person proves to be unamenable to moral or penitential measures and remains an incorrigible transgressor, it is the duty of the community to set him aside by death or by lifelong durance. Penal legislation does not aim primarily at the betterment of the individual. Laws are enacted not for the purpose of making men good and noble, but solely for the purpose of rendering them safe members of society. This is effected by depriving the irremediably vicious of their liberty, and, if necessary, also of their life. The pardoning power, too, must be exercised with the utmost reserve and circumspection. The state does not look upon public offenses as sins, but as crimes. The introduction of the theological conception of delinquencies into the province of civil government has always been the vice of hierarchies, and has never failed to work immense mischief by leading inevitably to impertinent intermeddling with matters of conscience and private opinion, putting a premium on pretended repentance and like hypocrisies, and converting the witness box into a confessional and the court of justice into a court of inquisition. This has been uniformly the result wherever a body of priests has become a body of rulers, endowed with sovereignty in the administration of secular affairs. If it could be conclusively proved, or even rendered highly probable, that the capital punishment of an ox, which had gored a man to death, deterred other oxen from pushing with their horns, it would be the unquestionable right and imperative duty of our legislatures and tribunals to reenact and execute the old Mosaic law on this subject. In like manner, if it can be satisfactorily shown that the hanging of an admittedly insane person, who has committed murder, prevents other insane persons from perpetrating the same crime, or tends to diminish the number of those who go insane in the same direction, it is clearly the duty of society to hang such persons, whatever may be the opinion of the alienist concerning their moral responsibility. Nor is this merely a hypothetical case or purely academical question. It is a well-established fact that the partially insane, especially those affected with moral insanity or so-called cranks, have their intelligence intact and are capable of exercising their reasoning powers freely and fully in laying their plans and in carrying out their designs. Indeed, criminals of this class are sometimes known to have entertained the thought that they would be acquitted on the ground of insanity, and have thereby been emboldened to do the deed. And it is by no means impossible, but highly probable, that a belief in the certainty of punishment would have acted as an effective deterrent. A case of this kind occurred in 1894 in England, where an inmate of a lunatic asylum deliberately murdered a lawyer who was visiting the institution. The murderer declared that he had no grudge against his victim, but believed himself to be persecuted in general and wished to call attention to his wrongs by assassinating some official or prominent person. His method of redress was that of the ordinary anarchist, and his confession that he would not have dared to commit the act unless he had believed that as a certificated lunatic under confinement he ran no risk of being hanged, illustrates the point in question. There can be no doubt, for example, that the execution of Guidow for the assassination of Garfield has greatly lessened the dangers of this kind to which the President of the United States is exposed. Just as the swift and severe punishment of the Chicago anarchists has dampened the zeal and restrained the activity of the fanatics, who labor under the delusion that, in a free country, dynamite bombs are the fittest means of disseminating reformatory ideas and bringing about the social and political regeneration of the world. From this point of view, it is hardly necessary to remark upon the absurdity of Lombroso's assertion that the jurists, who formerly condemned and punished animals, were more logical and consistent than those who now pass sentence of death on cretins like Grandi or Cranks, Graffamani Mateschi, like Passanante and Guidow, Archivio di Psichiatria, Torino, 1881, volume Roman II. Fasc, Roman IV. Since he utterly ignores the preventive character and purpose of judicial punishment and its practical utility in checking the homicidal propensities of such persons. Whereas the criminal prosecution and capital punishment of a pig for infanticide will not have the slightest effect in preventing other pigs from mangling and devouring little children. That animals might be deterred from doing violence to men by putting one of their kind to death and suspending its body as a scarecrow is maintained by a distinguished writer in the first half of the 16th century, Hieronymus Rosarius, the nuntius of Pope Clement Roman VII, to the court of Ferdinand I, then King of Hungary, who states that in Africa crucified lions are placed near towns, and that other lions, however hungry they may be, are kept away through fear of the same punishment. Cujus poni medu, licet urgit fames, desinant. He records also that in riding from Cologne towards Durin, he and his companions saw in the vast forest 2 wolves in brogans hanging on a gallows, just like 2 thieves, as a warning to the rest of the pack. Et nos ob Agrippina Colonia duram versus equidens in alla vasta silva, vidimus duos caligatos lupos non secus quam duos latrons, furci suspensos, quo similes poni formidine a maleficio reliqui deterrenter. In like manner, the American farmer sets up a dead hawk as a deterrent for the protection of his hens. We may add that Rosarius entertained a high opinion of the intelligence and moral character of animals, and wrote a book to prove their frequent superiority to men in the use of their rational faculties. This very clever and original work entitled Quod Animalia Bruta Sep Ration Utenter Melius Homine was first published by Gabriel Naudé at Paris in 1648. An enlarged edition was issued by Ribot at Helmstedt in 1728, with a dissertation on the soul in animals. In the class of ill-poised minds, yclept cranks just mentioned, the spirit of imitation is peculiarly strong and morbidly contagious. The celebrated psychiater, Baron von Futursleben, in his treatise on the dietetics of the soul, cites the case of a French soldier, who shot himself in a sentry box. Soon afterwards, several other soldiers took their lives in the same manner and in the same place. Napoleon I ordered the sentry box to be burned and thus put an end to the suicides. A similar instance is recorded by Max Simon in his Hygiene de l'Esprit, in which he states that a workman hanged himself in the embrasure of a gate, and his example was followed directly by a dozen of his fellows, so that it was found necessary to wall up the gate in order to stop this strange epidemic. The same effect is produced by popular romances, in which the hero or heroine or both together dispose of themselves in this way. Sometimes whole communities are thus infected by a single work of fiction. Perhaps the most notable case of this kind in modern literature is the era of sentimentalism and suicidism, which followed the publication of Goethe's Werther. It is well known, too, that another class of sensational novels, the plots of which consist in the development of criminal intrigues, tend to promote crime by rendering it fascinating and indicating an attractive and exciting method of perpetrating it. We have a recent and very striking instance of this kind in the origin and evolution of the notorious Dreyfus affair. In June 1893, a year and a half before the arrest of Dreyfus, a novel entitled Les Deux Frères by Louis Ledding appeared in the Paris Petit Journal, the plot of which may be concisely described as follows. A young and capable officer, Captain Philippe Dormels, who holds a position of confidence in the French Department of War, is envied and hated by two colleagues named Aurélien and Daniel. Their enmity and jealousy finally become so intense that they conspire to effect his ruin by accusing him of selling to a foreign power the secrets of the national defense. It is arranged that a compromising letter imitating the handwriting of Dormels and addressed to a foreign military attaché shall be placed in the secret archives, where it will fall into the hands of the head of the department Lieutenant Colonel Aluard. Dormels is arrested and thrown into the prison churchmity, and at the same time, Daniel causes a violent article to be inserted in a newspaper Le Vigilant, charging him with high treason and seeking to excite public opinion against him. This article concludes with the false statement that a search in Dormels' department had led to the discovery of important documents referring to the fabrication of smokeless powder, and that thereupon Dormels had confessed his guilt. He is then sentenced to the galleys, but his betrothed is convinced of his innocence and finally succeeds in detecting and exposing the forgeries. Lieutenant Colonel Aluard is arrested and commits suicide in prison, not with a razor like Henry, but with a revolver. One scene in the novel describes the appearance of a veiled lady on the very spot near the Champs-Élysées, where the mysterious veiled lady is said to have appeared to Esterhazy 3 years later, and for much the same purpose. The French Minister of War, Mercier, was forced to proceed against Dreyfus by the Libre Patrol, which published lies about his confession, as Le Vigilant did about Dormels. The only rational explanation of this remarkable concurrence of events, as they are narrated in the fiction and afterwards occurred in fact, is that the method of conducting the conspiracy against Dreyfus and the possibility of accomplishing it were suggested by Ledding's story. Although the conspirators doubtless did not anticipate that the logic of events would render the results of their falsehoods and forgeries as fatal to them as they were to their prototypes in the novel. Every scoundrel is firmly convinced that he can pattern after his precursors in villainy, avoid their mistakes, and commit the same crime without incurring the same penalty. That paroxysms of epilepsy, hysterics, and various forms of frenzy are contagious and may be easily communicated to nervous persons who witness them has been clearly proved. Vicious passions obey the same law of imitation even in a still higher degree than tender emotions and nervous diseases, and more than 2 centuries ago the illustrious jurisconsult, Samuel Pufendorf, laid down the general principle that he who for the first time commits a crime liable to spread by contagion and to become virulent should be punished with extreme severity, in order that it may not infect others and create a moral pestilence. The hemp cure is always a harsh cure, especially where there is any doubt as to the offender's mental soundness. But in view of the increasing frequency with which atrocious and willful crime shelters itself under the plea of insanity and becomes an object of misdirected sympathy to maudlin sentimentalists, the adoption of radical and rigorous measures in the infliction of punishment were perhaps an experiment well worth trying. Meanwhile, let the psychiater continue his researches, and after we have passed through the present confused and perilous period of transition from gross and brutal medieval conceptions of justice to refined and humanitarian modern conceptions of justice, we may, in due time, succeed in establishing our penal code and criminal procedure upon foundations that shall be both philosophically sound and practically safe. The more man increases in wisdom and intellectual capacity, the more efficient he becomes as a co-worker with the good principle. At the same time, every advance which he makes in civilization brings with it some new evil for him to overcome. Or, as the Parsi would express it mythologically, every conquest achieved by Ahura Mazda and his allies stimulates Angramaniush and his satellites to renewed exertions, who convert the most useful discoveries, like dynamite, into instruments of diabolical devastation. the opening of the far west in the United States to agriculture and commerce, and the completion of the Pacific Railroad not only served to multiply and diffuse the gifts of the beneficent and bountiful spirit, spentomaniash, but also facilitated the propagation and spread of the plagues of the grasshopper and the Colorado beetle. The power of destruction, insidiously concealed in the minutest insect organism, often exceeds that of the tornado and the earthquake, and baffles the most persistent efforts of human ingenuity to resist it. The genius and energy of Pasteur were devoted for years to the task of detecting and destroying a microscopic parasite, which threatened to ruin forever the silk industry of France. And the phylloxera and doryphora still continue to ravage with comparative impunity the vineyards of Europe and the potato fields of America, defying at once all the appliances of science for their extermination and all the attempts of casuistic theology to reconcile such scourges with a perfectly benevolent and omnipotent creator and ruler of the universe. It is the observation of phenomena like these that confirms the modern Parsi in the faith of his fathers, and reveals to him, in the operations of nature and the conflicts of life, unquestionable evidences of a contest between warring elements personified as Hormazd and Ahriman, the ultimate issue of which is to be the complete triumph of the former and the consequent purification and redemption of the world from the curse of evil. The Parsi, however, recognizes no savior and repudiates as absurd and immoral any scheme of atonement whereby the burden of sin can be shifted from the shoulders of the guilty to those of an innocent, vicarious victim. Every person must be redeemed by his own good thoughts, words, and deeds, as creation must be redeemed by the good thoughts, words, and deeds of the race. After death, the character of each individual thus formed appears to him, either in the form of a beautiful and brilliant maiden, who leads him over the chinvad, or gatherers, bridge, into the realms of everlasting light, or in the form of a foul harlot, who thrusts him down into regions of eternal gloom. But to return from this digression, it is not only in the Venedad that certain classes of animals are declared to be creations of the archfiend, and therefore embodiments of devils. Additional proofs of this doctrine were derived by medieval writers from biblical and classical sources. A favorite example was the metamorphosis of Nebuchadnezzar, who, when given over to Satan, dwelt with the beasts of the field and ate grass as oxen, while his hair grew like eagle's feathers and his nails like birds' claws. Still more numerous and striking instances of this kind were drawn from pagan mythology, which, being of diabolical origin, would naturally be prolific of such phenomena. Thus, besides centaurs and satyrs, dire chimeras and other delicate monsters, there were hybrids like the semi-dragon Cecrops and transformations by which Io became a heifer, Daedalion a sparrowhawk, Coron a crow, Actaeon a stag, Lyncus a lynx, Mera a dog, Callisto a she-bear, Antigone a stork, Arachne a spider, Iphigenia a roe, Talus a partridge, Ides a pheasant, Tereus a scalaphus and Nyctymene owls, Philomela a nightingale, Progny a swallow, Cadmus and his spouse Harmonia snakes, Dicertes a fish, Galanthes a weasel, and the warriors of Diomedes birds, while the companions of Ulysses were changed by Circe, the prototype of the modern witch, into swine. All these metamorphoses are adduced as the results of satanic agencies and proofs of the tendency of evil spirits to manifest themselves in bestial forms. Towards the end of the 9th century, the region about Rome was visited by a dire plague of locusts. A reward was offered for their extermination, and the peasants gathered and destroyed them by millions, but all efforts were in vain, since they propagated faster than it was possible to kill them. Finally, Pope Stephen Roman VI prepared great quantities of holy water and had the whole country sprinkled with it, whereupon the locusts immediately disappeared. The formula used in consecrating the water and devoting it to this purpose implies the diabolical character of the vermin against which it was directed. I adjure thee, creature water, I adjure thee by the living God, by him, who at the beginning separated thee from the dry land, by the true God, who caused thee to fertilize the garden of Eden and parted thee into 4 heads, by him, who at the marriage of Cana changed thee into wine, I adjure thee that thou mayst not suffer any imp or phantom to abide in thy substance, that thou mayst be endued with exercising power and become a source of salvation, so that when thou art sprinkled on the fruits of the field, on vines, on trees, on human habitations in the city or in the country, on stables, or on flocks, or if anyone may touch or taste thee, thou shalt become a remedy and a relief from the wiles of Satan, that through thee plagues and pestilence may be driven away, that through contact with the weevils and caterpillars, locusts and moles may be dispersed, and the maliciousness of all visible and invisible powers hostile to man may be brought to naught. In the prayers which follow, the water is entreated to preserve the fruits of the earth from insects, mice, moles, serpents, and other foul spirits. This subject was treated in a lively and entertaining manner by a Jesuit priest, Pierre Baugent, in a book entitled Amusement philosophique sur le langage des bestes, which was written in the form of a letter addressed to a lady and published at Paris in 1739. In the first place, the author refers to the intelligence shown by animals and refutes the Cartesian theory that they are mere machines or animated automata. This tenet, we may add, was not original with Descartes, but was set forth at length by a Spanish physician, Gomez Pereira, in a bulky Latin volume bearing the queer dedicatory title, Antoniana Margarita Opus Nemp Physicis, Medicis AC Theologes non minus util quam necessarium, and printed in 1554, nearly a century before the publication of Descartes, Meditations de Prima Philosophia and Principia Philosophiae, which began a new epoch in the history of philosophy. If animals are nothing but ingenious pieces of mechanism, argues the Jesuit father, then the feelings of a man towards his dog would not differ from those which he entertains towards his watch, and they would both inspire him with the same kind of affection. But such is not the case. Even the strictest Cartesian would never think of petting his chronometer as he pets his poodle, or would expect the former to respond to his caresses as the latter does. Practically, he subverts his own metaphysical system by the distinction which he makes between them, treating one as a machine and the other as a sentient being, endowed with mental powers and passions corresponding, in some degree, to those which he himself possesses. We infer from our own individual consciousness that other persons, who act as we do, are free and intelligent agents, as we claim to be. The same reasoning applies to the lower animals, whose manifestations of joy, sorrow, hope, fear, desire, love, hatred, and other emotions, akin to those passing in our own minds, prove that there is within them a spiritual principle, which does not differ essentially from the human soul. But this conclusion, he adds, is contrary to the teachings of the Christian religion, since it involves the immortality of animal souls and necessitates some provision for their reward or punishment in a future life. If they are capable of merits and demerits and can incur praise and blame, then they are worthy of retribution hereafter, and there must be a heaven and a hell prepared for them, so that the preeminence of a man over a beast as an object of God's mercy or wrath is lost. Beasts, in that case, would be a species of man or men a species of beast, both of which propositions are incompatible with the teachings of religion. The only means of reconciling these views, endowing animals with intellectual sense and immortal souls without running counter to Christian dogmas, is to assume that they are incarnations of evil spirits. Origen held that the scheme of redemption embraced also Satan and his satellites, who would be ultimately converted and restored to their primitive estate. Several patristic theologians endorsed this notion, but the Church rejected it as heretical. The devils are, therefore, from the standpoint of Catholic orthodoxy, irrevocably damned, and the blood of Christ has made no atonement for them. But, although their fate is sealed, their torments have not yet begun. If a man dies in his sins, his soul, as soon as it departs from his body, receives its sentence and goes straight to hell. The highest ecclesiastical authorities have decided that this is not true of devils, who, although condemned to everlasting fire, do not enter upon their punishment until after the judgment day. This view is supported by many passages and incidents of Holy Writ. Thus Christ declares that, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, he shall say unto them on his left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. Here it is not stated that the devils are already burning, but that the fire has been prepared for them, a form of expression which leads us to infer that they were not yet in it. Again, the devils, which Christ drove out of the two, exceeding fierce demoniacs, protested against such interference, saying, Art thou come hither to torment us before the time? This question has no significance unless we suppose that they had a right to inhabit such living beings as had been assigned to them, until the time of their torment should come on the last day. Pierre Baugent is furthermore of the opinion that, when these devils were sent miraculously, and therefore abnormally into the swine, they came into conflict with the devils already in possession of the pigs, and thus caused the whole herd to run violently down a steep place into the sea. Even a hog, he thinks, could not stand it to harbor more than one devil at a time, and would be driven to suicide by having an intrinsic and superfluous demon conjured into it. A still more explicit and decisive declaration on this point is found in the Epistle of Jude and the second Epistle of Peter, where it is stated that the angels which kept not their first estate the Lord hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. These words are to be understood figuratively, as referring to the irrevocableness of their doom and the durance vile to which they are meanwhile subjected. That they are held in some sort of temporary custody and are not actually undergoing, but still awaiting the punishment, which divine justice has imposed upon them, the sacred scriptures and the teachings of the Church leave no manner of doubt. Now the question arises as to what these legions of devils are doing in the meantime. Some of them are engaged in going to and fro in the earth and walking up and down in it, in order to spy out and take advantage of human infirmities. God himself makes use of them to test the fealty of men and their power of holding fast to their integrity under severe temptations, just as the Creator made fossils and concealed them in the different strata of the earth, in order to see whether Christian faith in the truth of revelation would be strong enough to resist the seductions of science falsely so called. Other devils enter into living human bodies and give themselves up to evil enchantments as wizards and witches. Others still reanimate corpses or assume the form and features of the dead and wander about as ghosts and hobgoblins. Not only were pagans regarded by the Christian Church as devil worshippers and exorcised before being baptized, but it is also a logical deduction from the doctrine of original sin that a devil takes possession of every child as soon as it is born and remains there until expelled by an ecclesiastical functionary, who combines the office of priest with that of conjurer and is especially appointed for this purpose. Hence arose the necessity of a brenunciation, as it was called, which preceded baptism in the Catholic Church and which Luther and the Anglican reformers retained. Before the candidate was christened, he was exorcised and adjured personally, if an adult, or through a sponsor, if an infant, to forsake the devil and all his works. These words, which still hold a place in the ritual, but are now repeated in a perfunctory manner by persons who have no conception of the magic potency formerly ascribed to them, are a survival of the old formula of exorcism. In the 17th century, there was a keen competition between the Roman Catholic and the Lutheran clergy in casting out devils, the former claiming that to them alone had been transmitted the exorcising power conferred by Christ upon his apostles. The Protestant churches finally gave up the hocus pocus, and during the 18th century, it fell into general discredit and disuse among them, although some of the stiffest and most conservative Lutherans never really abandoned it in principle and have recently endeavored to revive it in practice. The Catholic Church, on the contrary, still holds that men, women, and cattle may be possessed by devils and prescribes the means of their expulsion. In a work entitled Rituale Ecclesiasticum ad usum clericorum s. Francisci by Pater Franz Xaver Lobauer, Munich, 1851, there is a chapter on the mode of helping those who are afflicted by demons, modus juvandi afflictos a demon. The author maintains that nearly all so-called nervous diseases, hysteria, epilepsy, insanity, and milder forms of mental alienation are either the direct result of diabolical agencies or attended and greatly aggravated by them. A sound mind and a sound body may make a man devil-proof, but Satan is quick to take advantage of his infirmities in order to get possession of his person. The adversary is constantly lying in wait watching for and trying to produce physical derangements as breaches in the wall, through which he may rush in and capture the citadel of the soul. In all cases of this sort, the priest is to be called in with the physician, and the medicines are to be blessed and sprinkled with holy water before being administered. Exorcisms and conjurations are not only to be spoken over the patient, but also to be written on slips of consecrated paper and applied, like a plaster, to the parts especially affected. The physician should keep himself supplied with these written exorcisms, to be used when it is impossible for a priest to be present. As with patent medicines, the public is warned against counterfeits, and no exorcism is genuine unless it is stamped with the seal and bears the signature of the bishop of the diocese. According to Father Lobor, the demon is the efficient cause of the malady, and there can be no cure until the evil one is cast out. This is the office of the priest. The physician then heals the physical disorder, repairing the damage done to the body, and, as it were, stopping the gaps with his drugs so as to prevent the demon from getting in again. Thus, science and religion are reconciled and work together harmoniously for the healing of mankind. The Catholic Church has a general form of benedictio ad demone vexatorum, for the relief of those vexed by demons, and Pope Leo Roman XIII, who was justly esteemed as a man of more than ordinary intelligence and more thoroughly imbued with the modern spirit than any of his predecessors, composed and issued, November 19, 1890, a formula of exorcismus in Satanam et Angelos Apostatas worthy of a place in any medieval collection of conjurations. His Holiness never failed to repeat this exorcism in his daily prayers, and commended it to the bishops and other clergy as a potent means of warding off the assaults of Satan and of casting out devils. In 1849, the Bishop of Passau published a Manual Benedictionum, and as late as 1893, Dr. Theobald Biskopberger described and defended the practice of the papal see. In this respect, in a brochure printed in Stuttgart and entitled Die Verwaltung des Exorcistats nach Maßgabe der Römischen Benedictionale. That these formulas are still deemed highly efficacious is evident from the many recent cases in which they have been employed. Thus, in 1842, a devil named Rorororo took possession of a maiden of angelic beauty in Luxembourg and was cast out by Bishop Laurentius. This demon claimed to be one of the archangels expelled from heaven and appears to have rivaled Parson Stocker and Rector Allwart in anti-Semitic animosity. When the name of Jesus was mentioned, he cried out derisively, "Oh, that Jew, didn't he have to drink gall?" When commanded to depart, he begged that he might go into some Jew. The bishop, however, refused to give him leave and bade him go to hell, which he forthwith did, moaning as he went in melancholy tones that seemed to issue from the bowels of the earth, burning, burning, everlastingly burning in hell. The voice was so sad, adds the bishop, that we should have wept for sheer compassion had we not known that it was the devil. Again, a lay brother connected with an educational institute in Rome became diabolically possessed on January 3, 1887, and was exorcised by Father Jordan. In this instance, the leading spirit was Lucifer himself, attended by a host of satellites, of whom Lignifex, Latiber, Monitor, Ridu, Cephaly, Schulium, Hagenical, Exalter, and Raramfex were the most important. It took about an hour and a half to cast out these demons the first time, but they renewed their assaults on February 10th, 11th, and 17th, and were not completely discomfited and driven back into the infernal regions until February 23rd, and then only by using the water of Lourdes, which, as Father Jordan states, acted upon them like poison, causing them to writhe to and fro. Lucifer was especially rude and saucy in his remarks. Thus, for example, when Father Jordan said, "Every knee in heaven and on the earth shall bow to the name of Jesus," the fallen son of the morning retorted, "Not Lucy, not Lucy never." It would be easy to multiply authentic reports of things of this sort that have happened within the memory of the present generation, such as the exorcism of a woman of 27 at Laws in the Tyrol in the spring of 1892, and the expulsion of an evil spirit from a boy 10 years of age at Wemding in Bavaria by a Capuchin, Father Aurelian, July 13th and 14th, 1891, with the sanction of the bishops of Augsburg and Eichstätt. In the latter case, we have a circumstantial account of the affair by the exorcist himself, who, in conclusion, uses the following strong language: "Whosoever denies demoniacal possession in our days confesses thereby that he has gone astray from the teaching of the Catholic Church, but he will believe in it when he himself is in the possession of the devil in hell. As for myself, I have the authority of 2 bishops. In a pamphlet on this subject printed at Munich in 1892 and entitled Die Teufelsauftreibung in Wemding, the author, Richard Truffles, takes the same view, declaring that diabolical possession is an incontestable fact, confirmed by the traditions of all nations of ancient and modern times, by the unequivocal testimony of the Old and New Testaments, and by the teaching and practice of the Catholic Church. Christ, he says, gave his disciples power and authority over all devils to cast them out, and the same power is divinely conferred upon every priest by his consecration, although it is never to be exercised without the permission of his bishop. Doubtless modern science, by investigating the laws and forces of nature, is gradually diminishing the realm of superstition. But there are vast low-lying planes of humanity that have not yet felt its enlightening and elevating influence. It has been estimated that 9/10 of the rural population of Europe and 99/100 of the peasantry, living in the vicinity of a cloister and darkened by its shadow, believe in the reality of diabolical possession and attribute most maladies of men and murrain in cattle to the direct agency of Satan, putting their faith in the metaphysical aid of the conjurer rather than in medical advice and veterinary skill. Unfortunately, this belief is not confined to Catholics and Boers, but is held by Protestants, who are considered persons of education and superior culture. Dr. Lyman Abbott asserted in a sermon preached in Plymouth Church that what we call the impulses of our lower nature are the whispered suggestions of fiend-like natures, watching for our fall and exultant if they can accomplish it. But while affirming that evil spirits exercise an influence over mankind, and that cranks like Guido, the assassin of President Garfield, are diabolically possessed, the Reverend Divine would hardly risk his reputation for sanity by attempting to exorcise the supposed demon. The Catholic priest holds the same view, but has the courage of his convictions and goes solemnly to work with bell, book, and candle to effect the expulsion of the indwelling fiend. The fact that such methods of healing are sometimes successful is adduced as conclusive proof of their miraculous character, but this inference is wholly incorrect. Professor Dr. Hopp, in an essay on Der Teufels Ungeisterglaube und die psychologische Erklärung des Besessenseins, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, BD, LV, p. 290, gives a psychological explanation of these puzzling phenomena. The priest, he says, exerts a salutary influence upon the brain through the respect and dignity which he inspires, just as Christ in his day wrought upon those who were sick and possessed with devils. Indeed, it is expressly stated by the evangelist that Jesus did not attempt to do wonderful works among people who did not believe. According to this theory, the exorcism effects a cure by its powerful action on the imagination, just as there are frequent ailments, for which a wise physician administers bread pills and a weak solution of powdered sugar as the safest and best medicaments. Professor Hopp, therefore, approves of priestly conjurations for the expulsion of devils as a psychical means of healing, and thinks that the more ceremoniously the rite can be performed in the presence of grave and venerable witnesses, the more effective it will be. This opinion is endorsed by a Catholic priest, Friedrich Jaskowski, in a pamphlet entitled Der Trierer Rock und sen Patient Vomjar, 1891, Saarbrücken, Carl Schmidt, 1894. The author belongs to the Diocese of Trier and is therefore under the jurisdiction of the bishop, Dr. Felix Coram, whose statements concerning the miracles wrought and the evidences of divine mercy manifested during the exhibition of the Holy Coat. In 1891, he courageously reviews and conclusively refutes. The bishop had printed what he called documentary proofs, consisting of certificates issued by obscure curates and country doctors, that certain persons suffering chiefly from diseases of the nervous system had been healed, and sought to discover in these cures the working of divine agencies. Jaskowski shows that in several instances the persons said to have found relief died shortly afterwards, and maintains that where cures actually occurred they were not due to a miracle or any direct interference of God with the established order of things, but happened in a purely natural manner. He quotes the late Professor Charcot, Dr. Forel, and other neuropathologists to establish the fact that heterosuggestion emanating from a physician or priest, or autosuggestion originating in the person's own mind, may often be the most effective remedy for neurotic disorders of every kind. In autosuggestion, the patient is possessed with the fixed idea that the doing of a certain thing, which may be in itself absolutely indifferent, will afford relief. As an example of this faith cure, Jaskowski refers to the woman who was diseased with an issue of blood and approaching Jesus said within herself, "If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole." This is precisely the position taken by Jesus himself, who turned to the woman and said, "Daughter, be of good comfort, thy faith hath made thee whole." Jaskowski also quotes the declaration of the evangelist referred to above, that in a certain place the people's lack of faith prevented Jesus from doing many wondrous works, and does not deny that on this principle, which is now recognized by the most eminent physicians, some few of the hundreds of pilgrims may have been restored to health by touching the holy coat of Trier. And there is no doubt that the popular belief in Bishop Quorum's assertion that it is the same garment which Jesus wore and the woman touched would greatly increase its healing efficacy through the force of autosuggestion. See my article on recent recrudescence of superstition in Appleton's Popular Science Monthly for Oct. 1895, pp. 760–66. The Bishop of Bamberg in Bavaria has been stigmatized as a hypocrite because he sends the infirm of his flock on a pilgrimage to Lourdes or Laz or some other holy shrine, while he prefers for himself the profane waters of Carlsbad or Kissingen. But in so doing, he is not guilty of any inconsistency, since a journey to sacred places and contact with sacred relics would not act upon him with the same force as upon the ignorant and superstitious masses of his diocese. His conduct only evinces his disbelief in the supernatural character of the remedies he prescribes. The distinguished French physician, Professor Charcot, as already mentioned, recognized the curative power of faith under certain circumstances, and occasionally found it eminently successful in hysterical and other purely nervous affections. In some cases, he did not hesitate to prescribe a pilgrimage to the shrine of any saint for whom the patient may have had a peculiar reverence, but in no instance in his experience did faith or exorcism or hagiolatry heal an organic disease, set a dislocated joint, or restore an amputated limb. What Falstaff says of honor is equally true of faith: it hath no skill in surgery. But to return from this digression, Pierre Bougient's theory of the diabolical possession of pagans and unbaptized persons would provide for comparatively few devils, and the gradual diffusion of Christianity would constantly diminish the supply of human beings available as their proper habitations. The ultimate conversion of the whole world and the custom of baptizing infants as soon as they are born would, therefore, produce serious domiciliary destitution and distress among the evil spirits, and set immense numbers of them hopelessly adrift as vagabonds, and thus create an extremely undesirable diabolical proletariat. This difficulty is avoided by assuming that the vast majority of devils are incarnate in the billions of beasts of all kinds, which dwell upon the earth or fly in the air or fill the waters of the rivers and the seas. This hypothesis, he adds, enables me to ascribe to the lower animals thought, knowledge, feeling, and a spiritual principle or soul without running counter to the truths of religion. Indeed, so far from being astonished at their manifestations of intelligence, foresight, memory, and reason, I am rather surprised that they do not display these qualities in a higher degree, since their soul is probably far more perfect than ours. Their defects are, as I have discovered, owing to the fact that in brute as in us, the mind works through material organs, and inasmuch as these organs are grosser and less perfect in the lower animals than in man, it follows that their exhibitions of intelligence, their thoughts, and all their mental operations must be less perfect. And if these proud spirits are conscious of their condition, how humiliating it must be for them to see themselves thus imbruted. Whether they are conscious of it or not, this deep degradation is the first act of God's vengeance executed on his foes. It is a foretaste of hell. Only by such an assumption, as our author proceeds to show, is it possible to justify the ways of man to the lower animals and to reconcile his cruel treatment of them with the goodness of an all-wise and all-powerful maker and ruler of the universe. For this reason, he goes on to explain, the Christian Church has never deemed it a duty to take the lower animals under its protection or to inculcate ordinary natural kindness towards them. Hence, in countries like Italy and Spain, where the influence of Catholicism has been supreme for centuries. Not only are wild birds and beasts of chase relentlessly slaughtered and exterminated, but even useful domestic animals, asses, sumpter mules, and pack horses, are subjected to a supererogation of suffering at the hands of ruthless man. As the pious Parsi conscientiously comes up to the help of Ahura Mazda against the malevolent Angro-Maniash by killing as many as possible of the creatures which the latter has made, so the good Catholic becomes an efficient co-worker with God by maltreating brutes, and thus aiding the Almighty in punishing the devils, of which they are the visible and bruisable forms. Whatever pain is inflicted is felt, not by the physical organism, but by the animated spirit. It is the embodied demon that really suffers, howling in the beaten dog and squealing in the butchered pig. There are doubtless many persons of tender susceptibilities who cannot bear to think that the animals, whose daily companionship we enjoy, the parrot we feed with sugar, the pretty pug we caress, and the noble horse which ministers to our comfort and convenience, are nothing but devils predestined to everlasting torture. But these purely sentimental considerations are of no weight in the scale of reason. What matters it, replies the Jesuit father, whether it is a devil or another kind of creature that is in our service or contributes to our amusement? For my part, this idea pleases rather than repels me, and I recognize with gratitude the beneficence of the Creator in having provided me with so many little devils for my use and entertainment. If it be said that these poor creatures, which we have learned to love and so fondly cherish, are foreordained to eternal torments, I can only adore the decrees of God, but do not hold myself responsible for the terrible sentence. I leave the execution of the dread decision to the sovereign judge and continue to live with my little devils, as I live pleasantly with a multitude of persons, of whom, according to the teachings of our holy religion, the great majority will be damned. The crafty disciple of Loyola, elusive of disagreeable deductions, is content to accept the poodle in its phenomenal form and to make the most of it, without troubling himself about des pudels Curnow. This doctrine, he thinks, is amply illustrated and confirmed by an appeal to the consentient opinion of mankind or the argument from universal belief, which has been so often and so effectively urged in proof of the existence of God. If the maxim universitas non delinquit has the same validity in the province of philosophy as in that of law, then we are justified in assuming that the whole human race cannot go wrong even in purely metaphysical speculation, and that unanimity in error is a psychological impossibility. The criterion of truth, quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus, by which the Roman hierarchy is willing to have its claims to ecclesiastical Catholicity and doctrinal orthodoxy tested, is confined to Christendom in its application, and does not consider the views of persons outside of the body of believers. In the question under discussion, the argument is not subject to such limitations, but gathers testimony from all races and religions, showing that there is not a civilized nation or savage tribe on the face of the earth, which does not regard or has not regarded the lower animals as embodiments of evil spirits and sought to propitiate them. That the devil is an ass is a truth so palpable that it has passed into a proverb. Baal-zebub means fly god, and the Christian Satan betrays his presence by the cloven foot of the goat or the solid hoof of the horse. In folklore, which is the debris of exploded mythologies adrift on the stream of popular tradition, cats, dogs, otters, apes, ravens, blackcocks, capercailzies, rabbits, hedgehogs, wolves, werewolves, foxes, polecats, swine, serpents, toads, and countless varieties of insects, reptiles, and vermin figure as incarnations and instruments of the devil. And Mephistopheles reveals himself to Faust as der Herr der Ratten und der Maus, der Fliegen, Frosch, Wahnsinn, Laws. The Lord of rats and of the mice, of flies and frogs, bedbugs and lice. The worship of animals originates in the belief that they are embodiments of devils, so that zoolatry, which holds such a prominent place in primitive religions, is only a specific form of demonolatry. The objection that a flea or a fly, a mite or a mosquito is too small a creature to furnish fit lodgment for a demon, Father Baugent dismisses with an indulgent smile and disparaging shrug, as implying a gross misconception of the nature and properties of spirit, which is without extension or dimension, and therefore capable of animating the most diminutive particle of organized matter. Large and little are purely relative terms. God, he says, could have made man as small as the tiniest pucerin without any decrease of his spiritual powers. It is, therefore, no more difficult to believe that a devil may be incorporated in the delicate body of a gnat than in the huge bulk of an elephant. The size of the physical habitation, in which spirits take up their temporary abode, is a thing of no consequence. In fact, devils in the forms of gnats and tiny insects were thought to be especially dangerous, since one might swallow them unawares and thus become diabolically possessed. The demon, liberated by the death and dissolution of the insect, was supposed to make a tenement of the unfortunate person's stomach, producing gripes and playing ventriloquist tricks. Thus it is recorded in the Dies Caniculaires of Magellus, Mayer. Der Aberglaube des Mittelalters, p. 296-7, that a young maiden in the Erzgebirge near Joachimsthal, in 1559, swallowed a fly while drinking beer. The evil spirit, incarnate in the fly, took possession of the maiden and began to speak out of her, thus attracting crowds of people, who put questions to the devil and tried to drive him out by prayers, in which the unhappy girl sometimes joined, greatly to her discomfort, since the devil waxed exceeding wroth and unruly and caused her much suffering, whenever she uttered the name of Christ. Finally, the parish priest had her brought into the church, where he succeeded with considerable difficulty in exorcising her. The stubborn demon resisted for 2 years all efforts to cast him out. He even tried to compromise with the girl, promising to be content with a finger-nail or a single hair of her head, but she declined all overtures, and he was at last expelled by means of a potent conjuration, which lasted from midnight till midday. As the human soul is released by death, so the extinction of life in any animal sets its devil free, who, instead of entering upon a spiritual state of existence, goes into the egg or embryo of another animal and resumes his penal bondage to the flesh. Thus a devil, after having been a cat or a goat, may pass, not by choice, but by constraint, into the embryo of a bird, a fish, or a butterfly. Happy are those who make a lucky hit and become household pets, instead of beasts of burden or of slaughter. The lottery of destiny bars them the right of voluntary choosing. The doctrine of transmigration, continues our author, which Pythagoras taught of yore and some Indian sages hold today, is untenable in its application to men and contrary to religion, but it fits admirably into the system already set forth concerning the nature of beasts, and shocks neither our faith nor our reason. Furthermore, it explains why all species of animals produce many more eggs or embryos than are necessary to propagate their kind and to provide for a normal increase. Of the millions of germs, of which great creating nature is so prolific, comparatively few ever develop into living creatures. Only those which are vivified by a devil are evolved into complete organisms, the others perish. This seeming superfluity and waste can be most easily reconciled with the careful economy and wise frugality of nature by viewing it as a manifestation of the bountiful and beneficent providence of God in preventing any lack of occupation or abode on the part of the devils, which are being constantly disembodied and re-embodied. This accounts for the prodigious clouds of locusts and countless hosts of caterpillars, which suddenly desolate our fields and gardens. The cause of these astonishing multiplications has been sought in cold, heat, rain, and wind. But the real reason is that, at the time of their appearance, extraordinary quantities of animals have died or their embryos been destroyed, so that the devils that animated them were compelled to avail themselves at once of whatever species they found most ready to receive them, which would naturally be the superabundant eggs of insects. The more profoundly this subject is investigated, he concludes, and the more light our observations and researches throw upon it from all sides, the more probable does the hypothesis here suggested in explanation of the puzzling phenomena of animal life and intelligence appear. Father Baugent calls his lucubration a new system of philosophy, but this is not strictly true. He has only given a fuller and more facetious exposition of a doctrine taught by many of the greatest lights of the Catholic Church, among others by Thomas Aquinas, whose authority as a thinker Pope Leo XIII distinctly recognized and earnestly sought to restore to its former prestige. Baugent's ingenious dissertation has a vein of irony, or at least a strain of jocundity in it. approaching at times so perilously near the fatal brink of persiflage that one cannot help surmising an intention to render the whole thing ridiculous in a witty and underhand way eminently compatible with Jesuitical habits of mind. But whether serious or satirical, his treatise is an excellent example and illustration of the kind of dialectic hair-splitting and syllogistic rubbish, which passed for reasoning in the early and Middle Ages of the Christian era, and which the greatest scholars and acutest intellects of those days fondly indulged in and seem to have been fully satisfied with. Here, too, we come upon the metaphysical and theological groundwork, upon which was reared by a strictly logical process a vast superstructure of ecclesiastical excommunication and criminal prosecution against bugs and beasts. He protests with never-tiring and needless iteration his absolute devotion to the precepts of religion. Indeed, like the lady in the play, he protests too much, methinks. In all humbleness and submission, he bows to the authority of the Church, and would not touch the ark of the covenant even with the tip of his finger. But his easy acquiescence has an air of perfunctoriness, and in his assenting lips there lurks a secret, semi-sarcastic leer, which casts suspicion on his words and looks like poking fun at the principles he professes and turning them into raillery. Indeed, such covert derision would have been a suitable way of ridiculing the gross popular superstition of his time, which saw a diabolical incarnation in every unfamiliar form of animal life. During the latter half of the 16th century, a Swiss naturalist named Thurneysser, who held the position of physician in ordinary to the Elector Johann Georg von Brandenburg, kept some scorpions bottled in olive oil, which were feared by the common people as terrible devils endowed with magic power, fürchterlich Zauberteufel. Thurneysser presented also to Basel, his native city, a large elk, which had been given to him by Prince Radziwill. But the good Baslers looked upon the strange animal as a most dangerous demon, and a pious old woman finally rid the town of the dreaded beast by feeding it with an apple stuck full of broken needles. A distinguished Spanish theologian of the 16th century, Martin Azpilcueta, commonly known as Dr. Navarre, refers in his work on excommunication to a case in which anathemas were fulminated against certain large sea creatures called terons, which infested the waters of Sorrento and destroyed the nets of the fishermen. He speaks of them as fish or cacodemons, Pisces seu cacodemons, and maintains that they are subject to anathematization, not as fish, but only as devils. In his 5 counsels and other tractates on this subject, Opera, Lyon, 1589 reprinted at Venice, 16012, and at Cologne, 1616, he often takes issue with Chassenée on minor points, but the French jurist and the Spanish divine agree on the main question. In this connection, it may be a matter of interest to add that a German neuropathologist of our own day, Herr von Bodelschwing, ascribes epilepsy to what he calls demonic infection due to the presence of the Bacillus infernalis in the blood of those who are subject to this disease. The microbe, to which the jocose scientist has been pleased to give this name, differs from all other bacilli hitherto discovered in having 2 horns and a tail, although the most powerful lenses have not yet revealed any traces of a cloven foot. An additional indication of its infernal qualities is the fact that it liquefies the gelatine, with which it comes in contact, and turns it black, emitting at the same time a pestilential stench. Doubtless this discovery will be hailed by theologians as a striking confirmation of divine revelation by modern science, proving that our forefathers were right in attributing the falling sickness to diabolical agencies. We know now that it was a legion of bacilli infernals which went out of the tomb-haunting man into the Gadarene swine and drove them tumultuously over a precipice into the sea. In fact, who can tell what microbes really are? Pierre Baugint would certainly have regarded them as nothing less than microscopic devils. The Savoyan jurist, Gaspard Bailly, in the second part of the disquisition entitled Traité des Monitoires, already mentioned, treats of the excellence of monitories, and discusses the main points touching the criminal prosecution and punishment of insects. He begins by saying that one should not contemn monitories, a general term for anathemas, bans, and excommunications, seeing that they are matters of great importance inasmuch as they bear with them the deadliest sword, wielded by our Holy Mother, the Church, to wit, the power of excommunication, which cutteth the dry wood and the green, sparing neither the quick nor the dead, and smiting not only rational beings, but turning its edge also against irrational creatures. Since it hath been shown at sundry times and in divers places that worms and insects, which were devouring the fruits of the earth, have been excommunicated, and, in obedience to the commands of the Church, have withdrawn from the cultivated fields to the places prescribed by the bishop who had been appointed to adjudge and to adjure them. M. Bailey then cites numerous instances of this kind, in which a writer on logic would find ample illustrations of the fallacy known as post hoc ergo propter hoc. Thus, in the latter half of the 15th century, during the reign of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, a plague of locusts threatened the province of Mantua in northern Italy with famine, but were dispersed by excommunication. He quotes some florid lines from the poet Altiat descriptive of these devastating swarms, which came, after so many other woes, under the leadership of Eurus, i.e. brought by the east wind, more destructive than the hordes of Attila or the camps of Corsicans, devouring the hay, the millet, and the corn, and leaving only vain wishes where the hopes of Auguste stood. Again, in 1541, a cloud of locusts fell upon Lombardy, and by destroying the crops, caused many persons to perish with hunger. These insects were as long as a man's finger, with large heads and bellies filled with vileness, and when dead, they infected the air and gave forth a stench, which even carrion kites and carnivorous beasts could not endure. Another instance is given, in which swarms of four-winged insects came from Tartary, identified in the popular mind with Tartarus, obscuring the sun in their flight and covering the plains of Poland a cubit deep. In the year 1338, on St. Bartholomew's Day, these creatures began to devastate the region round Botzen in the Tyrol, consuming the crops and laying eggs and leaving a numerous progeny, which seemed destined to continue the work of destruction indefinitely. A prosecution was therefore instituted against them before the ecclesiastical court at Caltern, a large market town about 10 miles south of Botzen, then as now famous for its wines, and the parish priest instructed to proceed against them with the sentence of excommunication in accordance with the verdict of the tribunal. This he did by the solemn ceremony of inch of candle, and anathematized them in the name of the blessed Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Owing to the sins of the people and their remissness in the matter of tithes, the devouring insects resisted for a time the power of the Church, but finally disappeared, under the reign of Litharius Roman II. Early in the 12th century, enormous quantities of locusts, having 6 wings with 2 teeth harder than flint, and darkening the sky and whitening the air like a snowstorm, laid waste the most fertile provinces of France. Many of them perished in the rivers and the sea, and being washed ashore sent forth a putrescent smell and produced a fearful pestilence. Precisely the same phenomenon, with like disastrous results, is described by St. Augustine in the last book of De Civitate Dei as having occurred in Africa and caused the death of 800,000 persons. In the majority of cases adduced, there is no evidence that the Church intervened at all with its fulminations, and, even when the anathema was pronounced, the insects appear to have departed of their own free will after having eaten up every green thing and reduced the inhabitants to the verge of starvation. And yet M. Bailey, supposed to be a man of judicial mind, disciplined by study, accustomed to reason and to know what sound reasoning is, goes on giving accounts of such scourges, as though they proved in some mysterious way the effectiveness of ecclesiastical excommunications and formed a cumulative argument in support of such claims. The most important portion of M. Bailey's work is that in which he shows how actions of this kind should be brought and conducted, with specimens of plaints, pleas, replications, rejoinders, and decisions. First in order comes the petition of the inhabitant seeking redress, request des habitans, which is followed in regular succession by the declaration or plea of the inhabitants, plaidire des habitans, the defensive allegation or plea for the insects, plaidire pour les insects, the replication of the inhabitants, réplique des habitans, the rejoinder of the defendant, réplique du défendeur, the conclusions of the bishop's proctor, conclusions du procureur episcopal, and the sentence of the ecclesiastical judge, sentence du juge d'église, which is solemnly pronounced in Latin. The pleadings on both sides are delivered in French and richly interlarded with classical allusions and Latin quotations, being even more heavily weighted with the spoils of erudition than the set speech of a member of the British Parliament. The following abridgment of the plea, in which the prosecuting attorney sets forth the cause of complaint, is a fair specimen of the forensic eloquence displayed on such occasions. Gentlemen, these poor people on their knees and with tearful eyes appeal to your sense of justice, as the inhabitants of the islands Majorca and Minorca formerly sent an embassy to Augustus Caesar, praying him for a cohort of soldiers to exterminate the rabbits, which were burrowing in their fields and consuming their crops. In the power of excommunication, you have a weapon more effective than any wielded by that emperor, to save these poor suppliants from impending famine produced by the ravages of little beasts, which spare neither the corn nor the vines, ravages like those of the boar that laid waste the environs of Calydon, as related by Homer in the first book of the Iliad, or those of the foxes sent by Themis to Thebes, which destroyed the fruits of the earth and the cattle, and assailed even the husbandmen themselves. You know how great are the evils which famine brings with it, and you have too much kindness and compassion to permit my clients to be involved in such distress, thus constraining them to perpetrate cruel and unlawful deeds. Nec enim rationem patitor, nec ulla equitate mitigator, nec pris ulla flectitor essuriens populus. For a starving people is not amenable to reason, nor tempered by equity, nor moved by any prayer. Witness the mothers, of whom it is recorded in the 4th book of the Kings, that they ate their own children, the one saying to the other, "Give thy son that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow." The advocate then discourses at length of the horrors of hunger, and its disastrous effects upon the individual and the community, lugging in what Milton calls a horse-load of citations from Arrianus Marcellinus, Ovid, and other Latin prosaists and poets, introduces an utterly irrelevant allusion to Joshua and the crafty Gibeonites, and concludes as follows. The full reports received as the result of an examination of the fields, made at your command, suffice for your information concerning the damage done by these animals. It remains, therefore, after complying with the usual forms, only to adjudicate upon the case in accordance with the facts stated in the petition of the plaintiffs, which is right and reasonable, and, to this effect, to enjoin these animals from continuing their devastations, ordering them to quit the aforesaid fields and to withdraw to the place assigned them, pronouncing the necessary anathemas and execrations prescribed by our Holy Mother, the Church, for which your petitioners do ever pray. It is doubtful whether any speaking for buncombe in the halls of Congress or any spouting of an ignorant bumpkin in the moot court of an American law school ever produced such a rhetorical hodgepodge of matter and impertinency mixed as the earnest plea, of which the above is a brief abstract. Rather more to the point, but equally overburdened with legal lore and literary pedantry, is the rejoinder of the counsel for the insects. Gentlemen, inasmuch as you have chosen me to defend these little beasts, bestioles, I shall, an it please you, endeavor to right them, and to show that the manner of proceeding against them is invalid and void. I confess that I am greatly astonished at the treatment they have been subjected to and at the charges brought against them, as though they had committed some crime. Thus information has been procured touching the damage said to have been done by them. They have been summoned to appear before this court to answer for their conduct, and, since they are notoriously dumb, the judge, wishing that they should not suffer wrong on account of this defect, has appointed an advocate to speak in their behalf, and to set forth in conformity with right and justice the reasons, which they themselves are unable to allege. Since you have permitted me to appear in defense of these poor animals, I will state, in the first place, that the summons served on them is null and void, having been issued against beasts, which cannot and ought not to be cited before this judgment seat, inasmuch as such a procedure implies that the parties summoned are endowed with reason and volition, and are therefore capable of committing crime. That this is not the case with these creatures is clear from the paragraph C quadrupes, etc., in the first book of the Appendix, where we find these words, Nec enim potest animal injurium fessus, quod sensu caret. The second ground, on which I base the defense of my clients, is that no one can be judicially summoned without cause, and whoever has had such a summons served renders himself liable to the penalty prescribed by the statute depone. Tem. Litig. As regards these animals, there is no causa justa litigandi. They are not bound in any manner non tenenter ex contractu, being incompetent to make contracts or to enter into any compact or covenant whatsoever. Nec ex quaes, contractu, nec ex stipulation, nec ex pacto, and still less ex delicto seu quaes. Can there be any question of a delict or any semblance thereof? Since, as has just been shown, the rational faculties essential to the capability of committing criminal actions are wanting. Furthermore, it is illicit to do that which is nugatory and of non-effect, quini port quo. In this respect, justice is like nature, which, as the philosopher affirms, does nothing mal a propos or in vain. Deus enim et natura nihil operantur frustra. Now I leave it to you to decide whether anything could be more futile than to summon these irrational creatures, which can neither speak for themselves, nor appoint proxies to defend their cause. Still less are they able to present memorials stating grounds of their justification. If then, as I have shown, the summons, which is the basis of all judicial action, is null and void, the proceedings dependent upon it will not be able to stand. Cum enim principales causa non consistet, nec equi consequenter locum habent. The counsel for the defense rests his argument, of which the extract just given may suffice as a sample, upon the irrationality and consequent irresponsibility of his clients. For this reason, he maintains that the judge cannot appoint a procurator to represent them, and cites legal authorities to show that the incompetency of the principal implies the incompetency of the proxy, in conformity with the maxim. Quod direct feri prohibiter, per indirectum concedi non debet. In like manner, the invalidity of the summons bars any charge of contempt of court and condemnation for contumacy. Furthermore, the very nature of excommunication is such that it cannot be pronounced against them, since it is defined as extra ecclesiam positio, vel e grave qualibet communione, vel qualibet legitimo actu separatio. But these animals cannot be expelled from the church, because they are not members of it and do not fall under its jurisdiction, as the Apostle Paul says, "Ye judge them that are within and not them also that are without." Excommunicatio efficit animam, non corpus, nisi per quondam consequentiam, cujus medicina est. The animal soul, not being immortal, cannot be affected by such sentence, which involves the loss of eternal salvation, qui vergit in dispendium aeterni salutis. A still more important consideration is that these insects are only exercising an innate right conferred upon them at their creation, when God expressly gave them every green herb for meat, a right which cannot be curtailed or abrogated, simply because it may be offensive to man. In support of this view, he quotes passages from Cicero's treatise De Officiis, the Epistle of Jude, and the works of Thomas Aquinas. Finally, he maintains that his clients are agents of the Almighty sent to punish us for our sins, and to hurl anathemas against them would be to fight against God SN Prenderedia, who has said, "I will send wild beasts among you, which shall destroy you and your cattle and make you few in number." That all flesh has corrupted its way upon the earth, he thinks is as true now as before the deluge, and cites about a dozen lines from the Metamorphoses of Ovid in confirmation of this fact. In conclusion, he demands the acquittal of the defendants, and their exemption from all further prosecution. The prosecuting attorney in his replication answers these objections in regular order, showing, in the first place, that, while the law may not punish an irrational creature for a crime already committed, it may intervene, as in the case of an insane person, to prevent the commission of a crime by putting the madman in a straitjacket or throwing him into prison. He elucidates this principle by a rather far-fetched illustration from the legal enactments concerning betrothal and breach of promise of marriage. It follows then inferentially that the aforesaid animals can be properly summoned to appear, and that the summons is valid, inasmuch as this is done in order to prevent them from causing damage henceforth, doors and avant, and only incidentally to punish them for injuries already inflicted. To affirm that such animals cannot be anathematized and excommunicated is to doubt the authority conferred by God upon his dear spouse, the Church, whom he has made the sovereign of the whole world, having, in the words of the psalmist, put all things under her feet, all sheep and oxen, the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. Guided by the Holy Spirit, she does nothing unwisely, And if there is anything in which she should show forth her power, it is in protecting and preserving the most perfect work of her heavenly husband, to wit, man, who was made in the divine image and likeness. The orator then dilates on the grandeur and glory of man, and interlards his harangue with quotations from sacred and profane writers, Moses, Paul, Pliny, Ovid, Silius Italicus, and Pico di Mirandola, and declares that nothing could be more absurd than to deprive such a being of the fruits of the earth for the sake of vile and paltry vermin. In reply to the statement of Thomas Aquinas, quoted by the counsel for the defense, that it is futile to curse animals as such, the plaintiff's advocate says that they are not viewed merely as animals, but as creatures doing harm to man by eating and wasting the products of the soil designed for human sustenance. In other words, he ascribes to them a certain diabolical character. But why dwell upon this point, since besides the instances recorded in Holy Writ, in which God curses inanimate things and irrational creatures, we have an infinite number of examples of holy men who have excommunicated noxious animals. It will suffice to mention one familiar to us all and constantly before our eyes in the town of Aix, where Saint Hugon, Bishop of Grenoble, excommunicated the serpents, which infested the warm baths and killed many of the inhabitants by biting them. Now it is well known that if the serpents in that place or in the immediate vicinity bite anyone, the bite is no longer fatal. The venom of the reptile was stayed and annulled by virtue of the excommunication, so that no hurt ensues from the bite, although the bite of the same kind of serpent outside of the region affected by the ban is followed by death. That serpents and other poisonous reptiles could be deprived of their venom by enchantment and thus rendered harmless is in accord with the teachings of the Bible. Thus we read in Ecclesiastes, X11, "Surely the serpent will bite without enchantment, i.e., unless it be enchanted and its bite disenvenomed." A curious superstition concerning the adder is referred to in the Psalms, LVI 4:5, where the wicked are said to be, like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. The Lord is also represented by Jeremiah, Roman 8:17, as threatening to send serpents, cockatrices among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you. It does not seem to have occurred to the prosecutor that the defendants might be locusts, which would not be excommunicated. The objection that God has sent these insects as a scourge, and that to anathematize them would be to fight against him, is met by saying that to have recourse to the offices of the Church is an act of religion, which does not resist, but humbly recognizes the divine will and makes use of the means appointed for averting the divine wrath and securing the divine favor. After the advocates had finished their pleadings, the case was summed up by the episcopal procurator substantially as follows. The arguments offered by the counsel for the defense against the proceedings instituted by the inhabitants as complainants are worthy of careful consideration and deserve to be examined soberly and maturely. Because the bolt of excommunication should not be hurled recklessly, and at random à la volée, being a weapon of such peculiar energy and activity that, if it fails to strike the object against which it is hurled, it returns to smite him who hurled it. This notion that an anathema is a dangerous missile to him who hurls it unlawfully or for an unjust purpose, retroacting like an Australian boomerang, survives in the homely proverb, "Curses, like chickens, come home to roost." The bishop's proctor reviews the speeches of the lawyers, but seems to have his brains somewhat muddled by them. "It is truly a deep sea," he says, "in which it is impossible to touch bottom. We cannot tell why God has sent these animals to devour the fruits of the earth. This is for us a sealed book," Letters closes. He suggests it may be because the people turn a deaf ear to the poor begging at their doors, and goes off into a long eulogy on the beauty of charity, with an anthology of extracts from various writers in praise of almsgiving, among which is one from Eusebius descriptive of hell as a cold region, where the wailing and gnashing of teeth are attributed to the torments of eternal frost instead of everlasting fire, liberaboris ab illo frigor, in quo erit fletus et stridor dentium. Again, the plague of insects may be due to irreverence shown in the churches, which, he declares, have been changed from the house of God into houses of assignation. On this point, he quotes from Tertullian, Augustine, and Numa Pompilius, and concludes by recommending that sentence of excommunication be pronounced upon the insects, and that the prayers and penances customary in such cases be imposed upon the inhabitants. After this discourse, which reads more like a homily from the pulpit than a plea at the bar, and in the mouth of the bishop's proctor is simply an oratio pro domo, the official gave judgment in favor of the plaintiffs. The sentence, which was pronounced in Latin befitting the dignity and solemnity of the occasion, condemned the defendants to vacate the premises within 6 days on pain of anathema. The official begins by stating the case as that of the people versus locusts, declaring that the guilt of the accused has been clearly proved by the testimony of worthy witnesses and, as it were, by public rumor. And inasmuch as the people have humbled themselves before God and supplicated the Church to succor them in their distress, it is not fitting to refuse them help and solace. Walking in the footsteps of the fathers, sitting on the judgment seat, having the fear of God before our eyes and confiding in His mercy, relying on the counsel of experts, we pronounce and publish our sentence as follows. In the name and by virtue of God, the omnipotent, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and of Mary, the most blessed Mother of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by the authority of the holy apostles Peter and Paul, as well as by that which has made us a functionary in this case, we admonish by these presents the aforesaid locusts and grasshoppers and other animals by whatsoever name they may be called, under pain of malediction and anathema, to depart from the vineyards and fields of this district within 6 days from the publication of this sentence, and to do no further damage there or elsewhere. If, on the expiration of this period, the animals have refused to obey this injunction, then they are to be anathematized and accursed, and the inhabitants of all classes are to beseech Almighty God, the dispenser of all good gifts and the dispeller of all evils, to deliver them from so great a calamity, not forgetting to join with devout supplications the performance of all good works, and especially the payment of tithes without fraud according to the approved custom of the parish, and to abstain from blasphemies and such other sins as are of a public and particularly offensive character. Vide Appendix B. It is doubtful whether one could find in the ponderous tomes of scholastic divinity anything surpassing in comical non sequiturs and sheer nonsense the forensic eloquence of eminent lawyers as transmitted to us in the records of legal proceedings of this kind. Although the counsel for the defendants, as we have seen, ventured to question the propriety and validity of such prosecutions, his skepticism does not seem to have been taken seriously, but was evidently smiled at as the trick of a pettifogger bound to use every artifice to clear his clients. In the writings of medieval jurisprudence, the right and fitness of inflicting judicial punishment upon animals appear to have been generally admitted. Thus Guy Pape, in his Decisions of the Parliament of Grenoble, 238, raises the query whether a brute beast, if it commit a crime, as pigs sometimes do in devouring children, ought to suffer death, and answers the question unhesitatingly in the affirmative. Si animal brutum delinquat, sicut quandoque faciant porci qui commetunt puros and debit mori, dico quod sic. Jean Duret, in his elaborate treatise on pains and penalties, Traité des peines et des amends, p. 250, cf. Thames Juris Consult, Roman 8. p. 57, takes the same view, declaring that if beasts not only wound, but kill and eat any person, as experience has shown to happen frequently in cases of little children being eaten by pigs, they should pay the forfeit of their lives and be condemned to be hanged and strangled, in order to efface the memory of the enormity of the deed. The distinguished Belgian jurist, Jodocus Damhouder, discusses this question in his Rerum Criminalium Praxis, cap. Cxle, and holds that the beast is punishable if it commits the crime through natural malice, and not through the instigation of others, but that the owner can redeem it by paying for the damage done. Nevertheless, he is not permitted to keep ferocious or malicious beasts and let them run at large, so as to be a constant peril to the community. Occasionally, a more enlightened jurist had the common sense and courage to protest against such perversions and travesties of justice. Thus Pierre Hérault, lieutenant criminal au siège présidial d'Angers, published at Angers in 1591 a small quarto entitled Des procès faits au cadavre, aux senders à la mémoire, aux bestes brutes, aux choses inanimes et aux contumex, in which he argued that corpses, the ashes, and the memory of the dead, brute beasts, and inanimate things are not legal persons, legals homines, and therefore do not come within the jurisdiction of a court. Curiously enough, a case, somewhat analogous to those discussed, by Pierre Hérault was adjudicated upon only a few years ago. A Frenchman bequeathed his property to his own corpse, in behalf of which his entire estate was to be administered, the income to be expended for the preservation of his mortal remains and the adornment of the magnificent mausoleum in which they were sepulchred. His heirs-at-law contested the will, which was declared null and void by the court on the ground that a subject deprived of individuality or of civil personality could not inherit. The same principle would apply to the infliction of penalties upon such subjects. The only kind of legacy that will cause a man's memory to be cherished is the form of bequest which makes the public weal his legatee. The Chinese still hold to the barbarous custom of bringing corpses to trial and passing sentence upon them. On the 6th of August, 1888, the cadaver of a salt smuggler, who was wounded in the capture and died in prison, was brought before the criminal court in Shanghai and condemned to be beheaded. This sentence was carried out by the proper officers on the place of execution outside of the west gate of the city. Felix Hemmerlein, better known as Malleolus, a distinguished doctor of canon law and proto-martyr of religious reform in Switzerland, states in his Tractatus de Exorcismis that in the 14th century the peasants of the electorate of Mayence brought a complaint against some Spanish flies, which were accordingly cited to appear at a specified time and answer for their conduct. But in consideration of their small size and the fact that they had not yet reached their majority, the judge appointed for them a curator, who defended them with great dignity. And, although he was unable to prevent the banishment of his wards, he obtained for them the use of a piece of land, to which they were permitted peaceably to retire. How they were induced to go into this insect reservation and to remain there, we are not informed. The Church, as already stated, claimed to possess the power of effecting the desired migration by means of her ban. If the insects disappeared, she received full credit for accomplishing it. If not, the failure was due to the sins of the people. In either case, the prestige of the Church was preserved and her authority left unimpaired. In 1519, the commune of Stelvio in western Tyrol instituted criminal proceedings against the moles or field mice, which damaged the crops, by burrowing and throwing up the earth, so that neither grass nor green thing could grow. But in order that the said mice may be able to show cause for their conduct by pleading their exigencies and distress, a procurator, Hans Greimner by name, was charged with their defense, to the end that they may have nothing to complain of in these proceedings. Schwarzmeining was the prosecuting attorney, and a long list of witnesses is given, who testified that the serious injury done by these creatures rendered it quite impossible for tenants to pay their rents. The counsel for the defendants urged in favor of his clients the many benefits which they conferred upon the community, and especially upon the agricultural class, by destroying noxious insects and larvae and by stirring up and enriching the soil, and concluded by expressing the hope that, if they should be sentenced to depart, some other suitable place of abode might be assigned to them. He demanded, furthermore, that they should be provided with a safe conduct, securing them against harm or annoyance from dog, cat, or other foe. The judge recognized the reasonableness of the latter request in its application to the weaker and more defenseless of the culprits, and mitigated the sentence of perpetual banishment by ordering that a free safe conduct and an additional respite of 14 days be granted to all those which are with young, and to such as are yet in their infancy. But on the expiration of this reprieve each and every must be gone, irrespective of age or previous condition of pregnancy. Vide Appendix C. An old Swiss chronicler named Schilling gives a full account of the prosecution and anathematization of a species of vermin called injure, which seems to have been a coleopterous insect of the genus Britchus and very destructive to the crops. The case occurred in 1478, and the trial was conducted before the Bishop of Lausanne by the authority and under the jurisdiction of Bern. The first document recorded is a long and earnest declaration and admonition delivered from the pulpit by a Bernese parish priest, Bernhard Schmid, who begins by stating that his dearly beloved are doubtless aware of the serious injury done by the injurer and of the suffering which they have caused. The Lutpriester, as he is termed, gives a brief history of the matter and of the measures taken to procure relief. The mayor and common council of Bern were besought in their wisdom to devise some means of staying the plague, and after much earnest deliberation, they held counsel with the Bishop of Lausanne, who, with fatherly feeling, took to heart so great affliction and harm, and by an episcopal mandate enjoined the injurer from committing further depredations. After exhorting the people to entreat God by a common prayer from house to house to remove the scourge, he proceeds to warn and threaten the vermin in the following manner. Thou irrational and imperfect creature, the injurer, called imperfect because there was none of thy species in Noah's ark at the time of the great bane and ruin of the deluge, thou art now come in numerous bands, and hast done immense damage in the ground, and above the ground to the perceptible diminution of food for men and animals. And to the end that such things may cease, my gracious Lord and Bishop of Lausanne has commanded me in his name to admonish you to withdraw and to abstain. Therefore by his command and in his name, and also by virtue of the high and holy Trinity, and through the merits of the Redeemer of mankind, our Saviour Jesus Christ, and in virtue of and obedience to the Holy Church, I do command and admonish you, each and all, to depart within the next 6 days from all places where you have secretly or openly done or might still do damage. Also to depart from all fields, meadows, gardens, pastures, trees, herbs, and spots, where things nutritious to men and to beasts spring up and grow, and to betake yourselves to the spots and places, where you and your bands shall not be able to do any harm secretly or openly to the fruits and aliments nourishing to men and beasts. In case, however, you do not heed this admonition or obey this command, and think you have some reason for not complying with them, I admonish, notify, and summon you, in virtue of and obedience to the Holy Church, to appear on the 6th day after this execution at precisely 1 o'clock after midday at Wiflesburg, there to justify yourselves, or to answer for your conduct through your advocate before his grace, the Bishop of Lausanne, or his vicar and deputy. Thereupon my Lord of Lausanne or his deputy will proceed against you according to the rules of justice with curses and other exorcisms, as is proper in such cases, in accordance with legal form and established practice. The priest then exhorts his dear children devoutly to beg, and to pray on their knees with paternosters and Ave Marias to the praise and honor of the high and holy Trinity, and to invoke and crave the divine mercy and help in order that the injurer may be driven away. Vide Appendix D. There is no further record of proceedings at this time, and it is highly probable that the detection of some technical error rendered it necessary to postpone the case, since this pettifogger's trick was almost always resorted to and proved generally successful in procuring an adjournment. At any rate, either this or a precisely similar trial occurred in the following year. Early in May 1479, the Mayor and Common Council of Bern sent copies of the monitorium and citation issued by the Bishop of Lausanne to their representative for distribution among the priests of the afflicted parishes, in order that it might be promulgated from their respective pulpits, and thus brought to the knowledge of the delinquents. About a week later, on May 15, the same authorities sent also a letter to the Bishop of Lausanne asking for new instructions in the matter, as they were not certain how they should proceed, urging that immediate steps should be taken, as the further delay would be utterly intolerable. This impatience would seem to imply that the anathema had been hanging fire for some time, and that the prosecution was identical with that of the preceding year. The appointed term having elapsed and the injurer still persisting in their obduracy, the Mayor and Common Council of Bern issued the following document conferring plenipotentiary power of attorney on Thuring Fricker to prosecute the case. We, the Mayor, Council, and Commune of the city of Bern, to all those of the Bishopric of Lausanne, who see, read, or hear this letter. We make known that after mature deliberation we have appointed, chosen, and deputed, and by virtue of the present letter do appoint, choose, and depute the excellent Thuring Fricker, Doctor of the liberal arts and of laws, our now Chancellor, to be our legal delegate and agent and that of our commune, as well as of all the lands and places of the Bishopric of Lausanne, which are directly or indirectly subject and appurtenant to us, and of which a complete list is herein contained. And indeed, he has assumed this general and special attorneyship, whereof the one shall not be prejudicial to the other, in the case which we have undertaken and prosecute, and have determined to prosecute before the court of the Right Reverend in Christ Benedict de Montferrand, Bishop of Lausanne, Count, and our most worthy superior, against the noxious host of the injurer, Brucorum. which creeping secretly in the earth devastate the fields, meadows, and all kinds of grain. Whereby with grievous wrong they do detriment to the ever-living God, to whom the tithes belong, and to men, who are nourished therewith and owe obedience to him. In this cause he shall act in our stead, and in the name of all of us collectively and severally shall plead, demur, reply, prove by witnesses, hear judgment or judgments, appoint other defenders, and in general and specially do each and everything which the importance of the cause may demand, and which we ourselves in case of our presence would be able to do. We solemnly promise in good faith that all and the whole of what may be transacted, performed, provided, pledged, and ordained in this cause by our aforesaid attorney, or by the proxy appointed by him, shall be firmly and gratefully observed by us, with the express renunciation of each and everything that might either by right or actually, in any wise, either wholly or partially impair, weaken, or assail our ordainment, conclusion, and determination, also over against any reservation of right, which permits a general renunciation, even if no special reservation has preceded, with the exclusion of every fraud and every deceit. In corroboration and confirmation of the aforesaid, we ratify this letter with the warranty of our seal. Given on the 22nd of May, 1479. The trial began a couple of days later and was conducted with less of the law's delay than usual, inasmuch as it ended on the 29th day of the same month. The defender of the insects was a certain Jean Perrotet of Freiburg, who according to all accounts was a very inefficient advocate, and does not appear to have contested the case with the ability and energy which the interests of his clients required. The sentence of the court with the appended anathema of the bishop was as follows. Ye accursed uncleanness of the injure, which shall not be called animals nor mentioned as such, ye have been heretofore by virtue of the appeal and admonition of our Lord of Lausanne, enjoined to withdraw from all fields, grounds, and estates of the bishopric of Lausanne, or within the next 6 days to appear at Lausanne, through your proctor, to set forth and to hear the cause of your procedure, and to act with just judgment either for or against you, pursuant to the said citation. Thereupon our gracious lords of Bern solicited by their mandate such a day in court at Lausanne, and there before the tribunal renewed their plaint in their name, and in that of all the provinces of the said bishopric, and your reply thereto through your proctor has been fully heard, and the legal terms have been justly observed by both parties, and a lawful decision pronounced word for word in this wise. We, Benedict of Montferrand, Bishop of Lausanne, etc., having heard the entreaty of the high and mighty lords of Bern against the injure, and the ineffectual and rejectable answer of the latter, and having thereupon fortified ourselves with the Holy Cross, and having before our eyes the fear of God, from whom alone all just judgments proceed, and being advised in this cause by a council of men learned in the law, do therefore acknowledge and avow in this our writing that the appeal against the detestable vermin and injure, which are harmful to herbs, vines, meadows, grain, and other fruits, is valid, and that they be exorcised in the person of Jean Perrotet, their defender. In conformity therewith we charge and burden them with our curse, and command them to be obedient and anathematize them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, that they turn away from all fields, grounds, enclosures, seeds, fruits, and produce, and depart. By virtue of the same sentence, I declare and affirm that you are banned and exorcised, and through the power of Almighty God shall be called accursed, and shall daily decrease whithersoever you may go, to the end that of you nothing shall remain save for the use and profit of man. Adiungendo aliquid in devotionum populi. The phrase de si beswart worden in die person Johannes Peroti irs beskermers does not imply that the vermin or the devils, of which they were supposed to be incarnations, were to be conjured into him, but refer to him merely as their proctor and legal representative. The results of the prosecution, which had been awaited with intense and anxious interest by the people, were received with great joy, and the Bernese government ordered a full report of the proceedings to be made. The ecclesiastical anathema, however, proved to be brutum fulmen. Nothing more came of it, says Schilling, owing to our sins. Another chronicler adds that God permitted the injure to remain as a plague and a punishment until the people repented of their wickedness and gave evidence of their love and gratitude to him, namely, by giving to the church tithes of what the insects had not destroyed. The Swiss priest in his malediction declares that the injure were not in Noah's ark, and even denies that they are animals properly speaking, stigmatizing them as living corruption, products of spontaneous generation perhaps, or more probably creations of the devil. This position was assumed in order to escape the gross impropriety and glaring incongruity of having the Church of God curse the creatures which God had made and pronounced very good, and afterwards took pains to preserve from destruction by the deluge. This difficulty, always a serious one, was, as we have seen, one of the chief points urged by the counsel for the defense in favor of his clients. Malleolus gives the following formula for banning serpents and expelling them from human habitations, inculcating incidentally the iniquity of perjury and judicial injustice. By virtue of this ban and conjuration, I command you to depart from this house, and cause it to be as hateful and intolerable to you, as the man, who knowingly bears false witness or pronounces an unjust sentence, is to God. Sometimes the exorcism was in the form of a prayer, as, for example, in that used for the purgation and disinfection of springs and watercourses. O Lord Jesus, thou who didst bless the river Jordan and wast baptized in it and hast purified and cleansed it to the end that it might be a healing element for the redemption from sin, bless, sanctify, and purify this water, so that there may be left in it nothing noxious, nothing pestiferous or contagious, nothing pernicious, but that everything in it may be pure and immaculate, in order that we may use whatever is created in it for our welfare and to thy glory, through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. In a Latin protocol of legal proceedings in Crololanza's Storia del Contado di Chiavenna, it is recorded that on June 26, 1659, Capt. J.B. Pestalozzi came, in behalf of the communes of Chiavenna, Mise, Gordona, Prata, and San Molico, before the Commissioner Hartmann Planta, and brought complaint against certain caterpillars on account of the devastations committed by them, demanding that these hurtful creatures should be summoned by the proper sheriff to appear in court on June 28 at a specified hour in order to have a curator and defender appointed, who should answer for them to the plaintiffs. A second document, dated June 28, 1659, and signed by the notary Battista Visconti, certifies that the said summons had been duly issued, and 5 copies of the same been posted each on a tree in the 5 forests in the territory of the aforesaid 5 communes. A third document of the same date required the advocate of the accused, Cesare de Peverello, to appear before the court on the following Tuesday, July 1, in behalf of his recusant clients, who were charged with trespassing upon the fields, gardens, and orchards, and doing great damage therein, instead of remaining in their habitat, the forest. The prosecutors required that they should seek their food in wild and wooded places and cease from ravaging cultivated grounds. A fourth document contains an account of the trial. The pleadings of the respective parties, so far as they are preserved, do not differ essentially from those already quoted. In the fifth and final document, the court recognizes the right of the caterpillars to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, provided the exercise of this right does not destroy or impair the happiness of man, to whom all lower animals are subject. Accordingly, a definite place of abode is to be assigned to them, and various places are proposed. The protocol is incomplete, so that we are left in ignorance of the ultimate decision. The whole is written in execrable Latin quite worthy of the subject. More than half a century later, the Franciscan friars of the cloister of St. Anthony in the province of Piedade no Maranhão, Brazil, were greatly annoyed by termites, which devoured their food, destroyed their furniture, and even threatened to undermine the walls of the monastery. Application was made to the bishop for an act of interdiction and excommunication, and the accused were summoned to appear before an ecclesiastical tribunal to give account of their conduct. The lawyer appointed to defend them urged the usual plea about their being God's creatures and therefore entitled to sustenance, and made a good point in the form of an argumentum ad monachum by praising the industry of his clients, the white ants, and declaring them to be in this respect far superior to their prosecutors, the Grey Friars. He also maintained that the termites were not guilty of criminal aggression, but were justified in appropriating the fruits of the fields by the right derived from priority of possession, inasmuch as they had occupied the land long before the monks came and encroached upon their domain. The trial lasted for some time and called forth remarkable displays of legal learning and forensic eloquence, with numerous citations of sacred and profane authorities on both sides, and ended in a compromise, by the terms of which the plaintiffs were obliged to provide a suitable reservation for the defendants, who were commanded to go thither and to remain henceforth within the prescribed limits. In the Chronicles of the Cloister, it is recorded, under date of Jan. 1713, that no sooner was the order of the prelatic judge promulgated by being read officially before the hills of the termites than they all came out and marched in columns to the place assigned. The monkish annalist regards this prompt obedience as conclusive proof that the Almighty endorsed the decision of the court. Cited by Emile Angel on the authority of Manuel Bernard's Nova Florsta, O Silva de varios apophthegmas editos sententios espirituis e moris, etc. Volume V, Lisboa, 1747. About the middle of the 16th century, the inhabitants of several villages in Argau were greatly annoyed by swarms of gadflies and petitioned the Bishop of Constance for relief. In the episcopal rescript, written and signed by the Vidame Georg Winterstetter, the people are enjoined to abstain from dancing on Sundays and feast days, from all forms of libidinousness, gambling with cards or dice, and other frivolities. These injunctions are followed by prayer and the usual formulas of conjuration and exorcism. The original document was written in Latin and preserved in the archives of Baden in Switzerland, but is now lost. In 1566, the Landemon of Unterwalden, Johannes Wers, took a German translation of it home with him to be used in case of need against the Vergifteten Würmer, and deposited it in the archives of Obwalden, where it still remains. It was published in 1898 by Dr. Mers. In Protestant communities, the priest as exorcist has been superseded, to a considerable extent, by the professional conjurer, who in some portions of Europe is still employed to save crops from devouring insects and similar plagues. A curious instance of this kind is recorded in Gora's Historisch Politisch Blatter for 1845, Heft Roman 7. p. 516. A Protestant gentleman in Westphalia, whose garden was devastated by worms, after having tried divers vermicidal remedies in vain, resolved to have recourse to a conjurer. The wizard came and walked about among the vegetables, touching them with a wand and muttering enchantments. Some workmen, who were repairing the roof of a stable nearby, made fun of this hocus-pocus and began to throw bits of lime at the conjurer. He requested them to desist and finally said, "If you don't leave me in peace, I shall send all the worms up on the roof." This threat only excited the hilarity of the scoffers, who continued to ridicule and disturb him in his incantations. Thereupon, he went to the nearest hedge, cut a number of twigs, each about a finger in length, and placed them against the wall of the stable. Soon the vermin began to abandon the plants, and, crawling in countless numbers over the twigs and up the wall, took complete possession of the roof. In less than an hour, the men were obliged to stop working, and stood in the court below covered with confusion and cabbage worms. The writer, who relates this strange incident, fully believes that it actually occurred, and ascribes it to the force of human faith and the magnetic power of a firm will over nature. This, too, is the theory held by Paracelsus, who maintained that the effectiveness of a curse lay in the energy of the will, by which the wish, so to speak, concretes into a deed, just as anger directs the arm and actualizes itself in a blow. By fervent desire, merely, without any physical effort or aggressive act, he deemed it possible to wound a man's body or to pierce it through as with a sword. He also held that brutes are more easily exorcised or accursed than men, for the spirit of man resists more than that of the brute. Similar notions were entertained nearly a century later by Jacob Boehme, who defines magic as doing in the spirit of the will, an idea which finds more recent and more scientific expression in Schopenhauer's doctrine of the objectivation of the will. Indeed, Schopenhauer's postulate of the will as the sole energy and actuality in the universe is only the philosophic statement of an assumption, upon which magicians and medicine men, enchanters, exorcists, and anathematizers have acted more or less in all ages. We have a striking illustration of the workings of some such mysterious, quasi-hyperphysical force in hypnotism, the reality of which it is no longer possible to deny, however wonderful and incomprehensible its manifestations may appear. It is natural that a religion of individual initiative and personal responsibility, like Protestantism, should put less confidence in theurgic machinery and formularies of ex-cathedral execration than a religion like Catholicism, in which man's spiritual concerns are entrusted to a hierarchical corporation to be managed according to traditional and infallible methods. This tendency crops out in a decree published at Dresden in 1559 by Augustus Duke and Elector, wherein he commends the Christian zeal of the worthy and pious parson Daniel Gracer, for having put under ban the sparrows, on account of their unceasing and extremely vexatious chatterings and scandalous unchastity during the sermon, to the hindrance of God's word and of Christian devotion. But the Saxon parson, unlike the Bishop of Trier, did not expect that his ban would cause the offending birds to avoid the church or to fall dead on entering it. He relied less on the directly coercive or withering action of the curse than on the human agencies, which he might thereby set at work for the accomplishment of his purpose. By his proscription, he put the culprits out of the pale of public sympathy and protection and gave them over as a prey to the spoiler, who was persuaded that he was doing a pious work by exterminating them. It was solemnly enjoined upon the hunter and the fowler to lie in wait for the anathematized sparrows with guns and with snares, Durchmancherlei visserlich an Listigweege, and the elector issued his decree in order to enforce this duty on all good Christians. See Appendix E. A faded and somewhat droll survival of ecclesiastical excommunication and exorcism is the custom, still prevailing in European countries and some portions of the United States, of serving a writ of ejectment on rats or simply sending them a friendly letter of advice in order to induce them to quit any house in which their presence is deemed undesirable. Lest the rats should overlook and thus fail to read the epistle, it is rubbed with grease so as to attract their attention, rolled up and thrust into their holes. Mr. William Wells Newell, in a paper on conjuring rats, printed in the Journal of American Folklore, March 1892, gives a specimen of such a letter dated Maine Oct. 31, 1888, and addressed in business style to Messrs. Rats and Co. The writer begins by expressing his deep interest in the welfare of said rats, as well as his fears lest they should find their winter quarters in No. 1, Seaview Street uncomfortable and poorly supplied with suitable food, since it is only a summer residence and is also about to undergo repairs. He then suggests that they migrate to No. 6, Incubator Street, where they can live snug and happy in a splendid cellar well stored with vegetables of all kinds, and can pass easily through a shed leading to a barn containing much grain. He concludes by stating that he will do them no harm if they heed his advice, otherwise he shall be forced to use rough on rats. This threat of resorting to rat poison in case of the refusal to accept his kind counsel is all that remains of the once formidable anathema of the Church. In Scotland, when these domestic rodents became too troublesome, people of the lower classes are wont to post the following notice on the walls of their houses: Rat and mouse, lee the pure woman's house, gang awa ower by to e-mill, and their ain and a ye'll get your fill. In order to make the conjuration effective, some particular abode must be assigned to them. It is not sufficient to bid them begone, but they are to be told to go to a definite place. The fact that they are usually sent across a river or brook may indicate a lingering tradition of their demoniacal character, since, according to a widespread popular superstition, a watercourse is a barrier to hobgoblins and evil spirits. A running stream they dare not cross. In this case, the rats, as imps of Satan, having reached their destination, would find it impossible to return. It was in Ireland, the native realm of bulls and like incongruities, that conjuring or rhyming rats seems to have been most common, if we may judge from the manner in which it is alluded to by the Elizabethan poets. Thus in As You Like It, Rosalind says in reference to Orlando's verses, "I was never so berhymed since Pythagoras' time, that I was an Irish rat, which I can hardly remember." Randolph declares, "My poets shall with a satire, steeped in gall and vinegar, rhyme 'em to death, as they do rats in Ireland." Ben Jonson is still more specific. "Rhyme 'em to death, as they do Irish rats in drumming tunes." From this reference to the mode of conjuring, it appears that the repeating of the rhymes was accompanied with the beating of a drum, as is still the usage in France. From the very earliest times, a peculiar magical potency has been ascribed to words woven into rhythmic form. The fascination which metrical expression, even as a mere jingle and jargon, still retains for the youth of the individual was yet far more strongly felt in the youth of the race. The simple song was intoned as a spell, and the rude chant mumbled as a charm. In France, the conjuration of field mice bears a more distinctly religious stamp. On the first Sunday in Lent, the so-called Feast of the Torches, La Fête des Brandons aux des Burs, the peasants wander in all directions through the fields and orchards with lighted torches of twisted straw, uttering the following incantation, which not only threatens to burn the whiskers of obdurate mice, but also hints at the wine-bibbing propensities of the curate. Sortes dicei, mulats, ugivais vous brûler les crocs quides ces blaze ales, vous trouverez dans la cave du curé plus à boire qu'à manger. The form of imprecation varies in different provinces, but usually includes some threat of breaking the bones or burning the beards of the refractory rodents, in case they refuse to quit the close, as in the following summons. Topes et mulats, sours de mon close, ugt cas les os barbation. Si tu vins dans non close, gt brûle la barbe jusqu'aux os. The utterance of these words is emphasized by loud and discordant noises of cat calls, tin horns, and similar instruments of callithumpian music. Gregory, who was Bishop of Tours in the latter half of the 6th century, states in his History of the Franks, Roman 8:35, that bronze talismans representing dormice and serpents were used in Paris to protect the city against the ravages of these creatures. And when the town of Le Mans was rebuilt after its destruction by fire in 1145, a toad with a gold chain round its neck was enclosed in a block of stone as a preservative against venomous reptiles. Le Corvaisier, Hist des Evêques du Mans, 1648 p. 441. Cf. Desnoyers, Rechurches etc. p. 7. The use of the above-mentioned means of conjuration is unquestionably of very ancient date. Thus, in a treatise on agriculture entitled Tau letter 1F70, Gamma Epsilon Omega Pi Omicron Nu Iota Kappa letter 1F71, and consisting of 20 books, written in the 10th century by the Bithynian Byzantine, Cassianos Bassos, the following prescription is given for getting rid of field mice. Take a slip of paper and write on it these words: I adjure you, O mice, who dwell here not to injure me yourselves nor to permit any other mouse to do so, and I make over to you this field, describing it. But should I find you staying here after having been warned, with the help of the Mother of the Gods, I will cut you in 7 pieces. The author quotes this recipe, in order, as he says, that nothing may remain unrecorded, but expressly declares that he has no confidence in its efficiency, and advises the husbandman to put his trust in good rat-bane. Bassos derived the materials for his popular encyclopedia chiefly from the Geoponics, composed by Anatolios and Didymos some 6 centuries earlier, and even most of his citations of classical writers are taken from the same sources. That the above-mentioned exorcism is pagan in its origin is evident from the invocation of the aid of Cybele for the destruction of disobedient vermin. In a Christian conjuration, the Mother of God would have been substituted for the Mother of the Gods, whom the Greeks revered as the personification of all creating and all sustaining nature. The resemblance of this formula, which the Greeks may have borrowed with the worship of Cybele from the Phrygians, to the Yankee's letter of advice is peculiarly interesting. In the ancient conjuration, the harmful or undesirable animals were commanded to go to a certain locality, set apart for them, and this injunction was accompanied with dire threats in case of disobedience. The milder epistolary form of the present day is more advisory and persuasive, and offers them inducements to migrate and to take up their abode elsewhere. Sometimes this kind counsel is given verbally, as, for example, in Thuringia, where it is customary to get rid of cabbage worms by going into the garden, requesting them to depart, and calling out, "In yonder village is Churchill Kerms," thus implying that they will find better entertainment at this festival. Witschel, Sagen, sitten und Gebrauch aus Thuringen. Wien, 1878, p. 217. The willingness of peasant communities to ward off evil from themselves at the expense of their neighbors is a survival of the primitive ethics, which recognizes only the rights of the family or tribe and treats all aliens as foes. It is the same feeling that causes the inhabitants of the Alps to erect so-called weather crosses, wetterkreuz, for the purpose of averting thunderstorms and hailstones from themselves by diverting them into an adjacent valley. This method of protection is based upon the theory that tempests, hurricanes, and all violent commotions of nature are the work of demons or witches, who avoid the symbol of Christ's death and the world's redemption and direct their fury elsewhere. A like egotism is expressed in the inscription on many houses of peasants entreating Saint Florian to preserve their habitation from flames and to set fire to others, as though the holy man must indulge his incendiary passion by pouring out upon some human abode the blazing vessel, which he is represented as bearing in his hand. The inscription is the same as that with which Reynard the Fox adorned his castle Malepartus, and which might be translated: Saint Florian, thou martyr blessed, protect this house and burn the rest. Not only were insects, reptiles, and small mammals, such as rats and mice, legally prosecuted and formally excommunicated, but judicial penalties, including capital punishment, were also inflicted upon larger quadrupeds. In the report and researches on this subject, published by Barriat Saint Prix in the Memoirs of the Royal Society of Antiquaries of France, Paris, 1829, tome Roman 8, pp. 400-350, numerous extracts from the original records of such proceedings are given, and also a list of the kinds of animals thus tried and condemned, extending from the beginning of the 12th to the middle of the 18th century, and comprising in all 93 cases. This list has been enlarged by D'Adosio so as to cover the period from 824 to 1845, and to include 144 prosecutions resulting in the execution or excommunication of the accused, but even this record is by no means complete. Vide Appendix F for a still fuller list. The culprits are a miscellaneous crew, consisting chiefly of caterpillars, flies, locusts, leeches, snails, slugs, worms, weevils, rats, mice, moles, turtledoves, pigs, bulls, cows, cocks, dogs, asses, mules, mares, and goats. Only those cases are reported in which the accused were found guilty. Of these prosecutions, according to the above-mentioned registers, 2 belong to the 9th century, 1 to the 11th, 3 to the 12th, 2 to the 13th, 6 to the 14th, 34 to the 15th, 45 to the 16th, 43 to the 17th, 7 to the 18th, and 1 to the 19th century. To this list might be added other cases, such as the prosecution and malediction of noxious insects at Glurns in the Tyrol in 1519, at Owls in Jutland in 1711, at Buranton in 1733, at Lio in Denmark in 18056, and at Posga in Slavonia in 1866. In the latter case, one of the largest of the locusts was seized and tried, and then put to death by being thrown into the water with anathemas on the whole species. A few years ago, swarms of locusts devastated the region near Kallipolis in Turkey, and a petition was sent by the Christian population to the monks of Mount Athos begging them to bear in solemn procession through the fields the girdle of Saint Basilius, in order to expel the insects. This request was granted, and as the locusts gradually disappeared, because there was little or nothing left for them to eat, the Orthodox of the Greek Church from the bishop to the humblest layman firmly believed, or at least maintained, that a miracle had been wrought. Pious Mohammedans exorcise and ostracize locusts and other harmful insects by reading the Quran aloud in the ravaged fields, as was recently done at Denizliu in Asia Minor with satisfactory results. Also, as late as 1864 at Pleternica in Slavonia, a pig was tried and executed for having maliciously bitten off the ears of a female infant aged 1 year. The flesh of the condemned animal was cut in pieces and thrown to the dogs, and the head of the family, in which the pig lived, as is the custom of pigs among the peasants of that country, was put under bonds to provide a dowry for the mutilated child, so that the loss of her ears might not prove to be an insuperable obstacle to her marriage. Amira, p. 578. It would be incorrect to infer from the tables just referred to that no judicial punishment of animals occurred in the 10th century, or that the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries were peculiarly addicted to such practices. It is well known that during some of the darkest periods of the Middle Ages, and even in later times, the registers of the courts were very imperfectly kept, and in many instances the archives have been entirely destroyed. It is highly probable, therefore, that the cases of capital prosecution and conviction of animals, which have been collected and printed by Barriat St. Prix and others, however thorough their investigations may have been, constitute only a very small percentage of those which actually took place. Beasts were often condemned to be burned alive, and strangely enough, it was in the latter half of the 17th century, an age of comparative enlightenment, that this cruel penalty seems to have been most frequently inflicted. Occasionally, a merciful judge adhered to the letter of the law and curbed its barbarous spirit by sentencing the culprit to be slightly singed and then to be strangled before being committed to the flames. Sometimes brutes were doomed to be buried alive. Thus we have the receipt of Philipart, sergeant of high justice of the city of Amiens, for the sum of 16 soldi, in payment for services rendered in March 1463, in having buried in the earth 2 pigs, which had torn and eaten with their teeth a little child in the faubourg of Amiens, who for this cause passed from life to death, etoit alle de via trepas. In 1557, on the 6th of December, a pig in the commune of Saint Quentin was condemned to be buried all alive, en fui tout vif, for having devoured a little child in El Hostel de la Couronne. Again, a century earlier, in 1456, 2 pigs were subjected to this punishment, on the vigil of the Holy Virgin at Oppenheim on the Rhine, for having killed a child. More than 3 centuries later, the same means were employed for curing murrain, which in the summer of 1796 had broken out at Beutelsbach in Württemberg and carried off many head of cattle. By the advice of a French veterinary doctor, who was quartered there with the army of General Moreau, the town bull was buried alive at the crossroads in the presence of several hundred persons. We are not informed whether this sacrifice proved to be a sufficiently powerful medicine to stay the epizootic plague. The noteworthy fact is that the superstitious rite was prescribed and performed not by an Indian magician or an African sorcerer, but by an official of the French Republic. Animals are said to have been even put to the rack in order to extort confession. It is not to be supposed that, in such cases, the judge had the slightest expectation that any confession would be made. He wished merely to observe all forms prescribed by the law and to set in motion the whole machinery of justice before pronouncing judgment. The statement of a French writer, Arthur Mangin, Elham et Labert. Paris, 1872, p. 344, that the cries which they uttered under torture were received as confessions of guilt, is absurd. No such notion was ever entertained by their tormentor. The question, which under the circumstances would seem to be only a wanton and superfluous act of cruelty, was nevertheless an important element in determining the final decision, since the sentence of death could be commuted into banishment, whipping, incarceration, or some milder form of punishment, provided the criminal had not confessed his guilt under torture. The use of the rack might be, therefore, a merciful means of escaping the gallows. Appeals were sometimes made to higher tribunals and the judgments of the lower courts annulled or modified. In one instance, a sow and a she-ass were condemned to be hanged. On appeal, and after a new trial, they were sentenced to be simply knocked on the head. Occasionally, an appeal led to the acquittal of the accused. In 1266, at Fontenay-aux-Roses, near Paris, a pig convicted of having eaten a child was publicly burned by order of the monks of Saint Genevieve. In 1386, the Tribunal of Falaise sentenced a sow to be mangled and maimed in the head and forelegs, and then to be hanged for having torn the face and arms of a child and thus caused its death. Here we have a strict application of the lex talionis, the primitive retributive principle of taking an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. As if to make the travesty of justice complete, the sow was dressed in man's clothes and executed on the public square near the city hall at an expense to the state of 10 sous and 10 deniers, besides a pair of gloves to the hangman. The executioner was provided with new gloves in order that he might come from the discharge of his duty, metaphorically at least, with clean hands, thus indicating that, as a minister of justice, he incurred no guilt in shedding blood. He was no common pig killer, but a public functionary, a master of high works, Maître des hautes œuvres, as he was officially styled. Vide Appendix G. We may add that the west wall of the south branch of the transept in the Church of the Holy Trinity, Saint Trinité, at Falaise in Normandy, was formerly adorned with a fresco painting of this execution. which is mentioned in Statistique de Falaise, 1827, TI 83, and more fully described by l'Abbé Pierre Gilles Langevin in his Recherches historiques sur Falaise, 1814, p. 146. In a supplement, p. 12, to this work, published several years later, the abbé states that, about the year 1820, the entire church, including the fresco, was whitewashed, so that the picture has since then been invisible, and, so far as can be ascertained, no engraving or other copy of it has ever been made. Unfortunately, too, as the same writer informs us, La Chasse de la Bannière, banner holder, was fastened to the wall of the church on this very spot, thus covering and permanently destroying at least a portion of the painting. In 1394, a pig was found guilty of having killed and murdered a child in the parish of Raumagny, in the county of Mordain, for which deed the said pig was condemned to be haled and hanged by Jehan Petty, lieutenant of the bailiff. The work was really done by the hangman Pendart, Jehan Micton, who received for his services the sum of 50 sols tournois. Vide Appendix H. In another case, the deputy bailiff of Manse and Meulant presented a bill, dated March 15, 1403, which contained the following items of expense incurred for the incarceration and execution of an infanticide sow. Cost of keeping her in jail, 6 sols parises. Item to the master of high works, who came from Paris to Meulant to perform the said execution by command and authority of the said bailiff, our master, and of the procurator of the king, 54 sols parises. Item for a carriage to take her to justice, 6 sols parises. Item for cords to bind and hale her, 2 sols 8 deniers parises. Item for gloves, 2 deniers parises. This account, which amounted in all to 69 sols 8 deniers parises, was examined and approved by the auditor of the court, de Baudemont, who affixed to it his own seal with signature and paraph, and in further confirmation and approbation, thereof caused it to be sealed with the seal of the Châtellenie of Meulant, on the 15th day of March in the year 1403. See Appendix I. In the following year, a pig was executed at Rouvers for the same offense. Brutes and human criminals were confined in the same prison and subjected to the same treatment. Thus, Taustain Pynchon, keeper of the prisons of our Lord the King in the town of Pont de l'Arche, acknowledges the receipt, through the hand of the honorable and wise man, Jehan Monnet, sheriff, vicomte of the said town, of 19 sous 6 deniers tournois for having found the king's bread for the prisoners detained, by reason of crime, in the said prison. The jailer gives the names of the persons in custody, and concludes the list with item, 1 pig, conducted into the said prison and kept there from the 24th of June, 1408 inclusive, till the 17th of the following July, when it was hanged, for the crime of having murdered and killed a little child. Parce que isolui porc avoit muldry, et tu ung petit enfant. For the pigs board the jailer charged 2 deniers tournois a day, the same as for boarding a man, thus placing the porker, even in respect to its maintenance, on a footing of perfect equality with the human prisoners. He also puts into the account 10 deniers tournois for a rope, found and furnished for the purpose of tying the said pig, that it might not escape. The correctness of the charges is certified to by Jean Galvant, sworn tabellion of our Lord the King in the Viscounty of Pont de l'Arche. Vide Appendix J. Again, in 1474, the official of the Bishop of Lausanne sentenced a pig to be hanged, until death and sooth, for having devoured an infant in its cradle in the vicinity of Oran, and to remain suspended from the gallows for a certain length of time as a warning to wrongdoers. It is also expressly stated that in 1585, the body of a pig, which had been executed for the murder of a child at Saint-Omer, at the hostelry of Mortier-d'Or, was left hanging, for a long space, on a gibbet in a field near the highway. Durkheim's Histoire de Saint-Omer, p. 327. A little later, a similar spectacle met the eyes of Guy Pape, as he was going to Chalons-sur-Marne in Champagne to pay homage to King Henry Roman IV. In his own words, Dum ibam ad civitatem Cathalani in Campania ad regem tunc ibi existentum, vidi quemdum porcum, in fursus suspensum, qui dispater occidis quemdum purum. Quistio ccxxxvi, depona brudi delinquentis. Lugjuni, MDCX. On the 5th of September, 1379, as 2 herds of swine, one belonging to the commune and the other to the priory of Saint Marcel le Jussy, were feeding together near that town. 3 sows of the communal herd, excited and enraged by the squealing of one of the porklings, rushed upon Paranot Mewett, the son of the swinekeeper, and before his father could come to his rescue, threw him to the ground and so severely injured him that he died soon afterwards. The 3 sows, after due process of law, were condemned to death, and as both the herds had hastened to the scene of the murder, and by their cries and aggressive actions showed that they approved of the assault and were ready and even eager to become participes criminis, they were arrested as accomplices and sentenced by the court to suffer the same penalty. But the prior, Friar Humbert de Poutiers, not willing to endure the loss of his swine, sent an humble petition to Philip the Bold, then Duke of Burgundy, praying that both the herds, with the exception of the 3 sows actually guilty of the murder, might receive a full and free pardon. The Duke lent a gracious ear to this supplication and ordered that the punishment should be remitted and the swine released. Vide Appendix K. A peculiar custom is referred to in the procès verbal of the prosecution of a porker for infanticide, dated May 20, 1572. The murder was committed within the jurisdiction of the monastery of Moyen-Montier, where the case was tried and the accused sentenced to be hanged and strangled on a gibbet. The prisoner was then bound with a cord and conducted to a cross near the cemetery, where it was formally given over to an executioner from Nancy. From time immemorial, we are told, the justiciary of the Lord Abbot of Moyen-Montier has been accustomed to consign to the provost of St. Dies, near this cross, condemned criminals, wholly naked, that they may be executed. But inasmuch as this pig is a brute beast, he has delivered the same bound with a cord, without prejudicing or in any wise impairing the right of the Lord Abbot to deliver condemned criminals wholly naked. The pig must not wear a rope unless the right to do without it be expressly reserved, lest some human culprit, under similar circumstances, should claim to be entitled to raiment. 'Twill be recorded for a precedent, and many an error, by the same example will rush into the state. It cannot be. In the case of a mule condemned to be burned alive together with a man guilty of buggery, at Montpellier, in 1565, as the quadruped was vicious, and inclined to kick, vidiosus et calcitrosus, the executioner cut off its feet before consigning it to the flames. This mutilation was an arbitrary and extrajudicial act, dictated solely by considerations of personal convenience. Hangmen often indulged in capricious and supererogatory cruelty in the exercise of their patibulary functions, and medieval as well as later writers on criminal jurisprudence repeatedly complain of this evil and call for reform. Thus Damhouder, in his Rerum Criminalium Praxis, cap. De Carnifis, p. 234, urges magistrates to be more careful in selecting persons for this important office, and not to choose evil-doers, assiduous gamblers, public whoremongers, malicious backbiters, impious blasphemers, assassins, thieves, murderers, robbers, and other violators of the law as vindicators of justice. Indeed, these hardened wretches sometimes took the law into their own hands. For example, on the 9th of June, 1576, at Schweinfurt in Franconia, a sow which had been off the ear and torn the hand of a carpenter's child was given into custody, whereupon the hangman, without legal authority, took it to the gallows green, Skindrasen, and there hanged it publicly to the disgrace and detriment of the city. For this impudent usurpation of judiciary powers, Jack Ketch was forced to flee and never dared return. Hence arose the proverbial phrase Schweinfurter Sauhenker, Schweinfurt so hangman, used to characterize a low and lawless ruffian and vile fellow of the baser sort. It was not the mere killing of the sow, but the execution without a judicial decision, the insult and contempt of the magistracy and the judicatory by arrogating their functions, that excited the public wrath and official indignation. Buggery, offensa cujus nominatio crimen est, as it is euphemistically designated in legal documents, was uniformly punished by putting to death both parties implicated, and usually by burning them alive. The beast, too, is punished and both are burned, punitor etiam pecus et ambo comburuntur, says Guilielmus Benedictinus, a writer on law who lived about the end of the 14th century. Thus, in 1546, a man and a cow were hanged and then burned by order of the Parliament of Paris, the Supreme Court of France. In 1466, the same tribunal condemned a man and a sow to be burned at Corbel. Occasionally, interment was substituted for incremation. Thus, in 1609, at Niederrad, a man and a mare were executed and their bodies buried in the same carrion pit. On the 12th of September, 1606, the mayor of Loans de Chartres, on complaint of the dean, canons, and chapter of the Cathedral of Chartres, condemned a man named Guillaume Gaillart to be hanged and strangled on a gibbet in reparation and punishment of sodomy, whereof the said Gaillart is declared accused, attainted, and convicted. A bitch, his accomplice, was sentenced to be knocked on the head, assommé by the executioner of high justice, and the dead bodies of both to be burned and reduced to ashes. It is furthermore added that if the said Gaillart, who seems to have contumaciously given leg bail, cannot be seized and apprehended in person, the sentence shall, in his case, be executed in effigy by attaching his likeness in painting to the gibbet. It was also decreed that all the property of the absconder should be confiscated, and the sum of 150 livres be adjudged to the plaintiffs, out of which the costs of the trial were to be defrayed. Vide Appendix L. This disgusting crime appears to have been very common. At least Hérault, in his Order Judiciaire, published in 1606, states that he has many times, multatis, seen brute beasts put to death for this cause. In his Magnalia Christi Americana, Book 6, Roman 3, London, 1702, Cotton Mather records that on June 6, 1662, at New Haven, there was a most unparalleled wretch, one Potter by name, about 60 years of age, executed for damnable bestialities. He had been a member of the church for 20 years and was noted for his piety. Devout in worship, gifted in prayer, forward in edifying discourse among the religious, and zealous in reforming the sins of other people. Yet this monster, who is described as possessed by an unclean devil, lived in most infandous buggeries for no less than 50 years together, and now at the gallows there were killed before his eyes a cow, 2 heifers, 3 sheep, and 2 sows, with all of which he had committed his brutalities. His wife had seen him confounding himself with a bitch 10 years before, and he then excused himself as well as he could, but conjured her to keep it secret. He afterwards hanged the bitch, probably as a sort of vicarious atonement. According to this account, he must have begun to practice sodomy when he was 10 years of age, a vicious precocity which the author would doubtless explain on the theory of diabolical possession. In 1681, a habitual sodomite who had been wont to defile himself with greyhounds, cows, swine, sheep, and all manner of beasts, was brought to trial together with a mare at Wunschelberg in Silesia, where both were burned alive. In 1684, on the 3rd of May, a bugger was beheaded at Ottendorf, and the mare, his partner in crime, knocked on the head. It was expressly enjoined that in burning the bodies the man's should lie underneath that of the beast. In the following year, 14 days before Christmas, a journeyman tailor, who had committed the unnatural deed of carnal lewdness with a mare, was burned at Striga together with the mare. For the same offense Benjamin de Schoeffer was condemned, May 25, 1726, to be tied to a stake and there burned alive, together with the minutes of the trial. His ashes were strewed to the wind and his estate seized, and after the deduction of a fine of 3,000 livres, confiscated to the benefit of His Majesty. In the case of Jacques Ferron, who was taken in the act of coition with a chiasse at Vanvres in 1750, and after due process of law, sentenced to death, the animal was acquitted on the ground that she was the victim of violence and had not participated in her master's crime of her own free will. The prior of the convent, who also performed the duties of parish priest, and the principal inhabitants of the commune of Vanvres, signed a certificate stating that they had known the said chiasse for 4 years, and that she had always shown herself to be virtuous and well-behaved both at home and abroad, and had never given occasion of scandal to anyone, and that therefore they were willing to bear witness that she is in word and deed, and in all her habits of life, a most honest creature. This document, given at Vanvres on Sept 19, 1750, and signed by Pintul Prieur Curé and the other attestors, was produced during the trial and exerted a decisive influence upon the judgment of the court. As a piece of exculpatory evidence, it may be regarded as unique in the annals of criminal prosecutions. The Carolina or Criminal Code of the Emperor Charles V, promulgated at the Diet of Ratisbon in 1532, ordained that sodomy in all its forms and degrees should be punished with death by fire, according to common custom. So ein Mensch mit einem wie, man mit man, Weib mit Weib Unkuschheit Trebet, die Haben auch des Leben verwirket, und man soll sei der Geminen Junheit nach mit dem Führer vom Leben zum Tod richten. Art. 116. But stipulated that, if for any reason the punishment of the sodomite should be mitigated, the same measure of mercy should be shown to the beast. This principle is reaffirmed by Benedict Carpzov in his Pratica Nova Rerum Criminalium, Wittenberg, 1635, in which he states that, if for any cause the sodomite shall be punished only with the sword, then the beast participant of his crime shall not be burned, but shall be struck dead and buried by the knacker or field master, Cavalier oder Feldmeister. The bugger was also bound to compensate the owner for the loss of the animal, or, if he left no property, the value must be paid out of the public treasury. If the criminal act was not fully consummated, then the human offender was publicly scourged and banished, and the animal, instead of being killed, was put away out of sight in order that no one might be scandalized thereby. Jacobi Doppleri, Theatrum Ponarum Supplicium et Executionem Criminalium, Oder Schauplatz derer Lebens und Lebensstrafen, etc. Sonderschossen, 1693, Roman II. p. 151. All Christian legislation on this subject is simply an application and amplification of the Mosaic law as recorded in Exodus Roman 22, 19, and Leviticus Roman 20, 13:16, just as the cruel persecutions and prosecutions for witchcraft in medieval and modern times derive their authority and justification from the succinct and peremptory command, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." In the older criminal codes, two kinds or degrees of sodomy are mentioned, gravius and gravissimum, the former being condemned in the 13th verse and the latter in the 15th and 16th verses of Leviticus. Doppler tells some strange stories of the results of the peccatum gravissimum, and the fact that a sober writer on jurisprudence could believe and seriously narrate such absurdities furnishes a curious contribution to the history of human credulity. It is rather odd that Christian lawgivers should have adopted a Jewish code against sexual intercourse with beasts and then enlarged it so as to include the Jews themselves. The question was gravely discussed by jurists, whether cohabitation of a Christian with a Jewess or vice versa constitutes sodomy. Damhauter Prax, R. Crim. C. 96 N. 48 is of the opinion that it does, and Nicolaus Bayer de Cis. 136 N. 5 cites the case of a certain Johannes Alardus or Jean Aylard, who kept a Jewess in his house in Paris and had several children by her. He was convicted of sodomy on account of this relation and burned together with his paramour, since coition with a Jewess is precisely the same as if a man should copulate with a dog. Doppel. Theat. Roman II. p. 157. Damhauter, in the work just cited, includes Turks and Saracens in the same category, inasmuch as such persons in the eye of the law and our holy faith differ in no wise from beasts. But to resume the subject of the perpetration of felonious homicide by animals, on the 10th of January, 1457, a sow was convicted of murder flagrantly committed on the person of Jehan Martin, aged 5 years, the son of Jehan Martin of Savigny, and sentenced to be hanged by the hind feet to a gallows tree, a ung arbor esprenay. Her 6 sucklings, being found stained with blood, were included in the indictment as accomplices, but, in lack of any positive proof that they had assisted in mangling the deceased, they were restored to their owner, on condition that he should give bail for their appearance, should further evidence be forthcoming to prove their complicity in their mother's crime. Above 3 weeks later, on the 2nd of February, to wit on the Friday after the feast of Our Lady the Virgin, the sucklings were again brought before the court, and, as their owner, Jehan Bailey, openly repudiated them and refused to be answerable in any wise for their future good conduct, they were declared, as vacant property, forfeited to the noble damsel Catherine de Barnault, Lady of Savigny. This case is particularly interesting on account of the completeness with which the procès verbal has been preserved. See Appendix M. Sometimes a fine was imposed upon the owner of the offending animal, as was the case with Jehan de Lalande and his wife, who were condemned on the 18th of April, 1499, by the bailiff of the Abbey of Josaphat near Chartres, to pay a fine of 18 francs and to be confined in prison until this sum should be paid, on account of the murder of a child named Gilon, aged 5½ years or thereabouts, perpetrated by a porker, aged 3 months or thereabouts. The pig was condemned to be hanged and executed by justice. The owners were punished because they were supposed to have been culpably negligent of the child, who had been confided to their care and keeping, and not because they had, in the eye of the law, any proprietary responsibility for the infanticidal animal. The mulct implied remissness on their part as guardians or foster parents of the infant. In general, as we have seen, the owner of the blood-guilty beast was considered wholly blameless and sometimes even remunerated for his loss. Vide Appendix N. According to the laws of the Bogos, a pastoral and nominally Christian tribe of northern Abyssinia, a bull, cow, or any other animal which kills a man is put to death. The owner of the homicidal beast is not held in any wise responsible for its crime. Nevertheless, he practically incurs a somewhat heavy penalty by not receiving any compensation for the loss of his property. This exercise of justice is quite common among the tribes of Central Africa. In Montenegro, horses, oxen, and pigs have been recently tried for homicide and put to death, unless the owner redeemed them by paying a ransom. On the 14th of June, 1494, a young pig was arrested for having strangled and defaced a young child in its cradle, the son of Jehan Lenfant, a cowherd on the fee farm of Clermont and of Gillen his wife, and proceeded against, as justice and reason would desire and require. Several witnesses were examined, who testified on their oath and conscience that, on the morning of Easter Day, as the father was guarding cattle and his wife Gillen was absent in the village of Dysey, the infant being left alone in its cradle, the said pig entered during the said time the said house and disfigured and ate the face and neck of the said child, which, in consequence of the bites and defacements inflicted by the said pig, departed this life, deci cycle tre passa. The sentence pronounced by the judge was as follows: We, in detestation and horror of the said crime, and to the end that an example may be made and justice maintained, have said, judged, sentenced, pronounced, and appointed, that the said porker, now detained as a prisoner and confined in the said abbey, shall be by the master of high works hanged and strangled on a gibbet of wood near and adjoinant to the gallows, and high place of execution belonging to the said monks, being contiguous to their fee farm of Avon. The crime was committed on the fee farm of Clermont-les-Montcornet, appurtening in all matters of high, mean, and base justice to the monks of the order of Premonstrants, and the prosecution was conducted by Jehan Levasier, licentiate in law, the Grand Mayor of the Church and Monastery of St. Martin de Leon of the Order of Premonstrants, and the aldermen of the same place. The plaintiffs were the friars, who preferred charges against the pig and procured the evidence necessary to its conviction. Vide Appendix O. In 1394, a pig was hanged at Mortagne for having sacrilegiously eaten a consecrated wafer, and in a case of infanticide, it is expressly stated in the plaintiff's declaration that the pig killed the child and ate of its flesh, although it was Friday. And this violation of the jejunium sexti, prescribed by the Church, was urged by the prosecuting attorney and accepted by the court as a serious aggravation of the porker's offense. Nothing would be easier than to multiply examples of this kind. Infanticidal swine were hanged in 1419 at Labergement-le-Duc, in 1420 at Brachan, in 1435 at Trocars, and in 1490 at Abbeville. The last mentioned execution took place, under the auspices of the aldermanity and with the tolling of the bells. It was evidently regarded as a very solemn affair. The records of medieval courts, the chronicles of medieval cloisters, and the archives of medieval cities, especially such as were under episcopal sovereignty and governed by ecclesiastical law, are full of such cases. The capital punishment of a dumb animal for its crimes seems to us so irrational and absurd that we can hardly believe that sane and sober men were ever guilty of such folly. Yet the idea was quite familiar to our ancestors even in Shakespeare's day, in the brilliant Elizabethan age of English literature, as is evident from a passage in Gratiano's invective against Shylock. Thy currish spirit governed a wolf, who, hanged for human slaughter, even from the gallows did his fell soul fleet, and whilst thou lay'st in thy unhallowed dam, infust itself in thee. For thy desires are wolfish, bloody, starved, and ravenous. That such cases usually came under the jurisdiction of monasteries and so-called spiritualities, and were tried by their peculiarly organized tribunals, will not seem strange, when we remember that these religious establishments were great landed proprietors, and at one time owned nearly 1/3 of all real estate in France. The frequency with which pigs were brought to trial and adjudged to death was owing, in a great measure, to the freedom with which they were permitted to run about the streets and to their immense number. The fact that they were under the special protection of Saint Anthony of Padua conferred upon them a certain immunity, so that they became a serious nuisance, not only endangering the lives of children, but also generating and disseminating diseases. It is recorded that in 1131, as the Crown Prince Philippe, son of Louis the Gros, was riding through one of the principal streets of Paris, a boar, belonging to an abbot, ran violently between the legs of his horse, so that the prince fell to the ground and was killed. In some cities, like Grenoble in the 16th century, the authorities treated them very much as we do mad dogs, empowering the carnifex to seize and slay them whenever found at large. On Nov. 20, 1664, the municipality of Naples passed an ordinance that the pigs, which frequented the streets and piazzas to the detriment and danger of the inhabitants, should be removed from the city to a wood or other uninhabited place, or be slaughtered within 12 days on pain of the penalties already prescribed and threatened, probably in the order issued on Nov. 3 of the same year. It would seem, however, that these ordinances did not produce the desired effect, or soon fell into abeyance, since another was promulgated 4 years later, on Nov. 29, 1668, expelling the pigs from the city and calling attention to the fact that they corrupted the atmosphere and thus imperiled the public health. Sanitary considerations and salutary measures of this kind were by no means common in the Middle Ages, but were a gradual outgrowth of the spirit of the Renaissance. It was with the revival of letters that men began to love cleanliness and to appreciate its hygienic value as well as its aesthetic beauty. Little heed was paid to such things in the good old times of earlier date, when the test of holiness was the number of years a person went unwashed, and the growth of the soul in sanctity was estimated by the thickness of the layers of filth on the body, as the age of the earth is determined by the strata which compose its crust. The freedom of the city, almost universally enjoyed by medieval swine, is still maintained by their descendants in many towns of southern Italy and Sicily, where they ramble at will through the streets or assemble in council before the palace of the prefect, cf. D'Adosio, Besti Delinquenti, pp. 23-5. In the latter half of the 16th century, the tribunals began to take preventive measures against the public nuisance, by holding the inhabitants responsible for the injuries done to individuals by swine running at large, and by threatening with corporal as well as pecuniary punishment all persons who left such beasts without a good and sure guard. Thus it is recorded that on the 27th of March, 1567, a sow with a black snout, for the cruelty and ferocity shown in murdering a little child 4 months old, having eaten and devoured the head, the left hand and the part above the right breast of the said infant, was condemned to be exterminated to death, and to this end to be hanged by the executioner of high justice on a tree within the metes and bounds of the said judicature on the highway from Saint Firmin to Senlis. The court of the judicatory of Senlis, which pronounced this sentence on complaint of the procurator of the seigneury of Saint Nicholas, also forbade all the inhabitants and subjects of the said seigneuralty to permit the like beasts to go unguarded on pain of an arbitrary fine and of corporal chastisement in default of payment. Vide Appendix P. But although pigs appear to have been the principal culprits, especially as regard infanticide, other quadrupeds were frequently called to answer for similar crimes. Thus, in 1314, a bull belonging to a farmer in the village of Moisy escaped into the highway, where it attacked a man and injured him so severely that he died a few hours afterwards. The ferocious animal was seized and imprisoned by the officers of Charles, Count of Valois, and after being tried and convicted, was sentenced to be hanged. This judgment of the court was confirmed by the Parliament of Paris, and the execution took place at Moisy-le-Temple on the common gallows. An appeal based upon the incompetency of the court was then made by the procurator of the order of the hospital of the Ville de Moisy to the Parliament of La Chandeleur, which decided that the bull had met with its deserts and been justly put to death, but that the Count of Valois had no jurisdiction on the territory of Moisy, and his officials no power to institute proceedings in this case. The sentence was right in equity, but judicially and technically wrong, and could not therefore serve as a precedent. There is also extant an order issued by the magistracy of Gisors in 1405, commanding payment to be made to the carpenter who had erected the scaffold on which an ox had been executed for its demerits. Again, on the 16th of May, 1499, the judicial authorities of the Cistercian Abbey of Beaupré near Beauvais condemned a red bull to be executed until death inclusively, for having killed with furiosity a lad of 14 or 15 years of age, named Lucas Dupont, who was employed in tending the horned cattle of the farmer Jean Boulet. Vide Appendix Q, in 1389, the Carthusians of Dijon caused a horse to be condemned to death for homicide. And as late as 1697, a mare was burned by the decision and decree of the Parliament of Aix, which, it must be remembered, was not a legislative body, but a supreme court of judicature, thus differing in its functions from the States General, the only lawmaking and representative assembly in France that may be said to have corresponded in the slightest degree to the modern conception of a parliament. In 1474, the magistrates of Bâle sentenced a cock to be burned at the stake for the heinous and unnatural crime of laying an egg. The auto da fe was held on a height near the city called the Kohlenberg, with as great solemnity as would have been observed in consigning a heretic to the flames, and was witnessed by an immense crowd of townsmen and peasants. The statement made by Gross in his Kur's Basler Chronic, that the executioner on cutting open the cock found 3 more eggs in him, is of course absurd. We have to do in this case not with a freak of nature, but with the freak of an excited imagination tainted with superstition. Other instances of this kind have been recorded, one in the Swiss Prattigau as late as 1730, although in many cases the execution of the gallinaceous malefactor was more summary and less ceremonious than at Bâle. The oeuf coquetry was supposed to be the product of a very old cock and to furnish the most active ingredient of witch ointment. When hatched by a serpent or a toad, or by the heat of the sun it brought forth a cockatrice or basilisk, which would hide in the roof of the house, and with its baneful breath and death-darting eye, destroy all the inmates. Many naturalists believed this fable as late as the 18th century, and in 1710, the French savant Lapironi deemed this absurd notion worthy of serious refutation, and read a paper entitled Observations sur les petits oeufs de poule sans jaune, que l'on appelle vulgairement oeufs de coq, before the Academy of Sciences, in order to prove that cocks never lay, and that the small and yolkless eggs attributed to them owe their peculiar shape and condition to a disease of the hen resulting in a hydropic malformation of the oviduct. A farmer brought him several specimens of this sort, somewhat larger than a pigeon's egg, and assured him that they had been laid by a cock in his own barnyard. On opening one of them, Lapironi was surprised to find only a very slight trace of the yolk resembling a small serpent coiled. He now began to suspect that the cock might be an hermaphrodite, but on killing and dissecting it discovered nothing in support of this theory, the internal organs being all perfectly healthy and normal. But although the unfortunate Chanticleer had fallen a victim to the scientific investigation of a popular delusion, the eggs in question continued to be produced, until the farmer, by carefully watching the fowls, detected the hen that laid them. The dissection showed that the pressure of a bladder of serous, fluid against the oviduct, had so contracted it, that the egg in passing had the yolk squeezed out of it, leaving merely a yellowish discoloration that looked like a worm. Another peculiarity of this hen was that she crowed like a horse cock, uncock in her way, only more violently, a phenomenon also a source of terror to the superstitious, but ascribed by M. Lapironi to the same morbid state of the oviduct and the consequent pain caused by the passage of the egg. Mémoires de l'Académie des Sciences. Paris, 1710, pp. 553-60. A Greek physiologus of the 12th century, written in verse, calls the animal hatched from the egg of an old cock epsilon pi tau epsilon iota nu letter 1f71 rho iota alpha, a name which would imply some sort of winged creature. It was sighted like the basilisk, and endowed also in other respects with the same fatal qualities. In the case of a valuable animal, such as an ox or a horse, the severity of retaliatory justice was often tempered by economical considerations and the culprit confiscated, but not capitally punished. Thus, as early as the 12th century, it is expressly stated that it is the law and custom in Burgundy that if an ox or a horse commit one or several homicides, it shall not be condemned to death, but shall be taken by the seigneur within whose jurisdiction the deed was perpetrated, or by his servitors, and be confiscated to him, and shall be sold and appropriated to the profit of the said seigneur. But if other beasts or Jews do it, they shall be hanged by the hind feet. Customs et stils de Bourgogne, section 197 in Gerard, S. I. Sur l'histoire du droit francais, Roman 2, p. 302, quoted by Amira. It was a cruel irony of the law that conferred upon pigs and Jews a perfect equality of rights by sending them both to the scaffold. Animals were put on a par with old crones in bearing their full share of persecution during the witchcraft delusion. Pigs suffered most in this respect, since they were assumed to be peculiarly attractive to devils, and therefore particularly liable to diabolical possession, as is evident from the legion that went out of the lunatic and were permitted, at their own request, to enter into the Gadarene herd of swine. But Beelzebub did not disdain to become incarnate in all sorts of creatures, such as cats, dogs of high and low degree, wolves, night birds, and indeed in any beast, especially if it chanced to be black. Goats, it is well known, were not a too stinking habitation for him, and even to dwell in skunks he did not despise. The perpetual smell of burning sulfur in his subterranean abode may render him proof against any less suffocating form of stench. The Bible represents Satan as going about as a roaring lion, and according to the highest ecclesiastical authorities, he has appeared visibly as a raven, a porcupine, a toad, and a gnat. Indeed, there is hardly a living creature in which he has not deigned to disport himself from a blue bottle to a bishop, to say nothing of his appearing invisibly at times, aliquando invisibiliter apparens, if we may believe what the learned Polyhister Trithime tells of his apparitions. As all animals were considered embodiments of devils, it was perfectly logical and consistent that the Prince of Darkness should reveal himself to mortal ken as a mongrel epitome of many beasts: snake, cat, dog, pig, ape, buck, and horse, each contributing some characteristic part to his incarnation. It was during the latter half of the 17th century, when, as we have seen, criminal prosecutions of animals were still quite frequent, and the penalties inflicted extremely cruel, that Racine caricatured them in Les Plaideurs, where a dog is tried for stealing and eating a capon. Dandin solemnly takes his seat as judge, and declares his determination to close his eyes to bribes and his ears to Brigue. Petty Jean prosecutes, and Ellentime appears for the defense. Both address the court in florid and high-flown rhetoric and display rare erudition in quoting Aristotle, Pausanias, and other ancient as well as modern authorities. The accused is condemned to the galleys. Thereupon the counsel for the defendant brings in a litter of puppies, povers and fants quon vult render orphelins, and appeals to the compassion and implores the clemency of the judge. Dandin's feelings are touched, for he, too, is a father. As a public officer, also, he is moved by the economical consideration of the expense to the state of keeping the offspring of the culprit in a foundling hospital, in case they should be deprived of paternal support. To the contemporaries of Racine, the representation of a scene like this had a significance, which we fail to appreciate. It strikes us as simply farcical and not very funny. To them, it was a mirror reflecting a characteristic feature of the time and ridiculing a grave judicial abuse, as Cervantes, a century earlier, burlesqued the institution of chivalry in the adventures of Don Quixote. See Appendix R. Lex talionis is the oldest kind of law and the most deeply rooted in human nature. To the primitive man and the savage, tit for tat is an ethical axiom, which it would be thought immoral as well as cowardly not to put into practice. No principle is held more firmly or acted upon more universally than that of literal and exact retributions in man's dealings with his fellows, the iron rule of doing unto others the wrongs which others have done unto you. Hebrew legislation demanded life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. An old Anglo-Saxon law made this retaliatory principle of membrum pro membro the penalty of all crimes of personal violence, including rape. Even a lascivious eye was to be plucked out, in accordance with the doctrine that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Corrupter puniater in eo in quo deliquet. Oculos igitur amitat, propter aspectum decoris, quo virginum concupivit, amitat et testiculos qui calorum stupri induxerunt. Cf. Bracton, 147b, Reeves, I. 481. This was believed to be God's method of punishment, smiting with disease or miraculously destroying the bodily organs, which were the instruments of sin. Thus Stengelius, De Judicis Divinis, Roman 2. 26, 27, records how a thunderbolt was hurled by the divine hand in such a manner as to castrate a lascivious priest. Impuris et saltator sacerdos fulmine castratus. The same sort of retributive justice was recognized by the Institutes of Manu, which punished a thief by the amputation or mutilation of his fingers. In the covenant with Noah, it was declared that human blood should be required not only at the hand of man, but also at the hand of every beast. And it was subsequently enacted, in accordance with this fundamental principle, that if an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten. To eat a creature which had become the peer of man in blood guiltiness and in judicial punishment would savor of anthropophagy. This decision of Jewish lawgivers as to the use of the flesh of otherwise edible animals condemned to death for crime has nearly always been followed. Thus, when in 1553, several swine were executed for child murder at Frankfurt on the Main, their carcasses, although doubtless as good pork as could be found in the shambles, were thrown into the river. Usually, however, they were buried under the gallows or in whatever spot was set apart for interring the dead bodies of human criminals. At Ghent, however, in 1578, after judicial sentence of death had been pronounced on a cow, she was slaughtered and her flesh sold as butcher's meat, half of the proceeds of the sale being given as compensation to the injured party and the other half to the city treasury for distribution among the poor. But her head was struck off and stuck on a stake near the gallows, to indicate that she had been capitally punished. The thrifty Flemings did not permit the moral depravity to taint the material substance of the bovine culprit and impair the excellence of the beef. On the other hand, the law faculty of the University of Leipzig decided that a cow, which had pushed a woman and thereby caused her death at Maschern in Saxony, July 20, 1621, should be taken to a secluded and barren place, and there killed and buried unflayed. In this case, the flesh of the homicidal animal was not to be eaten, nor the hide converted into leather. Vide Appendix S. In this connection, it may be interesting to mention a decision of the ecclesiastical court, Geestlicher Convent of Bern, given in 1666 and recorded in Turler's Strafrechtlich Gültigen des Geestlichen Konvents der Stadt Bern, Zeitschrift für Schweiz. Strafrecht, B.D. Roman 3, Heft 5. Quoted by Tobler. An insane man was tried for murder, and the prosecutor seems to have urged that the lack of moral responsibility did not suffice to relieve the accused of legal responsibility, and to free him from punishment, citing as pertinent to the case the Mosaic law, which inflicted the death penalty on an ox for the like offense. On this point the court replied, in the first place, that specifically Jewish law is not binding upon other governments, and is not observed by them either as regards oxen or horses. Again, even if the Jewish law should be really applicable to all men, it could not be appealed to in the present case, since it is not permissible to draw an inference above ad hominem. Inasmuch as no law is given to the ox, it cannot violate any, in other words, cannot sin and therefore cannot be punished. On the other hand, death is a severe penalty for man. Nevertheless, if God commanded that the goring ox should be killed, this was done in order to excite aversion to the deed, to prevent the animal from injuring others, and in this manner to punish the owner of the beast. This fact, however, proves nothing touching the case now before us. For, although God enacted a law for the ox, he did not enact any for the insane man, and the distinction between the goring ox and the maniac must be observed. An ox is created for man's sake, and can therefore be killed for his sake. And in doing this there is no question of right or wrong as regards the ox. On the other hand, it is not permissible to kill a man unless he has deserved death as a punishment. The remarkable points in this decision are, first, the abrogation of a biblical enactment by an ecclesiastical court of the 17th century, and, secondly, the discussion of a criminal act from a psychiatrical point of view and the admission of extenuating and exculpating circumstances derived from this source. The Quran holds every beast and fowl accountable for injuries done to each other, but reserves their punishment for the life to come. Among the cookies, if a man falls from a tree and is killed, it is the sacred duty of the next of kin to fell the tree and cut it up and scatter the chips abroad. The spirit of the tree was supposed to have caused the mishap, and the blood of the slain was not thought to be thoroughly avenged until the offending object had been effaced from the earth. A survival of this notion was the custom of burning heretics and flinging their ashes to the four winds or casting them upon rivers running into the sea. The laws of Draken and Erechtheus required weapons and all other objects, by which a person had lost his life, to be publicly condemned and thrown beyond the Athenian boundaries. This sentence of banishment, then regarded as one of the severest that could be inflicted, was pronounced upon a sword, which had killed a priest, the wielder of the same being unknown, and also upon a bust of the elegiac poet Theognis, which had fallen on a man and caused his death. Even in cases which, one would think, might be regarded as justifiable homicide in self-defense, no such ground of exculpation seems to have been admitted. Thus, the statue erected by the Athenians in honor of the famous athlete, Nikon of Thassos, was assailed by his envious foes and pushed from its pedestal. In falling, it crushed one of its assailants, and was therefore brought before the proper tribunal and sentenced to be cast into the sea. Judicial proceedings of this kind were called letter 1F04, psi letter 1Fe6, chi omega nu delta letter 1F77 kappa alpha iota, prosecutions of lifeless things, and were conducted before the Athenian law court known as the Prytanean. They are alluded to by Aeschines, Pausanias, Demosthenes, and other writers, and briefly described in the Onomasticon of Julius Pollux and the Lexicon Decem Oratorum Graecorum of Valerius Harpocration. Strictly speaking, the term letter 1F04, psi letter 1Fe6, chi omega nu should be applied only to an inanimate object and not to the brute, which was more correctly called letter 1F04 phi omega nu omicron nu dum. But this distinction was not always observed either in common parlance or in legal phraseology. The law on this point, as formulated and expounded by Plato, de leg. Roman 9:12 was as follows. If a draft animal or any other beast kill a person, unless it be in a combat authorized and instituted by the state, the kinsmen of the slain shall prosecute the said homicide for murder, and the overseers of the public lands. Letter 1F00 gamma, rho omicron nu letter 1F79 mu omicron iota, as many as may be commissioned by the said kinsmen, shall adjudicate upon the case, and send the offender beyond the boundaries of the country. Letter 1F10 xi omicron rho letter 1F77 zeta epsilon iota nu. Exterminate in the literal and original sense of the term. If a lifeless thing shall deprive a person of life, provided it may not be a thunderbolt, kappa epsilon rho alpha upsilon nu letter 1F79 sigma, or other missile, beta letter 1F73 lambda omicron sigma, hurled by a god, but an object which the said person may have run against or by which he may have been struck and slain. Then the kinsman immediate to the deceased shall appoint the nearest neighbor as judge in order to purify himself as well as his next of kin from blood guiltiness. But the culprit, tau letter 1F78 letter 1F44 phi lambda omicron nu, shall be put beyond the boundaries, in the same manner as if it were an animal. In the same section, it is enacted that if a person be found dead and the murderer be unknown, then proclamation shall be made by a herald on the marketplace forbidding the murderer to enter any sanctuary or the land of the slain, and declaring that, if discovered, he shall be put to death, and his body be thrown unburied beyond the boundaries of the country of the person killed. The object of these measures was to appease the Erinyes or avenging spirit of the deceased, and to avert the calamities which would otherwise be brought upon the land, in accordance with the strict law of retribution demanding blood for blood, no matter whether it may have been shed willfully or accidentally. Cf. Aeschylus Cho, 395, where this law, new letter 1F79 mu omicron sigma, is clearly and strongly affirmed. The same superstitious feeling leads the hunters of many savage tribes to beg pardon of bears and other wild animals for killing them, and to purify themselves by religious rites from the taint incurred by such an act, the mu letter 1F77 alpha sigma mu alpha of murder, as the Greeks called it. Quite recently in China, 15 wooden idols were tried and condemned to decapitation for having caused the death of a man of high military rank. On complaint of the family of the deceased, the viceroy residing at Fuzhou ordered the culprits to be taken out of the temple and brought before the criminal court of that city, which after due process of law sentenced them to have their heads severed from their bodies and then to be thrown into a pond. The execution is reported to have taken place in the presence of a large concourse of approving spectators, and amid the loud execrations of the masses, who seem in their excitement to have lost their heads as well as the hapless deities. When the Russian Prince Dmitry, the son of Ivan Roman II, was assassinated on May 15, 1591, at Uglich, his place of exile, the great bell of that town rang the signal of insurrection. For this serious political offense, the bell was sentenced to perpetual banishment in Siberia and conveyed with other exiles to Tobolsk. After a long period of solitary confinement, it was partially purged of its iniquity by conjuration and reconsecration, and suspended in the tower of a church in the Siberian capital. But not until 1892 was it fully pardoned and restored to its original place in Uglich. A like sentence was imposed by a Russian tribunal on a budding ram in the latter half of the 17th century. Matthias Abel von Lilienberg, in his Metamorphosis Telli Judiciarii, of which the 8th edition was published at Nuremberg in 1712, states that a drummer's dog in an Austrian garrison town bit a member of the municipal council in the right leg. The drummer was sued for damages, but refused to be responsible for the snappish cur and delivered it over to the arm of justice. Thereupon he was released, and the dog sentenced to 1 year's incarceration in the Narrenkaterlein, a sort of pillory or iron cage standing on the marketplace, in which blasphemers, evil livers, rowdies, and other peacebreakers were commonly confined. The Narrenkaterlein, Narrenkoterl or Kotter formerly on the chief public squares in Vienna, are described as Menschenkafage mit Gittern von Eisen und Hals, bestimmt das darin verspirat individuum dem Spot des Pobels Preisugeben, zu Narren. Schlager. Wiener Skizen aus dem Mittelalter, Roman II. 245. Mornatius also relates that several mad dogs, which attacked and tore in pieces a Franciscan novice in 1610, were by sentence and decree of the court put to death. It is surely reasonable enough that mad dogs should be killed. The remarkable feature of the case is that they should be formally tried and convicted as murderers by a legal tribunal, and that no account should have been taken of their rabies as an extenuating circumstance or ground of acquittal. In such a case, the plea of insanity would certainly seem to be naturally suggested and perfectly valid. On the other hand, it is expressly declared in the Avesta that a mad dog shall not be permitted to plead insanity in exculpation of itself, but shall be punished with the punishment of a conscious and premeditated offense, beadhovarsta, i.e. by progressive mutilation, corresponding to the number of persons or beasts it has bitten, beginning with the loss of its ears, extending to the crippling of its feet, and ending with the amputation of its tail. This cruel and absurd enactment is wholly inconsistent with the kindly spirit shown in the Avesta towards all animals recognized as the creatures of Ahura Mazda, and especially with the many measures taken by the Indo-Aryans as a pastoral people for the protection of the dog. Indeed, a paragraph immediately following in the same chapter commands the Mazdaeasnians to treat such a rabid dog humanely, and to wait upon him with medicaments and to try to heal him, just as they would care for a righteous man. On this important point, Avestan legislation is so inconsistent and self-contradictory that one may justly suspect the harsh enactments to be later interpolations. A curious example of imputed crime and its penal consequences is seen in the Roman custom of celebrating the anniversary of the preservation of the capital from the night attack of the Gauls, not only by paying honor to the descendants of the sacred geese, whose cries gave warning of the enemy's approach, adorning them with jewels and carrying them about in litters, but also by crucifying a dog, as a punishment for the want of vigilance shown by its progenitors on that occasion. This imputation of merit and demerit was really no more absurd than to visit the sins of the fathers on the children, as prescribed by Jewish and other ancient lawgivers, or to decree corruption of blood in persons attainted of treason, as is still the practice of modern states, or any other theory of inherited guilt or scheme of vicarious atonement. That sets the sin of the federal head of the race to the account of his remotest posterity and relieves them from its penalties only through the suffering and death of a wholly innocent person. They are all applications of the barbarous principle, which, in primitive society, with its gross conceptions of justice, made the entire tribe responsible for the conduct of each of its members. The vendetta, which continues to be the unwritten but inviolable code of many semi-civilized communities, is based upon the same conception of consanguineous solidarity for the perpetration and avenging of crime. According to an old Anglo-Saxon law, abolished by King Canute, in case stolen property was found in the house of a thief, his wife and family, even to the infant in the cradle, though it had never taken food, hit naffer meets nie abite, were punished as partakers of his guilt. The Schwabenspiegel, the oldest digest of South German law, treated as accessories all the domestic animals found in a house, in which a crime of violence had been committed, and punished them with death. Man soll alles das taten das in den Hus ist gevonden, Luten und Vi, Rose und Rinder, Hund und Katzen, Ganzen und Hunder. Section 290. Cicero approved of such penalties for political crimes as severe but wise enactments, since the father is thereby bound to the interests of the state by the strongest of ties, namely, love for his children. Roman law under the empire punished treason with death and then added, as to the sons of traitors, they ought to suffer the same penalty as their parents, since it is highly probable that they will sometime be guilty of the same crime themselves. Nevertheless, as a special act of clemency, we grant them their lives, but, at the same time, declare them to be incapable of inheriting anything from father or mother, or of receiving any gift or bequest in consequence of any devise or testament of kinsmen or friends. Branded with hereditary infamy and excluded from all hope of honor or of property, may they suffer the torture of disgrace and poverty until they shall look upon life as a curse and long for death as a kind release. This atrocious edict of the emperors Arcadius and Honorius has its counterpart in the still more radical code of Pachacutes, the Justinian of the ancient Peruvians, which punished adultery with the wife of an Inca by putting to death not only the adulteress and her seducer, but also the children, slaves, and kindred of the culprits, as well as all the inhabitants of the city in which the crime was committed, while the city itself was to be razed and the site covered with stones. The principle enunciated by Cicero has also been accepted by modern legislators as applicable to high treason. Thus, when Tischech, the burgomaster of Storkow, attempted to take the life of Frederick William of Prussia, July 26, 1844, he was tried and executed Dec. 14 of the same year. On the day after his execution, his only daughter, Elizabeth, was arrested, and to her inquiry by what right she had been deprived of her freedom, the authorities replied that, according to Prussian law, the children of a person convicted of high treason and all the members of his family, especially if they seem to be dangerous and to share the opinions of their father, can be imprisoned for life or banished from the country. The young lady was then exiled to Westphalia, and there placed in the custody of an extremely austere parson until she finally escaped to France and afterwards to Switzerland, where she spent the rest of her days. When the prefects Tatian and Proculus fell into disgrace, Lycia, their native land, was deprived of the autonomy it had hitherto enjoyed as a Roman province, and its inhabitants were disfranchised and declared incapable of holding any office under the empire. So, too, when Joshua discovered some of the spoils of Jericho hidden in the tent of Achan, not only the thief himself, but also his sons and his daughters and his oxen and his asses and his sheep and his tent and all that he had, were brought into the valley of Achor, and there stoned with stones and burned with fire. About this time, however, such holocausts of justice were suppressed among the Jews, and a law enacted that henceforth the fathers shall not be put to death, for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers, every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Or, as Jeremiah expresses it figuratively, the children's teeth were to be no longer set on edge by the sour grapes which their fathers had eaten. Yet the persistency of time-honored custom and its power of overriding new statutes are seen in the fact that, several centuries later, at the request of the Gibeonites, whom it had become desirable to conciliate, David did not scruple to deliver up to them 7 of Saul's sons to be hanged for the evil which their father had wrought in slaying these foes of Israel. It would have been a parallel case if Bismarck had sought to win the friendship and favor of the French by giving into their hands the descendants of Blücher to be guillotined on the Place de la Concorde, or, after having made a political pilgrimage to Canossa, should surrender the children of Dr. Falk to be racked and burned at the stake by the Ultramontanes. According to the current Orthodox theology, treason against God, committed by our common progenitor, worked corruption of blood in the whole human race, all the children of men being attainted with guilt in consequence of the act of their first parent. This crude and brutal conception of justice is the survival of a primitive and barbarous state of society, and it is curious to observe how the most highly civilized peoples, who have outgrown this notion and set it aside in the secular relations of man to man, still cling to it as something sacred and sublime in the spiritual relations of man to the deity. Only the all-wise and all-powerful sovereign of the universe is supposed to continue to administer law and justice on principles which common sense and the enlightened opinion of mankind have long since abrogated and banished from earthly legislation. Thus, the divine government, instead of keeping pace with the progress of human institutions, still corresponds to the ideals of right and retribution entertained by savage tribes and the lowest types of mankind. The horrible mutilations to which criminals were formerly subjected originated in an endeavor to administer strictly even-handed justice. What could be fairer or more fit than to punish perjury by cutting off the 2 fingers which the perjurer had held up in taking the violated oath? It was a popular belief that the fingers of an undetected perjurer would grow out of the grave after death, seeking retributive amputation, as a plant seeks the light, and that his ghost would never rest until this penalty had been inflicted. See Heinrich Rock, Schles, Kron, p. 267, where a case of this kind is recorded. The Carolina Constitutio Criminalis Carolina, although in many respects an advance on medieval penal legislation, doomed incendiaries to be burned alive, and an old law cited by Doppler Theat. Pone, Roman 2. 271, condemned a man who had dug up and removed a boundary stone to be buried in the earth up to his neck, and to have his head plowed off with a new plow, thus symbolizing in his own person the grave offense which he had committed. Ivan Basilovich, a Muscovite prince, ordered that an ambassador, who did not uncover in his presence, should have his hat nailed to his head. And it is a feeble survival of the same idea of proper punishment that makes the American farmer nail the dead hawk to his barn door, just as in former times it was customary to crucify highway robbers at crossroads. According to an old Roman law ascribed to Numa Pompilius, the oxen which plowed up a boundary stone, as well as their driver, were sacrificed to Jupiter Terminus. In the early development of agriculture and the transition from communal to personal property in land, this severe enactment was deemed necessary to the protection of the sacra saxa, by which the boundary lines of the fields were defined. Only by making the violation of enclosed ground a sacrilege was it possible to prevent encroachments upon it. So strong was the lingering prejudice against individual possessions of this kind, running in the blood of a people descended from nomadic tribes of herdsmen, who regarded sedentary communities engaged in tilling the soil as their direst foes. The lawgiver knew very well that the oxen were involuntary agents, and that the plowman alone was culpable. But when a religious atonement is to be made, and an angry God appeased, moral distinctions determining degrees of responsibility are uniformly ignored, and the innocent are doomed to suffer with the guilty. The oxen were tainted by the performance of an act in which the exercise of their will was not involved, and must therefore be consigned to the offended deity. The same is true of the plowman, who did not escape immolation even when the motio termini or displacement of the boundary stone occurred unintentionally. That the feeling, which found expression in such enactments and usages, and survives in schemes of expiation and vicarious sacrifice, lies scarcely skin-deep under the polished surface of our civilization, is evident from the force and suddenness with which it breaks out under strong excitement, as when Cincinnati rioters burn the courthouse because they suspect the judges of venality and are dissatisfied with the verdicts of the juries. The primitive man and the savage, like the low and ignorant masses of civilized communities, do not take into consideration whether the objects from which they suffer injury are intelligent agents or not, but wreak their vengeance on stocks and stones and brutes, obeying only the rude instinct of revenge. The power of restraining these aboriginal propensities, and of nicely analyzing actions and studying mental conditions in order to ascertain degrees of moral responsibility, presupposes a high degree of mental development and refinement and great acuteness of psychological perception, and is, in fact, only a recent acquisition of a small minority of the human race. The vast bulk of mankind will have to pass through a long process of intellectual evolution and rise far above their present place in the ascending scale of culture before they attain it. For this reason, Lombroso would abolish trial by jury, which seems to him not a sign of progress towards better judicatory methods, but a clumsy survival of primitive justice as administered by barbarous tribes and even gregarious animals. It makes the administration of justice dependent upon popular prejudice and passion, and finds its most violent expression or explosion in lynch law, which is only trial by a jury of the whole community gone mad. It would certainly be a dismal farce to apply to the criminal classes the principle that every man must be judged by his peers. In the cantonal courts of Switzerland, the verdict of the jury is uniformly in favor of the native against the foreigner, no matter what the merits of the case may be. And this outrageous perversion of right and equity is called patriotism, a term which conveniently sums up and euphemizes the general sentiment of Helvetian innkeepers and tradesmen that the stranger within their gates is their legitimate spoil and has no other raison d'etre. In Italy, especially in Naples and Sicily, a thief may be sometimes condemned, but a murderer is almost invariably acquitted by the jury, whose decision expresses the corrupted moral sense of a people accustomed to admire the bandit as a hero and to consider brigandage a highly honorable profession. The childish disposition to punish irrational creatures and inanimate objects, which is common to the infancy of individuals and of races, has left a distinct trace of itself in that peculiar institution of English law known as deodand, and derived partly from Jewish and partly from old German usages and traditions. If a horse, says Blackstone, or any other animal of its own motion kill as well an infant as an adult, or if a cart run over him, they shall in either case be forfeited as deodand. If a man, in driving a cart, tumble to the ground and lose his life by the wheel passing over him, if a tree fall on a man and cause his death, or if a horse kick his keeper and kill him, then the wheel, the tree, and the horse are deodans pro rege, and are to be sold for the benefit of the poor. Omnia qui movent ad mortem sunt deodanda is the principle laid down by Bracton. If therefore a cartwheel run over a man and kill him, not only is the wheel, but also the whole cart to be declared deodand, because the momentum of the cart in motion contributed to the man's death. But if the shaft fall upon a man and kill him, then only the shaft is deodand, since the cart did not participate in the crime. It is also stated, curiously enough, that if an infant fall from a cart not in motion and be killed, neither the horse nor the cart shall be declared deodand. Not so, however, if an adult come to his death in this manner. The ground of this distinction is not quite clear, although it may arise from the assumption that the child had no business there, or that such an accident could not have happened to an adult, unless there was something irregular and perverse in the conduct of the animal or the vehicle. In the Archives of Maryland, edited by Dr. William Hand Brown and Miss Harrison in 1887, mention is made of an inquest held January 31, 1637, on the body of a planter, who by the fall of a tree had his blowed bulk broken. And furthermore the jurors aforesaid upon their oath aforesaid say that the said tree moved to the death of the said John Bryant, and therefore find the said tree forfeited to the Lord Proprietor. According to an old Anglo-Saxon law, a sword or other object by which a man had been slain was not regarded as pure jesund until the crime had been expiated, and therefore could not be used, but must be set apart as a sacrifice. A sword cutler would not take such a weapon to polish or repair without a certificate that it was jesund or free from homicidal taint, so as not to render himself liable for any harm it might inflict, since it was supposed to exert a certain magical and malicious influence. Also, an ancient municipal law of the city of Schleswig stipulated that the builder of a house should be held responsible in case anyone should be killed by a beam, block, rafter, or other piece of timber, and pay a fine of 9 marks, or give the object that had committed the manslaughter to the family or kinsmen of the slain. If he failed to do so and built the contaminated timber into the edifice, then the owner had to atone for the homicide with the whole house. Cf. Heinrich Brunner, Deutschrechtsgeschichte, Roman II. p. 557 annum, 31. A modern survival of this legal principle is the notion, current especially among criminals, that any part of the body of a deceased person, or better still of an executed murderer, exerts a magical and protective power or brings good luck. It is by no means uncommon among the peasants and lower classes of Europe to put the finger of a dead thief under the threshold in order to protect the house homopathically against theft. The persistency of this superstition is shown by the fact that a farmer's hired man named Seer and belonging to the hamlet of Humeden was tried at Weiden in Bavaria, May 23, 1894, and convicted of having exhumed the body of a newly buried child in the churchyard of Musbach and taken out one of its eyes, which he supposed would render him invisible to mortal sight like the famous Tarncap of old German mythology, and thus enable him to indulge with impunity his propensity to steal. For this sacrilege, he was sentenced to 1 year and 2 months imprisonment and to the loss of civil rights for 3 years. In some of the Scottish islands, it is the custom to beach a boat, from which a fisherman had been drowned, cursing it for its misdeed and letting it dry and fall to pieces in the sun. The boat is guilty of manslaughter and must no longer be permitted to sail the sea with innocent craft. Scotch law does not seem to have recognized deodend in the strictly etymological sense of the term, but only escheat. In other words, the confiscated objects were not necessarily applied to pious purposes pro anima regis et omnium fidelium defunctorum, but were simply forfeited to the king or to the state. This form of confiscation never prevailed so generally in Central and Eastern as in Western Europe. Some German communities and territorial sovereigns introduced it from France, but so modified the practical application of the principle as to award to the injured party the greater portion. In Lüneburg, for example, 2/3 of the value of the confiscated animal or object. Vidi Kraut's Stadtrecht von Lüneburg, no. Ex-Sivi. Cited by Vanna Mira, p. 594. Blackstone's theories of the origin of deodends are exceedingly vague and unsatisfactory. Evidently, the learned author of the commentaries could give no consistent explanation of these vestiges of ancient criminal legislation. His statement that they were intended to punish the owner of the forfeited property for his negligence, and his further assertion that they were designed, in the blind days of popery, as an expiation for the souls of such as were snatched away by sudden death, are equally incorrect. In most cases, the owner was perfectly innocent and very frequently was himself the victim of the accident. He suffered only incidentally from a penalty imposed for a wholly different purpose, just as a slaveholder incurs loss when his human chattel commits murder and is hanged for it. The primal object was to atone for the taking of life in accordance with certain crude conceptions of retribution. Under hierarchical governments, the prominent idea was to appease the wrath of God, who otherwise might visit mankind with famine and pestilence and divers retaliatory scourges. For the same reason, the property of a suicide was deodend. Thus, the wife and children of the deceased, who may be supposed to have already suffered most from the fatal act, were subjected to additional punishment for it by being robbed of their rightful inheritance. Yet this was by no means the intention of the lawmakers, who simply wished to prescribe an adequate atonement for a grievous offense, and in seeking to accomplish this main purpose, ignored the effect of their action upon the fortunes of the heirs or deemed it a matter of minor consideration. Ancient legislators uniformly regarded a filo de se as a criminal against society and treated him as a kind of traitor. The man had enjoyed the support and protection of the body politic during his infancy and youth, and by taking his own life, he shook off the responsibilities and shirked the duties devolving upon him as an adult member of the Commonwealth. This is why self-murder was called felony and as such involved forfeiture of goods. Calchas would not permit the body of the mad Ajax, who died by his own hand, to be burned, and the Christian Church of today refuses to bury in consecrated ground with religious rites any person who deliberately cuts short the thread of his existence and thus commits treason against the Most High. The Athenians ignominiously lopped off the hand of a suicide and buried the guilty instrument of his death, as an accursed thing, apart from the rest of the interred or incremated body. In some communities, all persons over 60 years of age have been left free to kill themselves if they wish to do so. They had performed the duties of citizenship and of procreation and were permitted to retire in this way if they saw fit. In very ancient times, the magistrates of Massalia, Marseille, then a Greek colony, are said to have kept on hand a supply of poison to be given to any citizen, who, on due examination, was found to have good and sufficient reason for taking his own life. Suicide was thus legalized and facilitated, and thereby rendered honorable, and was perhaps found more convenient and economical than to grant pensions or to support paupers. It was a summary method of getting rid of those who had finished the struggle for existence or failed in it, and in either case might be a burden to themselves or to the state. On the other hand, when a suicidal mania seized upon the maidens of Miletos, an Ionian city in Caria, and threatened to produce a dearth of wives and mothers, the municipal authorities decreed that the bodies of all such persons should be exposed naked in the marketplace, in order that virgin modesty and shame might overcome the desire of death, and check a self-destructive passion extremely detrimental to the Milesian commonwealth. It is true, as Blackstone asserts, that the Church claimed Diodens as her due and put the price of them into her own coffers, but this fact does not explain their origin. They were an expression of the same feeling that led the public authorities to fill up a well in which a person had been drowned, not as a precautionary measure, but as a solemn act of expiation, or that condemned and confiscated a ship, which, by lurching, had thrown a man overboard and caused his death. Diodens were not abolished in England until the reign of Queen Victoria. With the exception of some vestiges of primitive legislation still lingering in maritime law, they are, in modern codes, one of the latest applications of a penal principle, which, in Athens, expatriated stocks and stones, and in other countries of Europe excommunicated bugs and sent beasts to the stake and to the gallows. Appendix, containing original documents. Testimonials et reassumptum. Anno Domini millesimo quinquagesimo octuagesimo septimo, et didecima tertia mensis Aprilis comparut in bancho actorum judicialium episcopatus morian honestus, ver Franciscus Ameneti syndicus, et procuratorioque nomen todius communitatis, et paraci sancti Juliani, qui in causa quam pretendunt reassumere prosqui, aut de novo intenter, coram reverendissimo domino morian episcopo, et principe su reverendo domino generali, ejus vicario et. Officially contra animalia, ad formam muscarum, Valentia coloris viridis communi voce, appellata verpiliens, su ambulvins facit constituit elegit et crevit cerdum, ac legitimum procuratorem todius dict communitatis, et substituit vigor sui syndicatus de quo, fidem faciat egregium petramandum Bertrandi causidicum in curiae civitatis, morian presentum et acceptantum ad fines, coram eadem reverendissimo episcopo, et ejus vicario generali. Comprendi et faciendi quicquid circa negodiis adjustum, cos spectet et pertinet, et prout ips syndicus facer possit si presens et personaliter interesset, cum election domicilii, et ceteris clausulis relevationis ratihabitionis, et aliis opportunis seu juramento formatis, sub obligation, et hypotheca, benorum suorum et dict communitatis que concedenter in bancho die et anno premissis. Ordinatio. Anno Domini millesimo quinquagesimo octuagesimo septimo, et dicebati decima sexta, mai comparunt judicialiter coram nobis vicario generali morian prefato, Franciscus Ameneti consindicus sancti Juliani, cum egregio Petramando Bertrandi, ejus procurator producens testimoniales constitutionis facti, idem egregio Bertrandi di tertia decima Aprilis, proxime fluxi peti sibi provideri, juxta supplicationem nobis porictam part, syndicorum et. Communitatis sancti Juliani, exordiant divino primitus implorato, auxilio signatum, Franciscus fidi contra animalia, bruta ad formam muscarum Valentia, nuncupata verpiliens producens etiam acta et agitata superioribus annis, coram predecessoribus nostris maxim de anno, 1545, et divicima secunda mensis Aprilis, unacum ordination, nostra lauda octava mai millesimo quingentesimo octuagesimo sexto, et ni contra animalia ipsis inauditus. Procedi videtur petunt, sibi providere de advocato, et procurator pro defension, si quam habent, aut haber possent, dictorum animalium si offerens, ad solutionem salare illis per nos assignandi. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian ni animalia contra, quae adjutor in defensa, remanent deputamus aestum, pro procurator egregium anthonium, filioli licet absentem cui in jungimus, ut salario moderato attenta oblation concurrentium, qui si offerent satisficere teniter, et debit ipsa animalia procer, et defendir earum jura, et ni de concilio alicugis peridi, sint exempta ipsis providemus despectabili domino petro rimbodi advocatum. Sic. Qui similiter in jungimus ut debit earum jura defendir salario moderato ut supra. Quamquidem deputationem mandamus eis notificari, et ipsis, auditus prout juris furit, ad ulteriora providebiter. Quo intram visa per nos quadam ordination, fuit fieri certas processions, et alias devotions in dicta ordination, declaratas quas factas, fuis non edoster ideo ni irater Deus, propter non ad impletionem devotionem in ipsa ordination, narratorum dissimus ipses, devotions imprimis esse findas, per instance et habitators, loci pro quo parts agant quibus factis, postea ad ulteriora procedimus prout, juris furit discernens literas, in talibus necessarias per quas. Comitimus curato, su vicario loci quathanus contenta, in dicta ordination, in prono ecclesi publis declarer, habet populum moner, et exhortari, ut alas adimplint, infraterminum tam breve quam fieri potrit, et de ipsis attestationem nobis transmitter. Datum in civitate sancti Johannes Morian, die anno permissus. Memorial. Anno permisso, et die trigesima mensis, mai comparunt judicialiter, quorum nobis vicario generali, Morian prefato honestus Franciscus Ameneti consindicus, juret Venice. Cum egregio Petramando Bertrandi adjus, procurator producit, et reproducit supplicationem nobis, porictam retroacta, et agitata contra idem animalia maxim designata in memoriali, quorum nobis tento decima sexta, mai literas eadem, die curato sancti Gelliani directas, unacum et station. Signata Romanetti qua constat clarum et incolas dicti los, propos satisfessus contentis in aestum literis, ad formam ordinis, in ipsis designato pedi sibi juxta. Et in actis antia requisita provideri, et alia uberius juxta, cause merita et in thimeri egregio, filioli procuratori ex adverso. Hinc egregius filioli procurator dictorum animalium, brutorum pedi communicationem, omnium, et singularum productionem ex adverso, cum termino deliberandi defendendi et participandi, cum domino advocato premisso. Indi et nos vicarius generalis morian prefetus communication, superius petita concessa, partibus premissis diem assignamus sabati proximi sexta instantes mensis junii ad ibidem judicialiter, quorum nobis comparandum et tunc, per dictum egregium filioli nomine, quo supra quid, volurit deliberare et defendir deliberandum, et defendendum. Datum in civitate Morian, die et anno premissis. R.D. generali vicario, et officiali episcopatus Moriani. Divino primitus implorato auxilio humiliter exponent, syndici totius communitatis, superaci sancti Gelliani, quita recomines, ac su interes putantes, et infrascriptis, adherer cupiens quad, cum alias ob forte peccata et cetera commissa tanta multitudo brudi animalis generis convolentium, vulgo tamen vocabulo embolvini su verpilion dicti, pervinias et vintem ipsius paraci excessus et, damna quamplerima, ibi perpetrantes folia et. Pimpinos rodendo et vestando ut ex eis nulli saltum, possae fructus percipi potrent, qui juri cultorum satisficere possint, et quad magis, et gravius erat alla macula ad futura tempora trahendo vestigia nulli. Pomates fructus afferents produce potrent, illi autem flegidio antecessors, amputer viam credens, prout divina prudentia, erat credendum porictis precibus adversus idem animalia, et in aerum defensoris constituti, personam debitus sumptis. Informationibus ac aliis formalitibus necessariis, prestitis sententia, subordinatio, prolata comparator cujus et divini, potenti virtut precibus tamen, et officiis divinis mediantibus, illud flegidium, et inordinatus furor prefatorum brutorum animalium, cessarent usque ad duos vel circa citra annos, quod veludi priscus temporibus ridiere in aestum vinis, et vinto, et damna inextimabilia, et incomprehensibilia, afferus separant ida ut. Pluribus partibus nulli fructus sperenter percipi. Possec in dies deterius evenire culpa forte hominum, minus orationibus, et cultui divino vacantium su voda, et debita non vir et integer redentium, quae tamen omnia divini cognitioni, consistit, et remitenda veniunt eo quod, de arcana cor homines comprehender nequit. Nihil omnis cum, surdum sit gratiarum dona diversus, diversimode for collata hominibus et podissimum ecclesiastico, ordini ut, in nomen Jesu et virtut, ejus sanctisime passionis possit in terris liger solver et flector itrum ad RV, recurrens prius agitata reassumendo et quatenus opus furit de novo, precedendo petunt in primis procuratorum aut defensorum ipsis animalibus constitui, ob defectum precedentes, vita functi quo facto, et at dexpositis. Legitime constet debitis inquisitions, et visitations, locorum feri per nos, aut alium idonium commissarium quiterasque, formalitates ad hic opportunas, et requisitas exercere ipso defensor legitime vocato, et audito nec non aliter prout magis equum visum et comperdum de jure, extiterit proceder digneter ad expulsionum dictorum animalium, via interdicti sive excommunicationis, et alia debita censura ecclesiastica, et justa ipsia sanctas constitutions, ad quas et divini clementiae et mendatis, suorum ministrorum, si pericheros, offerent et submittant omni superstition, semoda quad si stricta excommunication, processum furit sunt parity, deret prester locum ad pabulum, et escum recipiendos ipsis animalibus quemquidem locum ex nunc, relaxant et declarant prout, infra et alias jus et justitiam ministrari, omni meleri modo implorato benigno officio. Fran, Fedi. Ego subsignatus curatus sancti Juliani, attester, quamodo sacro di Pentecostes 17 mensis, Majano domini millesimo quingentissimo octuagesimo, septimo ego accepi de manibus syndicorum mandatum exhortativum, sive ordinationum arti, generalis vicare, et officialis curi dioceses, morian datum in civitate sancti Johannes 16 mensis, me anno quo superquad, cum honor et reverentia juxta tenorum, Elias dilune Pentecostes 18. Me in offertorio magni, mispercialis populo ad divina audienda congregato, publicavi, idem populum mitchae commissum ad contritionum suorum peccaminum, et ad devotionum juxta meum posse, et serai monui processions, misses obsecrations, et orations in predicto mandato contentas, per tres dies continuos videlicet vicissima, prima vicissima secunda predicti mensis, cum ceteris presbyteris fessa, in quibus processionibus syndici, cum paricianis utriusc. Sexus per majorum partum circuitus vinerum, interferent deprecantes, de omnipotentes, clementia pro extirpation, brutorum animalium predictas vinias ac alios fructus ter devastantium vulgariter nuncupatas. Sic. Verpiliens su amblavins in predicto mandato mentionata, sive nominata in quorum fidem, ad requisitionem dictorum syndicorum, qui hanc et stationum pedirunt quam illis in exonis me traditi hac, divicissima quarta, me anno quo supra. Romanet. Franciscus de Crosa Canonicus, et Cantor, Ecclesi Cathedralis Sancti Johannes Morian in, et temporalibus episcopatus Morian generalis vicarius et officialis diucto, sive vicario sancti Juliani s. in domino. Insequendo ordinationem per nos hodie date presentium, latum in causa syndicorum sancti Juliani, agentium contra animalia, bruta ad formam muscarum valentia coloris viridis nuncupata verpiliens, supplicata per quam inter cetera contenta in idem dictum, et ordinatum extitit devotions, et processions feri ordinatas per ordinationem, latum ob antecessor nostro, die octava Mai anni millesimi quingentesimi quadrigesimi sexti, in idem causa in primis et ante. Omnia esse findas, per instance et habitators, dicti loci sancti Juliani. Igiter vobis mendamus, et in jungimus quathanis di Dominico Pentecosts, in prono vestra ecclesi parochialis, contenta in dicta ordination, declarer hebadis populum moner et extortari, ut illa adimplint infraterminum tam breve quad feri potrit, et de ipsis et stationum nobis transmitter. Tenor viro dict ordinationis continentis, devotions, sequitur et est talis. Qui licit per testis de nostri, mandato et commissarium per nos deputatum examinados, apparit animalia, bruta contra quem hujus modi causa part, prefatorum supplicantium, fuit supplicatum incelis plura dampna insupportabilia ipsis supplicantibus quetamen dampna podius possent, attribuenda peccati supplicantium decimus Dio omnipotenti de jure primitivo, et ejus ministris non servientium, et ipsum summum diem diversimode aerum peccatis, non sic. Effendentium quibus causes causantibus dampna feri, supplicantibus predictis non ut fame et egestate morienter, sed magis ut convertenter, et aerum, peccata defluent ut tandem abundantium, benorum temporalium consequenter pro substantation aerum, vite viver et post, hanc videm humanum salutum, aeternam habent. Cum a principio ips summus Deus qui cuncta crevit fructus ter, et anime vegetative produci permiserit tam substantation, vite hominum rationabilium, et volatilium super terram viventium quemabrum non sic repent precedendum, isti contra profata animalia, sic ut super demnificantia, ad fulminationem censurarum ecclesiasticarum sancta sede apostolica in consulta, saevab idem ad id potestatem habentibus superioribus nostris, sed podius recurrendum ad misericordiam Dei nostri, quinquacum cora, ingenerit peccata propitius est, ad misericordiam. Ipsi quamabrum causes premissis et aliis, adjure resultantibus pronunciamus et declaramus imprimis, for etas monendos et quos tenor presentium momus, et monri mendamus ut ad ipsum dominum nostrum ex toto et procord convertenter, cum debita contriction de peccatis commissis, et proposito confitendi temporibus, et loco opportunis, et ob aestum de futuro abstinendi, et de cetero debite per solvendum Dio decimas de jure debitas, et ejus ministris. Quibus de jure sunt per solvend idem domino Dio nostro, per meritata su sacritusime passionis et intercession, beat Marie Virginis, et omnium sanctorum, ejus humiliter expicendo veniam, et quibuscum peccatis delictis, et offensis contra ejus majestatem divinum factis, ut tandem ob afflictionibus prefatorum animalium liberare digneter, et ipsa animalia loca nonit. Ipsis supplicantibus ceteris Christianis transfera, et al. Secundum ejus voluntatem et aliter exting, aestum supplicantibus uno die dominico in offertorio, ut ipso die dominico, supplicantibus, per circuitum venerum ejustum paraci. Et per loca cum aspersion ec benedict pro, effugandis profatis animalibus tribus debus immediate sequentibus significationum, et notificationum, sic ut supra findas quibus processionibus durantibus decantari, et celebrari mendamus, tres misses altas anti sive post quamlibit iram processionum ad devat. Clari et populi quarum prima primo die decantibiter de sancto spiritu, cum orationibus debita Maria. Deus Deus qui contratorum, et accunctis nos casumus domine mentis, et corporis, et cetera, et una pro defunctis, secundo die decantatis debita Maria Virgin, cum orationibus sancti, spiritus beat Marie Virginis elis qui contratorum, et pro defunctis. In aestum processionibus suprafindis, jubimus in idem ecclesia genibus flexis, dici et decantari integrator, veni creator spiritus quo hymno sic finito, et dicto versalito, emit spiritum tuum et cribunter et cetera, cum orationibus Deus qui corda fidelium, singulis debus sic praut supra fiat prox. Decantando septum samos penitentials, cum litanias, suffragiae, et orationibus, in de sequentibus mandamus monri supplicants, praut supra ut in aestum missis processionibus, et devotionibus sic ut suprafindis ad minus d. De qualibit domo devote intercint dicendo aerum fidem catholicum, et alias devotions et orations. Cum furit humiliter et devote prex, et effendendo domino Dio nostro, ut per merita su sanctisime passionis, et intercessionum beatisime Virginis Marie, et omnium sanctorum digneter, expeller ipsa animalia, predictua profatis vinis ut de fructis irumdum non corrodent nec. Et ibitum supplicants accunctis aliis adversitibus, liberare ut tandem de aestum, fructibus debite viver possent. Et aerum necessitatibus subvenir et semper in omnibus glorificer lauder eumdum dominum et redemptorum nostrum, et in eadem fidem, et spem nostrum totaliter, cohibendo devastation prefatorum venerum, et nos liberare accunctis aliis adversitibus, de modo sic ut supra ejus mandata servivorimus, et hoc obscali. Fulmination censurarum ecclesiasticarum, quas discilimus fulminare donic premissis debite ad impletis, et aliad a profatis superioribus nostris, haberimus in mandatis literas, quatenus expediat, in executionem omnium, et singulorum premissorum discernens. Post. Insertionum dict ordinationis dicti, syndici sancti Juliani, pedirunt sibi concedi literas, quas concedimus datas in civitate sancti Johannes, morian 16 mensis, Mai millesimo quingentesimo, octuagesimo septimo. Franciscus de Croce Vic, s. et off s. gen lis morian. Fora. Perumdum RD morian generalem, vicarium, et officialum. Locus sigilli. Memorial. Anno permisso, et die quintamensis, junii comparunt judicialiter, coram nobis, vicario generali morian Franciscus Ameneti consindicus sancti Juliani. Assurens Venus a loco sancti Juliani. Ad fines remittendi in manibus egregia Anthone, filioli procuratoris animalium, brutorum segilem signatam, rimbad producendum pro defension, dictorum animalium, quicquidem egregius filioli projuxit realiter, indem segilem in cohentem approbando, etc. signatam. Rimbad dicens concludens et feri requirens pro ut in idem segila conator. Hinc et egregius Petramandus Bertrandi, procurator dictorum syndicorum sancti, Juliani, agentium petiet copium dict segil. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus partibus premissis, diem assignamus veneris, proximam duodecimem, presentis mensis junii nisi, etc., ad ibidem coram nobis comparendum, et tunc, per dictum egregium Bertrandi nomine quo supraquid, volurit deliberandum, idem concedendo copium dict segil per iem requisitem. Datum in civitate sancti Johannes, morian die et anno premissis. Copia segil. Approbando et in quantum de facta in medium adducendo, eque hoc, in processu antia facto, furent, et podissimum segilum productem ex part, egregiae Bodrici procuratoris animalium signatam, Claudius Morlis egregius Anthonius filioli procurator. Et eo nomine, a reverendo domino vicario constitutus occasion, tuendorum, ac defendendorum animalium de quibus hoc, in processo agitur ut, in actis ad qui impune. Super relatio habetur, et brevibus agendo ac realiter defendendo excipit et opponit ac multum meritor de hujus modi, processu tam contra personas, agentium quam contra insolitum, et in usitatem modum, et formam precedendi de eo saltum modo quo hactenus processum fuit maxime, cum agitur de excommunication animalium, quod feri non potest, quia omnes excommunicatio, aut furter ration contumaci cap. Primo et ibgr. De sententiae excommunicationis lib. 6. Et cum certum est dicta animalia in contumacia constitui non possi quia, legitime citari non possunt per consequens, vir excommunicationis agents, iudi non possunt nec, debent eo maxime quod Deus ante homines creationem, ipsa animalia, crevit ut habetur genesi ib. Perjucet terra animam, viventem in gener seu jumenta, et reptilia et bestias. Ter secundum species, suis benedixit eisdicens crescit et multiplicamini, et replete aquas, maris avesc multiplicenter super terram quad, non fessus et nisi, subspe quad dicta animalia vita fruenter tum quad ips, Deus optimus maximus creator omnium animalium, tam rationabilium, quam irrationabilium cunctis animalibus suum dedit, esse et vescae super terram unicuique. Secundum suum proprium naturam certum est, et podissimum plantas, ad hoc crevit ut animalibus deserverint est, enim, ordo naturalis quad plant, sunt in nutrimentum animalium et quedam in nutrimentum alirum et omnia in homines. Gens, 9. Ibi quaes et ulra virentia, traditi vobis omnia adio quad dicta animalia de quibus adversantes concurrenter, modum vivendi a legi ordinatum non videtur, egreditum quia bruta sensu, et usu rationis carentia. Quenon secundum legem divinum gentium canonicam vel civilum, sed secundum legem naturi primordialis, qua animalia cuncta docuit, viver solo instinctu naturi, vivant et at 8 philosophus actus activorum non operanter in patienti. Tum quia jura naturalia sunt immutabilia section, sed naturalia instit, de jure nater gent, et civili, ergo cum dicta animalia solo instinctu naturi dicantur, per consequens excommunicanda non veniunt. Et quamvis dicta animalia hominibus subjecta esse dicantur ut habetur ecclesiast. 17. Ibi possut timorum Elias super omnum carnum, et bestiarum ac volatilium, non id circo adversus talia animalia licit, subject to iudi non debent excommunication, nec ullo modo veniunt petita executioni, mandanda saltum modo petito, presertum cum ratio, et equitas dicta animalia non regat. Et licet juribus divino antiquo, civili et canonico promulgatum legiter qui seminat, mitet ut habiter esse 37 ibi. In anno autumn tertio seminate, et medit et plantate vineas, et comedite fructum irum non tamen sequitur. Sic, quin dicta animalia plantis non utinter quia sunt irrationabilia, et carentia sensu nec e possi discerner, qui sunt usui hominum destinata, vel non certissimum est, quia solo instinctu nature ut supra dictum est, vivunt non id circo nesses, habent agents adversus dicta animalia iudi excommunication sed. Peccata earum universis populus presertim quem hugis modi flagella, affligant et prosquenter, et ponitentiam agat exemplo, ninividorum qui ad solemn vocem Joan profit austeriter ponitentiam egerunt, ad mitigandum et placendum iram Dei. John. 3 Veniat populus et implorit misericordiam Dei optimi, et sic maximi, ut sua sancta gratia, et per merita sanctissimi passionis excessum dictorum animalium compessor, et refrener digneter, et hoc modo dicta animalia e vinis, igicent et non eo modo quo procedunt. Quibus universis consideratis evidentissime, petet dicta animalia, evitibus su e vinis, igicenda non esse attento quod solo instinctu naturi vivunt, et ita per egregium enthonium, filioli earumdum brutorum legitimi actoris ferian statuer, et ob ipso petitor ipsum monitorium requisitum, in quantum concernit dicta animalia revocari, et annulari nec aliquo, modo consentiendo quod dictum monitorium, eis conceditor nec etiam aliqui visitationi. Venerum ut est conclusum per agents in earum supplication, protestando de omni nullitate, et hoc omni meliori, modo viager ac forma salvis aliis, quibuscum juribus, ac defensionibus competentibus, aut competitoris humiliter implorato benigno, officio judicis. Petrus Rimbaudis. Memorial. Anno premisso, et diduitsum immensis, Junii comparunt judicialiter coram nobis, vicario generali morian prefato, egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, dictorum agentium petens alium terminum. Hinc et egregius Anthonius filioli procurator, dictorum animalium petiet viam precludi parti quidquium ulterius deliberandi et producendi. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus partibus premissis, diem assignamus veneris, proximam decimam nonum presentis mensis nisi, etc., ad ibidem judicialiter, coram nobis comparendum et tunc, per dictum Bertrandi nomen quo, supra quid, volurit precise deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Memorial. Anno premisso, et die veneris decima nonne mensis, Junii preassignata comparunt judicialiter coram nobis, vicarium generalum morian prefato, egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, syndicorum sancti Juliani, agentium producens, sedulam incohentem etiam si, cuncta et signatam Franciscus. Fei dicens concludens et feri requirens, pro ut et quemadmatum in idem sedula contenter. Hinc et egregius Anthonius filioli procurator, dictorum animalium conventorum, petiet copium dict seduli, cum termino deliberandi et respondendi. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus copia, perpetita concessa partibus premissis, diem assignamus veneris, proximam vigissimum sextum, hugis mensis, Junii nisi, etc., ad ibidem judicialiter coram nobis comparendum et tunc, per dictum filioli nomen quo supra quid, volurit deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Memorial. Anno premisso, et die sabati vigsima septima mensis, Junii subrogata ob diem feriatum intervenientum, comparunt judicialiter coram nobis, vicario generali, prefato Catharinis Ameneti consindicus sancti, Juliani jurat Venice, cum egregio Petramando Bertrandi ejus procurator producens, realiter sedulam signatam, fei dicens concludens prout in idem sedula contenter. Hinc et egregius filioli procurator animalium petens, copium sedule, cum termino deliberandi. Inde et nos vicarius prefetus copia perpetita, concessa partibus premissis diem assignamus sabati proximi, quartum instantes mensi Julii nisi, etc., ad ibidem judicialiter coram nobis comprehendum est tunc, per dictum egregium filioli quid volerit deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Copia seduli. Etiam cuncta anti hominem sint creata ex genesi, non sequitur laxus habnas concessus, forimo contra ut ibidem colligitur, et apud d. In I par. Q26. R. I et sal. 8. Corin. 5 hominem 4 creatum ac constitutum, ut coeteris creaturis dominaritur ac orbem terrarum in equitate et justitia disponerit. Non enim homo contemplation alierum creaturarum habet esse sed contra. Nec reparator, elam dominationum circa bruta animantia, ac aerum, respectu susciper limitationum, verum, in divinis cavator omni genuflecti, in nomen Jesu. Sed cum circa materiam, majors nostri satis scripserint in actis reassumptis, et nihil novi adductum, ex adverso inveniatur frustra resumerentur. Unda inherendo responsus spectabilis domini ippoliti decalo, et postquem constat, for satisfactum ordinationi, nihil est quod impediri possit fines, supplicatos adversus animalia decorum conqueritur, ad quod concluditur, ac justitiam ministrari, omni meleri, modo implorato benigno officio. Frank Fidi. Memorial. Anno premisso, et die quarta mensis, Juliae comparerent judicialiter, coram nobis vicario generali morian prefato, egregius Anthonius filioli procurator dictorum animalium, producens sedulem incohentum licet. Multis signatam, rimbadi dicens et concludens, prout in idem sedula continter, hinc, et egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, dictorum agentium petit copium sedule, cum termino deliberandi. Inda et nos vicarius generalis morian prefetus copia perpetita concessa partibus premissis, diem assignamus sabati proximam undecimam, presentis mensis Juliae nisi, et cetera ad ibidem judicialiter, coram nobis comparendum et tunc, per dictum egregium Bertrandi nomen quo supra quid, volerit deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Memorial. Anno premisso et die quarta Juliae comparerunt, coram nobis vicario prefato, egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, agentium peti alium terminum. Hinc et egregius Anthonius filioli procurator conventorum inherit sedulatis, sues et feri petitus, super quibus peti justitiam sibi ministrari. Inda et nos vicarius generalis morian prefetus partibus premissis, diem assignamus sabati proximam decimam octavam, presentis mensis Juliae nisi, et cetera, ad ibidem judicialiter, coram nobis comparendum et tunc, per dictum Bertrandi nomen quo supra quid, volerit deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Copia seduli. Licet multis in locis reperiatur hominum creatum, fuis ut ceteris animalibus, et creaturis dominaritur non id circo opus est, ut agents adversus dicta, animalia excommunication utenter sed, via usitata et ordinaria, et praeserdum ut dictum est, quod dicta animalia jus naturi sequenter quod quaedam jus nusquam imitatum, sic reparator nam jus divinum et naturale pro eadem sumunter. Can. I dist. I et jus divinum mutari, non potest quod est, in preceptis moralibus et naturalibus per consequens, nec jus naturale mutari, potest nam jus naturale manat, abonisto nemp ac ration immortali et perpetua. Et ratio jubit ut dicta animalia, vivent potissimum his nemp plantis, quad usum dictorum animalium videnter creata ut supra dictum est, ergo agents nulla ration, debent iudi via excommunicationis. Igiter ni in causa ulterius progrediator potissimum, cum sedula pro part, syndicorum totius communitatis sancti Juliani producta signata fran. Fidi. Nullam penitus meritor responsionum, obstant quad nihil novi, indicta sedula propositum comparator etiam quad, contentis seduli part gregii, egregia. Anthony filioli procuratorio nomen dictorum animalium, product mimime sit responsum id circo, cum omnia que videbanter adducenda ex part, dictorum animalium adducta, et proposita furent ut ample petet in dicta sedula superius producta signata. P. Rimbaudis. Ad quam impunitas semper relatio, habetur non igitur alia ex part, dictorum animalium adducenda nec proponenda videnter, presurdum ut dictum est, quad ratio, et equitas dicta animalia, non regat quapropter egregius Anthonius filioli nemen dictorum animalium, suprarelatorum seu sedule et feri requisitus, in horrendo concludit super eis justis, et definiri, et justitium sibi in hujus modi causa adversum feri et promulgari implorans benignum. Efficium omni meleri modo. P. Rimbaudis. Memorial. Anno Premisso, et 18ª mensis Juliae comparunt judicialiter quorum nobis, vicario prefato, egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, agentium petens alium terminum. Hinc et egregius filioli procurator dictorum animalium, pedi viam precludi parti quidquam ulterius articulandi, et deducendi et inherendo, sues sedulatis, pedi sibi justitium ministrari. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus de consensu, procuratorum, dictarum partium ipsis partibus diem assignamus, primum juridicum post messes, ad ibidem quorum nobis comparendum, et tunc, per dictum egregium Bertrandi nomen quo supra quid, volurit precise deliberare deliberandum. Memorial. Anno Premisso, et diveneris videsima quarta mensis, Juli comparunt judicialiter, quorum nobis vicario generali morian prefato, egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, syndicorum agentium, projuxit testimonials, sumptas per communitatem sancti Juliani, congregatum quorum vicecastellano morian continence declarationum loci, quem offerent relaxare, et assignare aestum animalibus pro aerum pabulo quathinus indigent, ad formam irumdum testimonialium. Signatarum prenier adversus quas pedi adverso viam precludi quicquam opponendi et exipiendi, et defendendi quaminus dicta, animalia devastantia non debiunt arseri ambigi cagi, et in virtut sanct de obedientiae vinta loci predicti sancti Juliani relinquer, et in locum assignatum excedier, et divertire ni dameseps dainseps. Efficient aestum vinis, quae sunt usui humano per necessarii, et alias ulterius super cause, exigentia provideri benignum officium. RDV implorando, et ita intimeri egregio filioli procuratori ex adverso. Quicquidem egregius filioli procurator, dictorum animalium, petiet copium, et communicationum dictarum testimonialium, cum termino deliberandi et defendendi. Inde et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus copia, et communication perpetitus concessus partibus premissis, diem assignamus primum juridicum post ferias messium proxime venturam ad ibidem judicialiter, quorum nobis comparendum, et hinc, per dictum egregium filioli nomen, quo supra quid volurit deliberare deliberandum. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Extract du register de la curialite de Saint Julien. Du penaltis major du mois de juing 1005, cent huectante sept. Ant comparu partavent nous jehin Julien, depupit notaire ducal et vicecelline porson, altes au lieu de Saint Julien et Montanix honests, Francois et Catherine Amenets consindix, dudic lu maesters jehin madir André Guyons, peer depupit notaires ducolx maester Raymond Thabais honests, Claude Charvin jehin prunier, Claude Fay Francis Humbert et violin duc consaliers, dudic lu avec des manants et habitants, dudit lu lest du parties, lest Troyes facens lataut. Tous assembles au son de la cloche, au parloir Damon Place public dudit, lu de Saint Julien au conseil general suivant, la publication dice life faked, sejot hi matin a l'issue de la perculi dudit. Lueto Lucifer. Accoustum par Guillaume Morard metral dudict Lucy anus rapportant descents, lessus namas syndix, cameo prox paiulx o nam deladict communalt in tenor, et porcivi conter les animalx, brutes vulgairement, appelles ambulvins, pardavent le seigneur. Reverendissime Evesque et Prince de Maurian au son, official est requis et nécessaire civent le conseil a Yulx, don par le sieur fait, leur advocat de Balieur ostix animalx place, et lu de suffisante pasture hors, les vignables dudict lu de Saint Julien, et de cel quil y, en puissant vivre pour eviter de manger, en y gaster les dix fiends. Assest causantus les susnums, et alters y assembles deliber leur offrir la place, et lu appelle la grande face, ol si trouver suffisante, pour les pasturer, et quel sire advocat et procureur disolx animox, si violent contemptor la quelle place. Est assize sur les fins, dudict Saint Julien Odysseus du village declaret, jouxte, la cum descendant de Rochnoyer passant, par la crosset du Levant, la cum de Mugnier du Couchant, ladict Rochnoyer de Seusla. Roch communicant a la gicles du Desaubes, la quelle place, sus cufini sentient dequerent, a cinquante sesteries, o environ pupli et garne de plusieurs espresses de beaux plants, et feuillages comme effaux aligners ciriciers chestnus plains, et alters arbors et buissons olterlerb, et pasture qui est and asses bon quantité, à laquelle les susnoms au nom de l'addict communal lawn, offer enwe prender chose, quasi soit, moeing permetter allure su is tri prinzet. Import chose, que soit dans lesdix confins, soit pargens, obest softs taudafois, quel le passage des persons, y serit nécessaire à quelques lu au androit, olani puis passer par l'edict lusans viralkung, prejudice à la pasture, distix animalx kamaasi di pouvoir tirer minds de couleurs, et alter si alcune, ny adeque lesdix animalx nisi puvent servir pour vivre et parsi, quel lu est une sura retract en temps de guerre o alters. Troubles par si quel est garne des fontaines quiasi, servira ostix animalx, si reservant si pouvoir retirer au temps sustict, et de necessit, et de leur passer contract l'addict peace aux conditions, sustix tel quaesira requis et en bonne forme, et volable perpetuate a tel si quel le sire advocat, et procureur distix animalx nisi contenteroyant de l'adite, place pour la substantation, et vivre disulx animalx visitation prealablement, faked si. Ly extroic de leur en bailier davantage allures. Et de laquelle deliberation les susnum syndix conciliers, et alters nous ont requis acti leur octrier queller avons concede audict ludu parloir damont place publique dudict, Saint Julien, en présence de Pierre Raymond de Montriond, Urban Jamin de Saint Martin de la Porte et de Janoct, Point de la Paris de Montenix, tesmoins a si requis, et a si disuse, assistance les et jour quid disuse. El premier curial. Memorial continuationis. Anno permisso, et diundecima mensis Augusti comparunt, iam banco, actorum judicialium episcopatus morian procurators, ambarum partium qui citra prejudicium, jurium ipsarum partium prorogaverunt, et continuaverunt assignationem datum ipsis partibus usque ad vigesimam, presentes mensis Augusti. Datum die et anno premissis. Alia continuatio. Anno permisso, et dividesima mensis Augusti, comparunt in iadum bancho, egregius Petramendus Bertrandi, et Anthonius Filioli procurators partium litigantium, quicquidem de consensu aerumdum, et citra prejudicium jurium partium, et actento transitu armagerorum prorogaverunt assignationem, ad hodi cadentum usque ad diem Javis proximam, vigesimam septimam hugis mensis Augusti. Datum morian die et anno premissis. Memorial reassumptionis. Anno permisso, et die Javis vigesimam septimam Augusti, comparunt judicialiter, quorum nobis vicario prefato, procurators ambarum partium quicquidem citra derogationem, jurium ipsarum partium prorogaverunt, et continuationem, ad hodi cadentum usque ad diem Javis proximam tertium instantes mensis septembris. Datum die et anno premissis. Memorial adjus. Anno permisso, et die tertia mensis, septembris comparunt judicialiter quorum nobis, vicario generali morian prefato, egregius Anthonius Filioli procurator animalium, brutorum qui vices testimonialibus productis, part dictorum agentium continentibus assignationem loci, quem obtulerunt relaxer, et assignare dictis animalibus pro aerum pabulo dicit, eumdum locum, non esse sufficientum nec, idoneum pro pabulo dictorum animalium, cum sit locus sterilis et nullius redditus. Et ampliando omnia et quecum cagitata, in presenti processu part dictorum animalium pedi agents repelli, cum expensis et jus sibi ministrari. Hinc et egregius Petramandus Bertrandi procurator, syndicorum sancti Juliani agentium dicit, locum destinatum, et oblatum esse idoneum plenum virgultis, et parvis arboribus prout ex testimonialibus, oblationis constat, et latius constare quathanus opus sit offert inherens, sues conclusionibus pedi justis, et ordinari ac pronunciari. Inda et nos vicarius generalis, morian prefetus mandamus nobis remedi acta ad fines, providendi prout juris assignando parts ad ordinandum. Datum in civitate sancti Johannes, morian die et anno premissis. Ordinatio in causa, syndicorum sancti Juliani, supplicantium ex una. Contra animalia, bruta ad formam muscarum, valentia coloris viridis supplicata. Vices actis dictorum agentium signanter, primo memoriali tento, in idem causa sub dividesima secunda mensis Aprilis. Anni 1545 quorum, spectabili domino Francisco Bonavardi jurium doctori sedula producta part, egregia Petri Falconis procuratoris dictorum animalium incipient, ut apparit et cetera signata Claudius Morlis tenor supplicationis, porrect part, dictorum agentium tenor monitorii abjecti de super ipsa supplication, sub die. 25 Aprilis anni predicti millesimi quingentesimi, quadragesimi quinti signati, daprilis ordination, lauda in idem causa sub die duodecima mensis. Junii, adjustum anni testimonialibus visitationis facti, per egregium Mattheum daprili signatis daprili sedula producta nomen ipsorum animalium, incipient visitatio, et signata Claudius morlis alia sedula producta part, dictorum agentium incipient etsi rations, et cetera signata Petrus de calo tenor. Ordinationis late in idem causa, sub die sabati octava mensis Mai anni, 1546 signate Michaelis memoriali reassumptionis tento, sub die tresdecima mensis Aprilis, anni presentes 1587 ordination, lauda in idem causa, per reverendum dominum Franciscum de Crosa antecessorum nostrum, sub die decima sexta mensis, Mai anni presenti supplication, porrecta part, dictorum agentium signata Franciscus fidi literis, obtentis virtut. Dict ordinationis, sub die decima sexta dicti mensis attestation, signata Romanet sub die 24 adjustum mensis Mai sedula producta pro part, dictorum animalium incipient approbando, et cetera signata Petrus rimbatus alia sedula producta part, agentium signata Franciscus fidi incipient etiam c cuncta et cetera alia sedula producta pro part, animalium incipient licit, multis et cetera signata Petrus rimbatus memoriali tento, sub die vicissima. Quarta mensis Julii proxime fluxi testimonialibus, signatis prenior sumptis, quorum viscasolano, morian sub die penultima mensis, Junii anni presentis continentibus declarationum loci, quem dicti, agents obtulurant relaxere pro pabulo dictorum animalium memorial, adjustento, quorum eadem domino vicario antecessor nostro, sub die tertia mensis septembris, proxime fluxi ceterisc, videndis diligenter consideratis. Nos vicarius generalis, morian subsignatus antiquem, ad definitivam procedimus decimus, et ordinamus in primis et ante omnia, esse inquirendum super statu. Loci oblati p, quem locum, visitandum, mensum ut f, et nobis rem, furit previd, murmetus vis, generalis, in civitate s, die decima, anno domini, octuage simo sep, petramandi berter, dictorum sind, et egregiae, dictorum animal ordinationum, acceptandum, facit diet. Pro visitation Roman 3 flor. Locus sigilli. Solverent syndici sancti Juliani, incluso processu animalium sigillo ordinationum, et pro copia, quae competet, in processu dictorum animalium omnibus, inclusis Roman 16 flor. Item pro sportualis domini vicare Roman 3 flor, 20 December 1587. Published by Leon Mainabrea in the appendix to his treatise, De l'origine de la forme et de l'esprit des judgments rendus au Moyen Age contre les animaux, Chambéry, 1846. Cf. Mémoires de la Société Reale Académique de Sèvres, tome Roman 12. pp. 524-57, where it first appeared. According to M. J. Disnoyers, Recherches sur la caudum d'exerciser et d'excommunir les insectes et autres animaux nuisibles à l'agriculture, p. 15, it is still the custom, in Provence, Languedoc, Le Bordelais, and other provinces of France, for the peasants to ask the country curates for prayers, sprinklings with holy water, consecrated boughs, and extraordinary processions, for the purpose of expelling noxious insects from the vineyards and warding off disease from the grapes and the silkworms. These ceremonies are accompanied with adjurations and maledictions. In Protestant lands, official days of fasting and prayer are supposed to produce the same results. The form of exorcism given by an Antwerp canon, Maximilian Dinet, in his Manuel Exorcismorum, is as follows. Exorcizo et adjuro vos pestiferi verms per diem patrum omnipotentem, et per jessum Christum filium ejus dominum nostrum, et spiritum sanctum ob utroque precedentem. Ut confestum residatis ob his campis, pratis, hortis, vinis, aquas, si de providentia ad huc videm vobis indulgit, nec amplius in eis habites. Sed ad illa ac talia loca transitis, ubi nullis de servis noser potritis. Vobis, si per maleficium diabolicum hic estis, pro part divini majestatis, todius curii celestis, nec non ecclesiae hic ad huc militantis, impero, ut deficiatis in vobis ipsis, ac decrescatis, quatenus reliqui de vobis nulli reperiantur, nisi ad gloriam Dei et ad usum, et salutum humanum conducibiles. Quod priester dignetur qui venturus est judicer viros, et mortuos et seculum per ignum, resp. Amen. Thesaurus Exercismorum, Coloniae, 1626, p. 1204. B. 2. De l'excellence des monitoires. Par Gaspard Bailey. Il n'y faft pas mépriser les monitoires, vu que c'est vieni chose grandement importante, portant oix sur l'Église, le plus dangereux dont noster mir saint l'Église cert, qui est l'excommunication, qui tail aussi bien le bois sec que le verd, en pargnant en y les viuens, ni les morts. Et ni frappe possulement les creatures raisonnables, mais essatish aux irraisonnables, tels que sont les animox. Les exemples en sont frequens, pour priu de cette vérité. Car en aviuen plusieurs, endroits quon a excommunier les bestioles et insects, qui apportient du dommage aux fruits de la terre, et obeisance aux commandements de l'Église, si retirient dans le lieu ordonné, par la sentence de l'USC, qui leur formoit leur procès. Au siècle passé, il y a telle quantité d'angles dans le lac de Genou, quels gastuent tout le lac. De sorte que les habitants de la ville et inuirans, recurrent à l'USC pour les excommunier, si quant esté fait, le lac fut déliré de ces animox. Du temps de Charles Duc de Bourgogne fils de Philippe le Bon, il y eut telle quantité de sauterelles en Bresse, en Italie quels mirent presque la famine dans tout le Mantoine. Si on ni out apporté du secours par l'excommunication, et de sinus par altiat dans ses emblems, sous l'intitulation nihil reliqui. Silicet hoc diret post tot mala denique nostris, locusti viti rapparent, quidquid inesset agris. Uidimus enumeras euro duce tendir termas, qualia non athali, castrave cursus errant, he finum millium fera omnia consumpserunt, spes in Augusto est, stant nisi vota super. On raconte en la vie des Bernard, quil si lui vieni grand quantité de mouches, divni église quon aut bastia laudon, que par la mayen du brute quels facient, els impatient a qui entrient de prior div, si que voyant les personage il les excommunia, de sorte quels tomerant touts morts, iant cowert le poe de l'église. Nous listens quen Elene 1541, il y eut vieni tel quantité de sauterelles en Lombardy, qui tomerant divni naie. Quant mengae les fruits de la terre, els causerant la famine en ces lula. Els estient longs divni doigt, gros test, le venter imply de vilni et orger, lescals estent morts infectorant l'air de si mauvaises odeurs, quelles curbo et otters animox carniceers, ni les pauant supporter. On dit aussi quen pelone il y eut aussi tel quantité de ces animox au commencement sans isles, et après ils en urent quater, quils cauerant du mille, et divni caude d'auteur, et telment apaises quen volent els lusent la vue de la clarté du solil, ces animox firent un daget non peril aux biens de la terre, et ni purent ester chassés par otter force en y industrie, que par la malédiction ecclésiastique. Saint Augustin raconte au lier de la cité de Dieu, chapter dernier, quen afrique il y eut tel quantité de sauterelles, et si prodigiuses quens mengatus les fruits, fuels, et écorces des arbres iusques à la racine, els assailurent comme vienina. Et tombés en la mer, causerant vieni pest si forte, quen vien sul royaume il y morit huit cents mille habitants. Du temps de la terre troissim empereur après Charlemagne, il y eut dans la France des sauterelles en nombre prodigia, ian 6 isles oic du dents plusters qued appear, qui cauerant tout la terre, comme edelinige, et gasterant tous les fruits, arbres, blés, et foins, et tels animox ians estagetes à la mer. Il essensuit vieni tel corruption en l'air, que la peste roget grande quantité de monde en si pays là. Voilà quantité d'exemples quo nous font voir le dommage, que nous apportent, ces bestioles et insects. Maintenant voyons comment en leur forme, leur procès, afin de s'en garantir par le moyen de la malédiction, que leur donne l'église. Premièrement, sur la request présentée par les habitants du lieu qui souffrent le dommage, en fait informer sur le daget que tels animox ont fait, et estent en danger de faire, la quelle information rapportée, le juge ecclésiastique don vien curator à ces bestioles pour si presenter en jugement. Par procureur, et la déduire toutes leurs raisons, et si défender contre les habitants qui violent leur faire quitter le lieu, ou els estuent. Et les raisons vues et considérées, Divni part et daughter il rend sa sentence. Si que vous verras clairement, par le moyen du plaideur suivant. Request des habitants. SVP ply HV emblement and exposens cameriere le lieu de en il, y quantité de sauris, taupes, sauterelles et otters animox insects, qui mangent les blaze, vins et otters fruits de la terre, et font vien tel deget ox blaze, et raisins quills en les sent reine, du les poyers supplians souffrent notable prejudice, la prise pendante par racine estant consommé par ces animox, si qui causera vieni famine insupportable. Qui les fate recurrir à la bonté, clemens et misericord didia, asiquil vous plaise faire en sorte que ces animox ni gastant, et mangent les fruits de la terre quil, a plus edia denoyer pour l'entretient des hommes. Afin que les supplians puissent vacar, oic plus de duotions au service diuin, et sur si il vous plaira pourvoir. Plaideur des habitants. Messivers, ces poyers habitants qui sont a genoi les larmes à eloil, recurrent a vater eistis, comme firent otterfois su des isles Majorque et Minorque, qui annoyerent verzog. César pour demander des soldats, afin de les defender, et exempter du rouge que les lapins leur facient. Vous ois des armes plus fortes, que les soldats de cet empereur pour garantir les poyers suppliants de la fame, et nécessité de laquelle ils sont menacés. Par le rouge que font ces bestioles, qui en pargnant ny blé, ny vins. Rouge semblable à celle que facet vien sanglier, qui gastatouts les terres, vins, et olieurs du royaume de Caledon, dont parle Homer, dans le premier lier de son Iliade. O de si renard qui fut in a par Themis à Thebes, qui en pargnoit ny les fruits de la terre, ny le bestial attaquent les paysans mesmes. Vous scois asses les mox que rapport la fame, vous ois trop de douceur, et de eistis pour les laisser engager, dans set miser qui contraint à abandonner à des choses illicites, et cruels, nec enim rationem patiter, nec vila equitate mitigator. Nec pris vila flectiter assurians populus. Tamens les mirs don't il est parler au quatrum des rois, qui pendant la famine de Samarai mangerant les enfans, elune de elotter. De filium tuum viti comedimus hodi, et filium meum comedimus cras, coximus ergo filium meum et comedimus. Quid terp non cogit fames, sed nihil terp nihil vetitum assurians credit, sola enim cura est viti qualicum sort ewetter. La mort qui vient par la famine est la plus cruel intant quel est plein de langers, debilités et foiblesses de cœur, qui sont autant de nauils, et diuses aspects de mort. Dura quidem miseris, mors est, mortalibus omnes, et paris fame, res viene miserima longe est. Et oien Marcellin dit, mortis graesimum genus, et viel timum malorum fame perir. Ai crois que vous aurez compassion, de si payuv pupil, si on vous le represent, paraduens en elestet quil serait reduit si la fame elacabloit. Herdis erat crines, cana lumina, pallor in or, labia incana sedi, scabri rubigin dens, dura cutis, per quam spectari viscera passant. Ossa sub incuruis extabent erida lumbus, ventis erat, pro venter locus. Les gabionists, ruestas de habits de carres, et des visages affames, oic de contenances touts trists, fiant pitié et compassion au grand capitaine Iose, et en sate estar obtiendrent grace et misericord. Les informations et visits qui en este fates par vos commandments, vous instrusent sufficament du deget, que ces animox ont fate. En suit deque on a fate les formalités requises et nécessaires, ni restant plus maintenant que de juger les fins, et conclusions prises par la request d'estimandeurs. Qui sont siuels et raisonnables, sur lesquels il voies plaire de faire reflection. Et a sate effet leur enioinder de quitter le lieu et si retirer, dans la place qui leur sera ordonnés, en faisant les exécrations requises et nécessaires. Ordonnés par noster mere saint à l'église. A quoi les payers demandeurs concluent. Plaider pour les insects. Messivers, depuis que vous aimois choisi pour la défense ces payers bestioles, il voies plaire que remonter leur droit. Et fas voir que les formalités, quana fates contre elles, sont nulles. Émettonnant fort de la facin quan en VSC, en dans des plaintes contre elles, comme si elles ayant commis quel crime, en fate informer du deget quan pretend quels ayant fate, on les fate assigner parduant le juge pour responder, et command skate quels sont muets, le juge voulant suppler assez de faute, leur don vien adjucat, pour representer en justice les raisons quels ni puant deduire. Et parsec. Messieurs, il vous a plu de me donner la liberté de parler pour les payeurs animox, j'y durerai pour leur défense en premier lieu. QVE l'adiavament l'accès controls est nul comme l'accès contre des bests qui ni puant, ny doyant si presenter en jugement. La raison est, que celle qu'on appelle, doit ester capable de raison, et doit agir librement, pour pauer connoiter vien delict. Or estil quelles animox estens priés de cette lumière qui esté donné au sulham, il faut conclure par nécessaire conséquence, que tel procedure est nul, ceci est tiré de la loi première ff. Si quadrupes pauper fessis. Dicet et voici les mots. Nec enim potest animal in iurium fessis quod sensu caret. La seconde raison est, que elan ni put appeller person en jugement sans cause, car autrement celle qui fait adjourner quelqueven sans raison, il doit subir la peine portée sous le tilter des instituts de pone. Tem, litig. My ces animox ni sont obligés par aucune cause, ny en aucune facin, non tenenter enim ex contractu, estens incapables de contractor, nec ex quas a contractu, nec ex stipulation, nec ex pacto, moins ex delicto su quas. Parce que commet il esté dit siduant. Pour commettre vien crime, il faut ester capable de raison, qui ni si rencontre pas aux animox, qui sont priés de son visate. De plus dans la iestis, on ni doit rien faire qui ni porte la iestis en cela imitant la nature. Laquelle, comme dit le philosophe, ni fait rien mal à propos, deus enim, et natura nihil operenter frustra. Giles a penser questi quan pretend de faire iant adjourner ces bestioles, els ni viendront pas responder, car els sont muets, els ni considerant pas des procureurs, pour défendre leur cause, moins leur donneront des mémoires, pour deduire en jugement, leur raison. Car els sont priés de raisonnement, en sorte que tel adjournement ni pauant avoir aucun effect est nul. Si donc l'adjournement qui est la base de tous les actes judiciaires est nul, le reste comme indépendant, ni pour subsister, cum enim principales causa non consistet, nec e qui consequenter locum habent. On dire putester, que si bien tels animox, ni puant constituer vien procureur, pour la défense de leur droit, et instruction de leur cause que le juge de son office le pute faire, et partant que le fait du juge, esti le fait de la partie. A cela en respond quil est vrai lors, quil le fait selon la disposition du droit, in administration sui jurisdictionis, mais non pas en si cas, ou la partie en pauate constituer, le juge aussi, ni le pute faire, ceci est décidé par la glosse de la loi 2ff. De administrat. Res ad civit. Pertinent, et pour priudicet proposition fait a propos l'axiom qui dit quod direct feri prohibiter, per indirectum concedi non debit, cap. Tui de procuratoribus gloss, C1, de consanguinibus et affinibus. Mais si quae truu plus estrange, on pretend faire prononcer conter, ces poyers animox vieni sentence d'excommunication, d'anathema et malediction, et a quel sujet visor conter des bestioles qui sont sans défense. Du plus rigoru gleu que l'eglise in sa main, qui ni punit et ni chadi quelles criminals. Cs animox estens incapables de faire faute, ni péché, parce que pour pécher il faut, avoir la lumière de la raison laquelle discernant le bien doit le mal, nous monster si quil faut suivre, et si quil faut fuir, et de plus il faut, avoir la liberté de prendre elven et laisser l'autre. En vavre putester dire quels ont manqué, en si quels ni si sont presentés iant estea journées, et partant quella contumes et defaut estant vien crime, on pute faire render conter el sentence contumacial, a cause de leur désobéissance. Mais a cela en respond quil ny appoint de contumes, o il ni appoint d'adjournment, o du moins qui soit valable qui aperia sunt non esse citatum, vel non esse legitime citatum, ida dd, communator Bartol. In el equici quamodo, etc. De plus, si on prend garde à la définition de l'excommunication, on verra quan ni pute prononcer, tel sentence conter ces animox. Car l'excommunication est dit extra ecclesiam positio, vel e grave qualibit communiani, vel e grave qualibit legitimo actu separatio. Telment que tels animox ni puant ester discises de l'eglise, ni ians jamais este, Dotant quel est pour les hommes qui ont l'âme raisonnable, non pas pour les brutes, qui ne sont doués d'aucune raison, et l'apôtre Paul ad Corinth. 5 Dit quod de iis qui fora sunt nihil ad nos quod excommunicationem, quia excommunicare non possumus, excommunication efficit animam non corpus, nisi per quondam consequentiam, cuius medicina est cap. 1 de sentent. Excom. In 6. Se porque l'âme de ces animox, en estant immortel, ni put ester touché par tel sentence, qui vergit in dispendium aeterni salutis. Lauder raison est, quod facienti actum permissum non imputiter, id quod sequitur ex illo, licet consecutium sit repugnans statui suo cap. De Occidendis 23q5 cap. Sicut dignum extra de homicid. Ces animox, font vn acti permis mesmi par ledroit diuin. Car il est dit dans la genes fecit deus bestias terri exta species suas eumenta, et omni reptile terri in gener su dixic deus. Ex dedi vobis, omnum herbam afferentum semen super terram, et venios aligna, qui habent in semitipsis sementum generis sue, vt sint vobis in escam. Et cunctis animalibus terri, omnic volacri celi, veniversus qui moenter in terris, et in quibus est anima viuens. Vt habet advisendum. Quasi les fruits de la terre ont este fates pour les animox et pour les hommes. Il leur est permis den manger et prender leur nourriture. Ossi Ciceron dit au premier des offices, principio generi omnium animantium, est a natura tributum, vtc vidam, corpuscuenter, quic advisendum necessaria sunt inquirent. Par ces racin on voit quils enant commis aucun delict, iant fate si qui leur est permis par le droit diuin et de nature, et par ainsi ils ni puunt esterpunis, ny modis, cum etiam creaturi intellectuali, et rationali delinquenti, su damnum afferenti. Eo quod secundum solidum facit. Non est angelo licitum maledicere, multo minus erit licitum hemini, vuquan lit dans epister des iud, cum altercator Michael cum diabolo de corpor moises, non fuit ossus maledicere cap. See Igiter Michael, 23. Q3. S. Thomas 22 Q76. Dit quid donner des maledictions aux choses irraisonnables, estens creatures didia est péché de blasphemer, et de les maudire. Les considerans enu mesmes, est odiosum, et vanum, et per consequens illicitum. Quasi touts, ces racins ni vous touchant, putester setsi vous faire donner les mains, et persuadera a vostre esprit. Quon ni put donner aucune sentence d'excommunication contra els, ny jeter aucun anatheme. Car pronuncant tel sentence est sn pender adia, qui par sa justice leonoi por punir les hommes et chastir leurs péchés. Imittamque in vos bestias agri qui consument vos, et pecora vestra, et ad positatum cuncta redigant. Pauuant dire maintenent, si qued udit oint le deluge omnes caro corrupit viam suum. Et oid enses metamorphoses voyant quella vice aut pris la hautbout, triumphant, et facent des conquests partout, au contraire la virtu estoit abase, exile, et reduate entel estet quel ni truuate aucune demura parmi les hommes. Protinus irrupit veni prioris in eum omni nefas, fuger pudor, verumque fidesque in quorum subiere locum, fraudesque dolesque insidiaque et ars, et amor celeratus habendi iuiter ex rapto, non hosps ob hospite tutus, non sosur genero, fratrum quoque gratia rara est imminet exidio ver, conjuges, elameriti liuida terribiles missent aciniti nauerci filius antidem. Patrios inquirit in annos iuida iasit pietas, et virgo quid madens. Ultima salstum, terras istria reliquit. Par les quels racins on voit, ces animox sont en nous absolutoires, et doyunt ester mis hors de cur et de proses, aquoy on conclude. Replique des habitans. Le principal motif quon rapporté pour la défense de ces animox, est questions priées de elfsage de la racin, ils ni sont samis à aucunes lois, ainsi quedit le chapitre cum mulier 1-5. QLL congruit in fin, et la wasuiuante. FF. Dorof. Precid. Sensu enim carens non subjicitor rigori iuris civilis. Tautus foi, on fear avoir quatels lois ni puit militar au fate qui si present maintenant adjuger, car on ni dispute pot la punition divin delict commis. Mais on tâche d'empêcher quils, nn commettant par si apre, et partent si qui ni serait loisible a vien crime commis, et permis a fin d'empêcher ni crimen committator. Ceci si priu par la loi congruit société, ou il est dit quani pute pas punir vien furia et insensé du crime quil a commis pendant sa furor, parce quil ni skate si quil fate, taudis foin la por renfermer et metter dans des prisons, a fin quil en offense person et pour faire voir combien cet axiome est vrai. Aimi sirs de l'autorité du chapitre omnis vitriusque sexus deponetant. Et remis. O il est dit quan pute deceler si quan apprécie en nila pas exécuté, a fin di rapporteur du remède, cette proposition est confirmée par la glosse in cap. Tu nos ext, dispensal. Qui dit qui si quelqu'un s'accuse d'avoir fiancé une fille, par perils de présent, on pour deceler si qui esté dit, a fin que le marriage si consume. La raison est, quant espousé tel fille, si on nie de l'avoir fait, et on refuse d'accomplir le marriage, viter est delictum successium, et durer visque elam exceperit, viti ergo tali delicto obuiter. Il est loisible de publier si, quan a pris secretement estent, vrai par les raisons, deduates quan a pu adjourner, tels animox, et que l'adjournement est valable, dotant quil est fait a fin quils ni rapportant du dommage d'ors en ont, non pas pour les chastier de celle quils ont fait. Il reste maintenant de responder à si quan, a aduense a scower que, tels animox ni puant ester excommunies, anathematices, maudis ny execraes. A cela il semble que si serait doubter de la puissance, que dia denea l'Église, elayant fate maîtres de tout elvnivers, comme saturus baus, de quion pute dire, oeclisamist, omnia subicisti sub pedibus adjus, aus et baus et omnia qui enter in aquis, et estent conduit par les esprits, ni fate renquest sagement, et esil via chose ou el doyu monstra sun pauuar, c'est la conservation du plus parfait auurid de son espou. A scower de elham, quil a fate a sun image et semblance, facium as hominum, ad imaginum, et similitudinem nostrum et lie a dene legaunement de touts, les choses cres crescite et multiplicamini, et dominamini piscibus maris volatilibus celi, et omnibus animantibus celi. Ossipline and sun lier premier de el histoire naturel dit quod causa homines, viter cuncta alia genus natura. Lestris consult sont decord, quod homines gratia, omnis fructus a natura comparati sunt, L. Pecudum, ff. Divisor, et section, partis ancillarum, instit, de re diuis, et oid discreunt L. excellence de elham parle de la sorte. Pronec cum spectant animalia quietera terras, os homini sublime dedit, calum cturi iasit, et erectos ad sidera toller vultus. Et vien otterpiet. Nani vitis hominum, viti celsos ad sidera vultus sustularit deus, ac sublimia finxerit ora, cum pecudes, volacrum genus, formasque ferarum, segnum, ac obscinum, pashuri stroiset in alium. Picus merangelinus, enviani deces oraison parlant de la grandeur de elham dit hominum tanto excellentiae. Ac sublimitatis esse, viti in si omnia continer dicatur, viti deus sed divisimode, deus enim omnia in si continet, viti omnium medium principium, homo viro in si omnia continet viti omnium medium, quo fit, viti in dio sint omnia meller nota, quam in sapsis in homine inferiora nobilari sint condition. Superiora autumn degenerant sicut aer, ignes, aqua et terra per verissimum proprietatem naturo suo, in crasso hoc, et tyranno homines corpor, quo nos vidmus, hinc etenim nulla creata substantia seruire dedignator, hinc terra, et elementa, huic bruta priesto sunt, famulanter, hinc militat calum, hinc salutum bonumque procurant angelico mens. Et si serate vieni chose, si geos dire hors de racin, que celle por qui la terre produit tous ces fruits, en fut prie, et que de shadifs animox, percent leur nourriture, à l'exclusion de elham por qui ils sont destinés de dia. C'est sur si sujet quil dit increpabo pro te locustas de modo posseris de fructibus tuis in horiemi. Et pour response a si quescrit est Thomas quil en est loisible de maudire tels animox, si on les consider en you mesmes, on dit quen l'espèce quan trait, on ni les consider pas, comme animox simplement. Mais comme apportans du mal aux hommes, mangians et détruisans les fruits qui serunt a sun sauchant, et nourriture. Mais aquoi, nous arrestans nous depuis quan voit par des exemples infinis, qua quantité de saints personages. Ont excommunier des animox apportans du damage aux hommes. Il suffira den rapporter vien portaut quinus est cognu, et familiar, quenus voyans continuellement, escauer dans la ville d'Aix, us hugon usque de Grenoble excommuniat les serpents, qui estiant en quantité à cause des bains choses de soufre, et de lun, qui faciant vien grand damage aux habitants de silu par leur picuras. De sorte que maintenant si bien les serpents piquant quelqueven dans la lue, et confins. Tel picura ni fate aucun mal, le venin de ces bests estant ariste, par le moyen de tel excommunication, que si quelqueven est piqué hors de silu par les mesmes serpents, la picura sera venimus et mortel ainsi quon, avu par plusieurs fois. I laisse a part quantité de passages de la scripture par lescals envoit quedua donner des maledictions aux choses inanimes, et creatures sans racin, ainsi quon pour avoir au Levitic. Ch. 26. Et Deuteronom 27 gens. Tu il maudit le serpent maledictus is, inter omnia animantia, et bestias terri. De dire, quexcommuniant, anathematicent tels animox, est essen prenderedia, qui laissa inoi pour le chastiment des hommes. Acellon respond quasi est pas essens prender adiquet recurrir à l'église, et la prière de divertir, et chasser le mal, qui le plus à dioin majesté de nous annoyer, à cause de nos fautes et péchés. Au contraire, c'est vien acti de religion quid recurrir à elle, lors quon voit quid illus amain pour nous frapper. Conclusion du procureur épiscopal. Les défenses rapportées par l'advocate de ces animox, contre les conclusions prises par les habitants sont considérables qui méritent qu'on les examine mûrement. Car il n'y faut pas aider le carreau d'excommunication à la volée, et sans sujet, estant vien fauder qui est si adjacent, que est-il ni frappe celle contre lequel on le jet, il embrase celle qui le lance. Le discours de cet advocate est appuyé sur la reglette droit, qui dit, qui usu iudicis aliquid facit, ponum non meriter, et vraiment celius desiuges, qui ni les rendem puni, et qui distribue les pains à l'égal des offenses, sans avoir égard à personne de qui les jugements nous sont incognes, quam abscondita iudicia de injustigables via Jews. Se vieni mer profund dont on ni pute de curir la fons. De dire pourquoi il in ces animox, qui mangent les fruits de la terre. Si nous sont letters closes. Pute ester vutil punir si pupil, pour our fate la sourd ore aux poyers qui demandent à leurs ports, estant vien arrest infallible, qui fate aux poyers la sourd ore, attend de la peril. Si qui donat elamos ni sont tauger sous la protection divine, ACS. Juras me dit non memini mi legis mala mort mortuum, qui libenter operaturitatis exercit, habet enim multos intercessors, et impossibilisti, multorum prex non exidiri, et es ambrads parlant de su qui donat elamon aux poyers, si non puesti necesti, passendo serer potres, de mesmes la loi de lib. Agnescend. Repute pour homicide celle qui deni, et refuse les alimens a su qui anant besoin, et le profit Ezechiel, c. 18. Parlant de la récompense, quedio destiné a su qui font du bien aux poyers, qui panem suum esserienti dederit et nudum operurit vestimento, justus est, et vita viuit. Lescals paroles euseb explicit de la sorte. Fragisti esserienti panem tuum, in silo vidi pain qui Christus est satiabaris, hic peregrinis domus tua patuit, in domo angelorum, siuis officeris tu hic trimentia membra destigsti, alic liberabaris ab illo frigor, in quo erit fletus, et stridor dentium. Se vien acti de charite, quae de sister lapoyers, frange esserienti panem tuum et aginos, vagosc indu in domum tuum, cum vidris nudum operi eum, et carnum tuumni dispexeri, dit Isa c. 38. Aussi la recompense est assure, ainsi quescrit es Matthew cap. 25. Venite benedicti patris mei, possedit perdum vobis regnum constitution mundi, esserui enim et didistis mihi manjucare, sidiui et didistis mihi biber, hosps aram et collegistis me, nudis aram et operuistis me, amen dico vobis quod vieni facistis ex fratribus meis minimis mihi facistis, se vieni ora de misericord doior compassion de sun prochin, ainsi quedit es ambres lib tuoff. Cap. 28. Hoc maximum misericordiae, viti compatiamur alienis calamitatibus necessitates alirum, quantum possumus iuvimus, et plus interdum quam possumus el hospitalite est recommende par s. Paul hospitalitatem nolite obliuiscae, per hanc enim placurant quidem angelis hospitio receptis, et s Augustin de se Christiane sign discretion exhiber hospitalitatem, ni forde cui domum clausuris, cui humanitatem negueris, ipse sit Christus. El ordinare recompense qui sut elamosni est la centuple, honora dominum de tua substantia, et de primitiae omnium fructuorum tuorum depauperibus, et implebentur horia tua saturatate, et vino torcularia tua redundabunt. Les abysmes de la divinité ni es sapiussent jamais, por donor, et la sage Salomon, finerator domino qui miseretur pauperi, et vicissitudinem suum reddit. Es Paul aux Corinthians chapter 2. Parle de la sorte, qui administrat semen seminanti, et panem ad menjucandum priestibit, et multiplicabit semen suum. Seritzi point a cause des arruarences, quon commet aux eglises pendant le service diuin. O sans aucun égard à la présence de Dieu, condunter stupra, tractanter lenicinia, adulteria meditanter, frequentius denic in edituorum cellulis quod in ipsis lupinaribus flagrans libido defungiter, por parlor auc tertullian. Car se labiens sauuent usi don lamo, usi prenant les assignations, usi lancent les méchantes oiliades, imputicus oculus, imputici cordis est nuncius, dit s Augustin. Certus les arbors et plants, qui estient en Egypte, le péché etate consacré à Harpocrates qui prenate soin du langage quon duit tenir aux dia. Parce que le fruit du péché ressemble au cœur, et la fuel à la langue, inferent de l'aquessu qui alient aux temples, duent penser saintment honestment, et sombrement parler. Numa Pompilius ni valet paquan, assistat occult diuin parmeniere daquit. Mais quen quittant touts choses, on y employet entierment se penser, comeo principal acti de la religion, et d'actions inures les dia, ni voulant pa mesmi pendant laceruis, quan intendit parmi les res aucun brute, et lors quelles presters facient les sacrifices et ceremonies. Il y aut des surgeons qui creont au pupil que elan situ, lacent tout otter oeuvre pour estar attentif au culte. Quasi les païens ont esté si exacts en leur fausse religion au culte de leurs idoles, et imaginaires divinités, nous qui sommes Christians, et ons la connaissance du vrai Dieu. Quel respect ni li duons nous, passporter dans les églises, pendant les sacrifices de la messe et autres offices diuins. Mais si bien dia est eistisir, qui ni les ren impuni tautus fois la eistis ni taint pas si fort la hautbaut, que la miséricorde, ni true place. Il est autant misericordia que est, et esil inut quelques aduicités aux pécheurs et les visite par quel coup de fouet. C'est pour les advertir de faire pénitence, par le moyen de laquelle ils puissent détourner son courroux, et est vengeance, et par si moyen, ils si puissent réconcilier avec lui, et obtenir ses graces, et pardon de leurs fautes et péchés. Nous voyons ces habitants la larme eloil, qui demandent pardon de vainqueur contre de leurs fautes, ions horror des crimes commis par le passé, et employant l'assistance de l'église pour les soulager en leurs nécessités, et détourner le carreau qui leur pend sur la teste. Estens menacés deveni famine insupportable si vous n'y prenez leur droit. Et cause en protection, et faire déloger ces animox, qui les menacent deveni ruin total, à quoi nous en empescans. Concluens à cet effect, quil plays de render vostre sentence d'execution, contre ces animox. Afin que dors en ont ils en apportant du dommage, aux fruits de la terre enjoignans aux habitants, les pénitences, et oraisons, as si communicables et accoustumes. La sentence du d'église. In nomen Domini Amen, visa supplication pro part habitantium loci, nobis officially in judicio facta, aduisis broncos, suarucas, vel alienon dissimilia and Amelia fructus vinerum iestum loci assertis annis, et ad hoc presenti anno, viti fide dignorum testimonio, et quasi publico rumor asseritor, cum maximo incolorum loci, et vicinorum locorum incommodo depopulantia, viti predicta and Amelia per nos monenter. Et remediis ecclesiasticis mediantibus compellentur, a territorio dicti loci aber, visisc diligenter, inspectis causis predicti supplicationis nec non pro part, dictarum arucorum, suen Amelium per surdos consularios eostum, per nos deputados propositus et allegatis, audito etiam super permissis promoter, ac visa certa information, et ordination nostra, per cerdum dicti curii notarium, de damno in vinis eam dicti loci. per animalia elato. Quonium, nisi iasmodi damno, nisi diuna op succari possi existimatura tenta predictorum habitantium. Humili, ac frequenti, et importuna requisition praesertim magni pristini vidi errata emendandi per eostem habitantes, edicto spectaculo, solemniter supplicationum nuper ex nostra ordination, factorum prompta exhibition, et sicut misericordia Dei, peccators ad si cum humilitate ruertens non respuit, ida ipsius ecclesia aestum recurrentibus. Auxilium su etiam, salatium qualicunc denegare non debit. Non predictus, in re quamquam noa, tam fortiter tamen effligitatum maiorum vestiges inherendo, pro tribunali, sedens, ac diem pre oculis habens, in ius misericordia, ac piedate confidence, deperitorum concilio, nostrum sententiam modo qui sequitur, in his scriptis feramus. In nomen, et virtute Dei, omnipotentes, Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, beatissimi Domini nostri Jesu Christi genitricis Mariae authoridaque bitorum apostolorum, Petri et Pauli, nec nunni qua fungamur in hac part, predictos broncos et erucas, et animalia predicta quacunc nomen sensinter. Momus in his scriptis, sub ponis maledictionis, ac anathematizationis, vt infra sex dies, ammunition in vim sententiae huius avinis. Et territoriis huius loci dissedent, nullum vi alterius ibidum, nec alibi documentum, priestatura, quod si infra predictos dies, eam dicta animalia, huic nostri admonitioni non parerent, cum effectu. Ipsis sex debis elapsis, virtute et auctoritate profatis, illa in his scriptis anathematizamus, et maledissimus ordinantes tamen, et district praecipients predictis habitantibus cuius cum gradus ordines, aut conditionis existent, vt facilius ab omnipotent Dio, omnium bonorum largiter, et malorum depulsor, tanti in commodi liberationum, valent promeri, quatnus bonus operibus, ac duotis supplicationibus, eugitur attendens. Dicitero suas decimas, sine fraud secundum loci approbetem consududinum persoluent, blasphemas, et aliais peccatis, praesertim publicis sedulo abstinent. 100. Allegation, replication, and judgment in the process, against field mice at Stelvio in 1519. Klag. Schwarz Meining hat sein Klag, gesetzt weiter die Lutmos in der Gestalt. Das dies schadlich tier einen großen merklichen Schaden tun, so word auch erfolgen, wenn dies schadlich tier nit weggeschafft werden. Das sei eier Jarsens der Grundherrschaft nit nur geben konnten, und versagt werden hinweg zu sehen. Weil sei solcher gestalten, sich nit wussten zu ernähren. Antwort. Darauf Greenebner einstinkt, und dies Antwort geben unsehen procuri ins Recht gelegt. Hab dies weiter die Tierlein verstanden. Sei aber maniglich bewusst, das sei all da in Jewisser Jewer unnutzen sitzen, darum aufzulegen sei. Derentwegen in Hoffnung ste, man word eignen auf hüdigen Tage die Nuts, und Jewer mit keinem Urtel nehmen oder aberkennen. Im Fall aber ein Urtel erging, das sei darum weichen mussten, so sei doch in Hoffnung, das eignen ein anders Ort und Stat geben soll werden, auf das sei sich erhalten mogen. Soll eignen auch bei solchem Abzug ein freisitcher gelate vor ihren Feinden ertelt, sein Hund Katzen oder andre eier Feind. Sei auch in Hoffnung, wenn ein Schwanger wär, das derselben Ziel und Tag geben word, das Frucht verbringen und alsden auch damit absichen moj. Ertel. Aufklag und Antwort, red und weiterd, und auf eingelegt Kunschiften und alles was recht kommen, ist mit Ertel und Recht erkennt, das die schadlichen Tierlein, so man nennt die Lutmos, denen von Stilfs in Acker und Wiesmader nach laut der Klag in Virzing Tagen Rahmen sollen. Da hinweg sehen und zu jugen Zeiten, dehen nimmer mehr kommen sollen. Wo aber eins oder mehr der Tierlein Schwanger war, oder Jugendhalber nit hinkommen mocht, dieselben sollen der Zeit von Jetterman ein frei Sichers gelate haben 14 Tage lang. Aber die so sehen mogen, sollen in 14 Tagen wandern. Wie die Hormiers Taschenbuch für die Vaterlandisch Geschichte, Berlin, 1845, pp. 239-40. 500. Admonition, denunciation, and citation of the injurer by the priest Bernhard Schmid in the name, and by the authority of the Bishop of Lausanne in 1478. Du wie vernünftig / wie ein vollkommener Creator / mit namen injur vnd, nen dich darum vien Volkommen / Dan Danes Geschlecks, ist nit Gessein in der Arch, no / in der Zeit der Vergiftung vnd Plag des Wassergusses. Nun hast du mit deinem Anhang grossen, Schaden gethen im Erdtrich vnd, auf dem Erdtrich ein merklichen Abrich Zeitlicher, Nahrung der Menschen vnd vien Verniftigen Thier. Vnd von des nun Samlicher, dergleichen / Dirch, Uch vnd Uren Anhang nit mehr beschat / so hat mir mein Nadiger Herr vnd Biskoff, zu lassen gebeten in seinem Namen / Uch Zirmanen / Zuken vnd obsestan. Vnd also von seiner Naden Jebots wegen vnd, auch in seinem Namen als, obstat / vnd bei Kraft, der Heiligen Hochgelabt, Dreifaltigkeit / vnd Dirchkraft, vnd Verdienen des Menschengeschlechts Erlosers / Viensers, Behalters Jesu Christi / vnd bei Kraft, vnd Gehorsamkeit, der Heiligen Kirchen Jebaiten vnd Ermanen, ich Uch in 6. Atstentagen Zueken / all vnd Jeglich Besonders / aus allen Matt. Ackeren / Garten / Feldern / Weiden / Baumen / Kruteren / vnd von allen Orderen / in denen Watsen vnd, entspringen Naringen der Menschen, vnd der Thieren / vndan diort vnd Statuch, Fugen / das Eiher mit Urum Anhang nimmer kein, Schaden Volbringen Mogen und den Früchten, vnd Naringen der Menschen, vnd Thieren / Heimlich. Nach offentlich. Were a Sach / das Eiher dieser Ermenungen, vnd Jebot nit Natchingen / oder Nachfolget / vnd Mainten Vrsach, Haben / des nit Zirfelen / so Ermenen ich Uch Ausver / vnd Leiden vnd, Sitteren Uch bei Kraft, vnd Gehorsamkeit, der Heiligen Kirchen 6. Tag nach dieser Execution, so eins, Schlecht / nach mitten Tag gen Wifflisburg. Uch zu Währendwerten / oder durch Uren Versprechen Antwort, zu Geben / vor meinem Nadigen Herren von Lassen / oder seinem Vicario vnd Statthaltern / vnd Word drauf, mein Nadiger Herr von Lassen oder sein Statthalter Führer / nach Ordnungen, des Richten / Weider, Uch / mit Verflechen vnd, Beschwerungen / Handeln / als sich dan in Salcum. Gebert / nach Form, vnd Gestalt des Richten. Lieben kind, ich begehren von Urem Jeglichen Zubaten mit Andacht, auf Urem Nyan 3 Paternoster vnd, Ave Maria. Der Hachen Heiligen Dreifaltigkeit, zu Lob vnd Anzarufen vnd Zebeten Eiher nad vnd Hilf, Zessenden / Damit, Dien Jur Vertrieben werdend. Job, Heinrich Hottinger, Historia Ecclesiastica Novi Testamenti Roman 4. pp. 317-321, on the authority of Schilling, S. Chronica, the manuscript of which is in the Zurich Library. A. Decree of Augustus, Duke of Saxony and Elector, commending the action of Parson Gracer in putting the sparrows under ban, issued at Dresden in 1559. Von Gotts Naden Augustus, Herzog zu Sachsen und Kurfürst. Lieber Getzener, welcher Gestalt und Os was Ursession und Christlichem Eifer, der Wordige, unser lieber Andechtiger HR. Daniel Gracer, Fairer Allheirer in seiner Nacht Gettingen Predict, über die Sperlinge etwas heftig, bewegt Juessen und dieselb, wegen Eihers unaufhörlichen verdrisslichen grossen Geschreis und argerlichen Unkuschheit, so sei unter der Predict, zu Verhinterung Gottsworts und Christlicher Andacht. Zu tun und behegen Pieflegen, in den Ban Getten, und maniglich Praise Jejeben. Des Senwurst, du dich als der Damals Onzweifel aus Anregung des Heiligen Geists, im Tempel zur Predict Juessen, Guter Massen zu Erinner'n wissen. Wuhl were uns nun vorsehen, du wordest, auf Jedischen Herrn Daniels Vermanen und Bitten, so and alles Zuhörer ins Gemin Getten, und das Alberate auf Wej Jedacht haben. Sintemel were diesen Bericht erlangt, dass du dem kleinen Jevogel vorandern Durchmancherle visserlich und listig Wej und Griff nachzustellen, auch den Nahrung unter andern damit zu suchen, und dasselb zu fehen Piefliegest. Das einen Ihrem Verdienst nach Gelont werden Modnach Weiland, des Herrn Martini Seligen Earthilist, demnach unser Nadiges begehren zu eröffnen. Why und welcher Gestalt auch durch was Behandigkeit und Wej, du für Gut ansiest, das die Sperlinge herdan. Wann sei Jungen, sich durch Eiher taglich und unaufhörlich Unkuschheit unsolig vermehren, und sonderlich Kosten aus der Kirch zum Heiligen Kreuz gebracht, solch argerlich Vogelrei und hinterlicher Getskirp und Geschrei im Haus Gottes, Verkummer worden moj? Des Gericht zur Beforderung guter Kirchenzucht ungeskiet deren unseer Nadage Meinung. Datum Dresden den. 18. Februar 1559. Unserm Secretario und Leben Getruin Thomas Nebeln. Vidi Hormers Taschenbuch, etc., 1845 pp. 227-8. F. Chronological list of excommunications and prosecutions of animals from the 9th to the 19th century. Sources of information, dates, animals, places +++ annals ecclesiastici, 824 Moles Valley of Aosta Francorum, Muratori, Ital. 886 Locusts Roman Campagna Scriptors, Roman 3, Gaspard Bailey. 9th Serpents Aix les Bains Traité des Monetoirs Cent. Saint Foy, Ouvres Roman 4, 1120 Field Mice Léon p. 97 Mémoires de la and Société Réale des Caterpillars Antiquaires de France, Roman 8, p. 427, Théophile Reynaud, de 1121 Flies Foigny near Léon Monitories in Opusc. Misc. Ijus Roman 14 p. 482. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8 p. Note, Vita S. Bernhardi, I. No. 58. 1121 Horseflies Mayence Acta. SS. Aug. Roman 4 p. 272, Malleolus, de Exorcismus 1225 Îles Lausanne Elabé Leboeuf. Hist. De 1266 Pig Fontenay Aux Roses Paris, Roman 9, p. 400. Near Paris Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 427, Saint Foy. Ouvres 1314 Bull Moyle Temple Thames, Roman 8, 1320 Cockchafers Avignon Carpentier to Ducange, 1322 Not Specified Vide Homicida, 1323, Abville both cited by Vanna Mira, p. 552, Zeitschrift für Deutsch 1338 Kultern Kulturgeschichte, Roman 2, p. Also Germania, Roman 4, p. 383, Vanna Mira, p. 561, Delisle, Études sur la 1356 Pig Keen Condition de la Classe Agricole, p. 107, Vanna Mira, p. 552, Carpentier to Ducange, 1378, Abville Vide Homicida. Vanna Mira, p. 552, Garnier, Revue des Sociétés 1379 3 So Saint Marcel Savantes Dec, 1866 pp. And a pig. Les Jussi SQQ. From the rest of the archives of Côte d'Or 2 herds pardon Charange, Dict. Des Titters 1386 So Falaise Originox Roman 2, p. 72. Also Statistique de Falaise, I. p. 63. Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 427, Orenton, Annuaire de la 1389 Horse Dijon Côte d'Or Bariat Saint Prix in 1394 Pig Mording Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. from MSS. In la Bibliothèque du Roi Malleolus, de Exorcismus, 14th Spanish Flies Mayence Tract. Roman 2 Mémoires Cent. Cit, Roman 8 p. 411, MS. Of Judge Harrison, 1403 So Mulin published by Lejeune in Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. also L'Oréal. La France Eure et Loire p. 108, Orenton. Annuaire de la 1404 Pig Rouvre Côte d'Or, MS. Bibliothèque du Roi 1405 Aux Geysers Mémoires, Cit, Roman 8 p. 427, MS. Bibliothèque du Roi 1408 Pig Pont-de-l'Arche Mémoires, Cit, Roman 8 p. 428, Luander, Histoire 1414, Abville d'Abville 1418, Orenton. Annuaire de la 1419, L'Abrégement le Duc Côte d'Or, 1420, Brachon 1435, Etrokers Malleolus, de Exorcismus, 1451 Rats and Burn Mémoires, Cit, Roman 8, Bloodsuckers p. 423, Garnier. Revue des Sociétés 1452-16 Cows Rouvre Savantes Roman 4 p. 476 and 1 Goat SQQ. Dec. 1866. Gui Pape. Decisions 1456 Pig Burgogny Thames, I. p. 196. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8 pp. 1457 So Savigny sur Reading, -445. From archives of Bourgogne, Monjou and dependencies, Desnoyers, Recherches etc. 1460-1 Weevils Dijon A. Dubis, Justice at 1463, 2 Pigs Amiens Borough à Amiens. Sauval, Histoire de Paris, 1466, So Corbel Roman 3, p. 387. Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 428, A. Dubis, Histoire de Paris 1470 Mare Amiens Promenades Pittoresques dans 1474 Coq Bale à l'Everché de Bale. Journal du Département du Nord, Nov. 1, 1813. Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 428. Johann Gross, Klein Basler, Chronic. Schilling, Chronica Zurich 1478 Injure, Sortburn MS, Hottinger Hist. Of Weevil Eccles, Pars Roman 4 pp. 321, Ruchat Hist, Eccles, du 1479 Injure Pays de Vaux Hist, Denismes, Mémoires 1479 Rats and Nims Cit, Roman 8 p. 428. Moles Wander, Hist. Dabville 1479, Pig Abville Chassenée. Concilia von 1480, 1 Caterpillars Machina Mira, p. 561. Victor Hugo, Notre Dame de 1482, Goat Paris Paris, Chassenée. Concilia. 1487 Snails Machin Mémoires, Cit, Roman 8 p. 416, a 1488, Auten, a 1488 Weevils Beaujeu Luander, Hist. Dabville 1490, Pig Abville Annuaire de l'Aisne 1812, 1494 Pig Clermont Les Moncornet p. 88. Mémoires Cit, Near Léon Roman 8 p. 428 446, Saint-Edme, Dict. De la 1497, So Charon Penalite, Subverb. Anna Mox Voyage littéraire de Dieu 1499 Bull Beauvais Benedictins, Durand et Martin, 1717 Roman 2, p. 166-7, Archives de l'Abbé de 1499 Pig Sieves near Chartres Josaphat. Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 430-45, Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 15th So Dunoisant. Malleolus, De Exorcismus, Caterpillars quar e Worms Constans, e Beetles quar Luander. L'Épopée des 1500 Flies Mayence Animox, Chassenée. Concilia 1500 Snails Lion Chassenée. Concilia 1500 Vermin Autumn 1530. Rats, etc. Mémoires et Documents, Pubble. 1509 Vermin Lausanne par la Soche. De la Suisse Roman 7 No. 97 pp. 677 Annuaire de la Côte d'Or 1510 Pig Dijon Annuaire de la Côte d'Or. 1512 Arsenax Mémoires Cit, Roman 8 p. 447 Matthew, Hist. Deciverx 1512-13 Rats and Langurs de Langurs, p. 188 Insects, Grislet. Ephemerides 1811, 1516 Weevils Troyes in Champagne Roman 2, p. 153-168. Cf. 1506 Théophile Reynaud. Opusc, according p. 482. Mémoires to some Cit, Roman 8 p. 413-418 Authorities, Habesque. Hist, sur le 1516 Locusts Trager littoral des Côtes du Nord, p. 89 Schabel, des Closter Roman 12, 1519 Fieldmice Glurns, Stelvio pp. 946-48 Saint-Edme, Dict. De la 1522 Rats Autumn Penalite. Cf. Chassenée Vernet in Thames o 1525 Dog Parliament of Bibliothèque des Toulouse Jurisconsult, Roman 8 Papon and Bosius. 1528 Not Specified Parliament of Decisions. Cf. Thames, Bordeaux Roman 8 1528, Mainebrea, Jugements Rendus 1536 Weevils Lutry, on Lake Conter les Animox, P. Lemon. From Grenier, Documents Relatifs à Elhist, du Pays de Vaux. Larouche, Register Secret 1540, Bichmo Manuscrit, Annuaire de la Côte d'Or 1540 Pig Dijon Larouche. Register Secret 1541 Chias Loudon Manuscrit, Bailey. Traité des 1540, 1 Grasshoppers Lombardy Monitoires, Roman 2, Malleolus. De Exorcismus 1540, 1 Vermin Lausanne, worms, rats, bloodsuckers, Bariat St. Prix 1543 snails and Grenoble thames, IP 196, locusts Mainabrea, Jugements rendus 1545 weevils St. Jean de Conter les Animox pp. And Morion 545, 556. De Actis 1546, Syndicorum com. St. Jules, etc. Doulura hist. De Paris 1546 Cow Parliament of Roman 3, p. 28, Registers of Paris Manuscrits de la Tournelle. Cf. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8, p. 429 Lerouge. Register Secret 1550. A manuscript A 1551 Goat Isle de Ré, A 1554 Sheep, U. Boguet Aldrevand, De Insectis, 1554 Bloodsuckers Lausanne, Lib Roman 7, 724. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8, p. 429 Disnoyer, cited in Revue des 1554 Insects Langers Questions Historiques, v. p. 278. Von Armira, p. 567 Lerouge, Register Secret 1556 Chiassens Manuscrit, Lecoq, hist. De la Ville de 1557 Pig Saint Quentin, p. 143. Sorel, Proses Conter des Animox, etc., p. 9 Lerouge, Register Secret 1560 Chias Loigninier Manuscrit, Shadedun a 1561, Cow Agaudesis in Picardy Lissona, I Nemesis del 1562 Weevils Argentule Vino. Regist. Epier. Par. For May 8 Ranchen on Gui Pape, 1565 Mule Montpellier Quist. 74. Thames I. p. 196. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8 p. 429. Papon, Decisions. Thames 1565 Not Specified Parliament of Roman 8, Toulouse Loander. L'Epopée des 1566 Chiasse Parliament of Animox, Paris MSS. Of Bibliothèque 1567, So Senlis National of Paris, Lionnois, hist. De Nancy 1572 Pig Moyen Montier, Roman 2, p. 374, near Nancy Lersner. Chronica 1706, 1574, a Frankfurt on the Main p. 552, Brillen. Decisions Thames, 1575 Chiasse Parliament of Roman 8, Paris Hauschronik von 1576 Pig Schweinfurt, in Zeitschrift für Deutsch Kulturgeschichte, I 156, Cannert, Beidringen Tot de 1578 Pig. Gent Kenny's Van Het Oud Strafrecht in Vlaanderen, p. Roman 7, Durheims, hist. De 1585 Pig Saint-Tomer, p. 327, Chourier, hist. Du Dauphiné. Locusts Valence cf. Thames, I. p. 196, Mainabrea, Jugements rendus 1587 Weevils Saint Jean de Maurian Conter les Animox, etc., pp. 546, 549, Fornery and Lainsel, 1596 Dolphins Marseille Théophile Reynaud, de 16th Weevils and Cotentin Monitories, p. 482. Cent. Grasshoppers Mémoires, Cit. Roman 8, 1st p. 429 half Chassénius, Concilia. Snails Lions Mémoires, Cit. Roman 8 p. 415, A Weevils Mackin a Pig Dijon Loander, L'Epopée des Dog Scotland Animox Dubuis hist, Du Droit 16th Weevils Angers Crim, de la France Cent. Second half Aspelcuta Martinus Doctor, Rats Spain Navarus, Concilia Su Responsa, 1602 Roman 2 p. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8 p. 419. Theof. Reynaud Cit. p. 482, Francesco Vivio, Decisions 16th Divers Aquila in Italy No. 68. Cited by Cent. Animals Dadosio, Besti Delink, 2nd p. 125 half Archives of Obwalden Gadflies Argao Leonardo Vero de Facino. Locusts Naples cf. Dadosio Cit. p. 115. Sardegna, El Uomo Elo Horse Portugal Besti. cited by Dadosio Mornatius to Ducange, 1600 Beauvais SV. Homicida Lerouge, Register Secret, Cauthwar's Manuscript, e Abval Lessona, I Nemesi del Vino, Weevils Vercelli p. 141, Papon, Decisions. Thames 1601 Dogbree Roman 8. Lerouge, Reg. Secret Manuscript, Lerouge, Register Secret, Mare Provence Manuscript, Papon, Recul de Retz 1601 Not Parliament of Specified Paris Charma. Lekens de 1604 As Parliament of Philosophy, Paris Guerra, Dear Nolly et Naples Lerouge, Register Secret, Mare Joinville Manuscript, a 1606 Sheep Riam, a Cow Shader Anod, a Mare Coifi near Langers Legion. Memoirs Sit, Bitch Charters Roman 8 p. 418, Lerouge, Register Secret 1607 Mare Bursant near Manuscript Depernay, a 1609, Montmorency, a Niederad Voltaire, Cycle de Louis Cow Parliament of Roman 14 ch. I Luander, Paris Reverend d'Estumons, I. p. 334, Lerouge. Register Secret 1610 Horse Paris Manuscript, a 1611 Goat Laval, a Cow Saint Ferju near Rethel, a 1613 So Montwarin near Châtellerault, a 1614 Chias Le Mans Desnoyers. Rechurches, etc., 1616 Rats and Langers p. 13 Insects, Anzeige für Kundair 1621 Cow Mascher near Deutschen Vorzeit, 1880, a Leipzig Call. 102, Lerouge. Register Secret, 1621, Mare La Rochelle Manuscript, a 1622, Montpensier, a 1623, Chias Bessay near Moulins, a 1624, Mule Chefbauton, Poitou, Doppler. Theat. Penn, Roman 2, 1631 Mares and Grafenberg p. 574, Cows Marchisio Michel, Gat 1633 Weevils Strambino ed. Inseti Nasivi 1834, Ivrea p. 63 SQQ. Lerouge, Register Secret, Mare Belleck Manuscript, Carpentier to Ducange, 1641 Pig Viraflay SV. Homicida Lerouge, Register Secret, 1640 7 Mare Parliament of Manuscript, Paris, o 1650, Ifresne near Charters Crollalanza. Storia del 1659 Caterpillars Chiavena Cantado di Chiavena. p. 455 SQQ. Pereiro, Gazzetta 1661 Weevils Turin Literaria di Torino, Feb. 24, 1883, Cotton Mather, Magnalia 1662, Cow 2 New Haven Con. Christi Americana, Book Heifers Roman 6. London, 1702, 3 Sheep, and 2 Sows Lerouge. Register Secret, 1666, Mare Tours Manuscript, a Saint P. Lemontiers Lerouge. Register Secret, 1667, Chias Vauds near Manuscript Barcersane, a 1668, Mare Angers Annales Scientifiques de 1670 Locusts Clermont l'Auvergne, Volume Roman 7, p. 391, Doppler. Theatrum Penn, Roman 2, 1676 Mare and Cow Silesia p. 5, Lerouge. Register Secret, 1678, a Boguet Manuscript, Pereiro, Gaz, Litter. D. Weevils Turin Torius Feb. 24, 1883, Brillin, Decisions I 1679 Mare Parliament p. 914. Memoirs Sit. Daix Roman 8 p. 431. Boniface. Traité des Matières Criminelles 1785 p. 31 Chourier, Hist du Dauphiné. Before Worms Constance Thames, Roman 8 1680, and Quar Lerouge. Register Secret 1680 Mare Forches near Manuscript Province Heinrich Rock. Schlesisch 1680 1 Mare Wunchelberg Chronic, p. 342. Doppler. In Silesia Theat. Penn, Roman 2, p. 573, SQQ. O 1684 Mare Ottendorf, O 1685, Striga Dulera. Description des 1690 Locusts Pontificataux Principax Ludala in Auvergne, France, 1789, v. p. 493, SQQ. Mémoires Cit. Roman 8 p. 412. Lerouge, Register Secret 1692, Mère Moulin's Manuscrit, La Hontan, Voyages let. Roman 11, End of Turtledoves Canada p. 79. Mémoires Cit. 17th Roman 8 p. 431 cent. Mainers, Vergleichung des Ehigot Russia Altern U, Neuern Banished Russlands, p. 291. To Siberia cf. Emira, p. 573. Registers de la Paris to 1710, Rats Grignon, Sorel. Proses Conter des 1710, Vermin auton Animox, etc., p. 23, Rhines Herds Chronic and 1711, Als in Jutland other sources given by Emira, p. 565. Agnel. Curiosités 1713 termites pidade nomeranhau judiciaires et in Brazil historiques du Moyen Age, p. 46. Cf. Manuel Bernards, Nova Florsta u Silva de Varios Apophthegmas, etc. 5 tom. Lisboa 170647, MSS, of Bibliothèque 1726 not specified Paris National of Paris, no, 10,970. Dadosio. Best. Del p. 107, Mainabrea, Judgments Conter 1731 Insects Thonon les Animox, p. 508, La Tradition 1888 p. 363 1733 Vermin Burantin SQQ. Emira p. 564 Rauso de Lacum, 1741 Cau Poidu Traité des Matières Crim. Dadosio, Best. Del, p. 107. Ant. De Saint Gervais, 1750 Chias Vanvers Hist. Des Animox, a report of the case of 1771 Dog Chichester, England Farmer Carter's dog. Emira, p. 559 Comparin Hist. Du 1793, Paris Tribunal Révolutionnaire de Paris. Cf. Sorel, op. Cit. p. 16, Filingiri, Scienzadella 18th Dogs Italy Legislazione Cent. Det. Kong. Dansk Landhusholdning Selskabs 1805-6 Vermin Lio in Denmark Skrifter. Ny Samuel. Roman 2, 1. Emira, p. 565, Desnoyers. Recherches 1826 Locusts Clermont-Ferrand, etc. p. 15, Gazette des Tribunaux, 1845 Dog Paris Jan. 23, 1845. 1864 Pig Pleternica in Slavonia Cross, quoted by Emira, 1866 Locusts Posga in p. 573, Slavonia, Grasshoppers Vitivici in Slavonia Desnoyer. Recherches 19th Locusts Catalonia etc. p. 15 cent. Alg, Deutsche Strafrechtszeitung, Cock Leeds in England No. 2, also Pertl, Glei Animali in Giudizio, Cretella, Glei Animali Wolf Calabria Sotto Processo in Fanfula No. 65. Cf. Emira, p. 569 New York Herald and Echo 1906 Dog de Laimont into Paris, May 4, 1906, Switzerland. J. Receipt dated Jan. 9, 1386, in which the hangman of Falaise acknowledges to have been paid by the Viscount of Falaise 10 sous and 10 deniers tournois for the execution of an infanticidal sow, and also 10 sous tournois for a new glove. Quittance originale du 9, Janvier 1386, passé devant Guillet de Montfort, Tabellion à Falaise, et donné par le bureau de cette ville de la Somme de Dix Sols, et Dix deniers tournois pour sa peine et salaire devoir traîner, puis pendu à la justice de Falaise une truie de l'âge de 3, and zo environ, qui avoit manger le visage de l'enfant de Jonet Lamox, qui atate au burs et avoit toimois et environ, telment quelletit infant and murat. Et de Dix Sols tournois pour un gant neuf, quan le bureau fit la dite execution, set quittance est, dîner et acute rignod rigalt, vicomte de Falaise. Le bureau y declare quil si teint pour bien content des dits sommes, et quil en teint quit le roi et ledit vicomte. Challenge Dictionnaire des Titres Originaux, Paris, 1764, tome Roman 2, p. 72, also Statistique de Falaise, 1827, tome IP 63. A. Receipt, dated Sept 24, 1394, in which Jehan Micton, hangman, acknowledges that he received the sum of 50 sous tournois from Thomas de Juveny, Viscount of Morting, for having hanged a pig which had killed and murdered a child in the parish of Raumagny. A two silks qui ces letters verant au orant, Jehan lers, garde du sel des obligations de la vicomté de Morting, salut, sachant tous que par devant binet de l'Espagne, clerc tabellion juré aussi dudit lu de Morting, fut present mester Jehan Micton, pendart, en la vicomté d'Avranches, qui recognet et confesse avoir eu et reçu de ham sage et pourvu Thomas de Juveny, vicomte dudit lu de Morting. Si savoir la somme de 50 sols, tournoi pour sapin et salaire d'ester, venu d'Avranches jusques à Morting, pour faire accomplir et pender à la justice dudit lu de Morting. Un porc, lequel avait taé et mutis un enfant en la Paris de Raumagny, en ladite vicomté de Morting. Pour lequel fate isilui porc fut condamné ester traîné et pendu, par Jehan Petit, lieutenant du Bailly de Co. Rin, is assisses dudit lu de Morting, de laquelle somme de sus dict ledit pendart si tint pour BNPA, et en quitte le renoster sire, ledit vicomte et tous alters. En témoin de si, nous avons scellé ces letters dudit cell, soft tout otter droit. Cien fut fate elan de grace 1384 et 14, le exia e jour de septembre. Signé jailers. Countersigned Binet. Extract from the manuscripts of the Bibliothèque du Roi, Vidi Memoirs, Ibid, pp. 439-40. 1. Attestation of Simon de Baudemont, lieutenant of the bailiff of Manse and Meulant, made by order of the said bailiff and the king's proctor, on March 15, 1403, and certifying to the expenses incurred in executing a sow that had devoured a small child. A two seuls qui ces letters verant. Simon de Baudemont, lieutenant Meulant, de noble ham mons. Jehan, seigneur de Maintenon, chevalier chambellan du Roi, notre sire, et son bailly de Mant et dudit lu de Meulant. Salut savoir faisons, que pour faire et accomplir la justice d'une trui qui avait dévoré un petit enfant, a convenu faire nécessairement les frais, commissions et dépens si après déclarés, c'est à savoir. Pour dépens fate pour el de dans la Jule, 6 sols parisis. Item, au maître des hautes œuvres, qui vint de Paris à Meulant faire ladite exécution, par le commandement et ordonnance de Noster dit Maester le Bailly et du procureur du Roi, 54 sols parisis. Item pour la voiture qui lamina la justice, 6 sols parisis. Item pour cords à la lyre et haler, 2 sols Hewitt deniers parisis. Item pour gans, 2 deniers parisis. Lescals parties font en somme tout succente 9 sols Hewitt deniers parisis. Et tout seque dessus est dit nous certifians erder vrai par cs present celles de notre cell, et a graineur confirmation et approbation de cy avons fate metter la cell de la Châtellenie dudit lu de Meulant, le Roman 50 de Mars Elan 1403. Signé de Baudemont, avec paraph, et au dessous est le sceau de la Châtellenie de Meulant. Extract from the manuscripts of M. Harrison, judge of the Civil Court of Chartres, communicated by M. Lejeune to the Mémoires de la Société Royale des Antiquaires de France. Tome Roman 8, pp. 433-4. J. Receipt dated Oct. 16, 1408, and signed by Taustain Pynchon, jailer of the royal prisons in the town of Pont de l'Arche, acknowledging the payment of 19 sous and 6 deniers tournois for food furnished to sundry men and to 1 pig kept in the said prisons on charge of crime. Pardavant Jean Galvant, tabellion juré pour le Roynoster sire and le Vicomté du Pont de l'Arche. Fut present Taustain Pynchon, geolier des prisons du Roynotter sire and la ville du Pont de l'Arche, lequel cognet avoir eu et recu du Roynoster dit sire, par la main de honorable ham et sage Jehan Monet, Vicomte dudit lu du Pont de l'Arche, la somme de 19 sous 6 deniers tournois qui deus lui estuent. C'est à savoir 9 sous 6 deniers tournois pour avoir trouvé, livré, le pain du roi aux prisonniers détenus, en cas de crime, is dits prisons. Here the names of these prisoners are given. Item en porc adminé is dix prisons. Le 20 jour de juin 1408 inclus, jusques au 17 jour de juillet après un suivant exclut que icelui porc fut pendu par les gars à un des postes de la justice du Vaudreuil, à quoi il avoit été condamné pour l'édit casse par monsieur le bailly de Rouen et les consuls, is assises du Pont de l'Arche, par lui tenus le 13 jour dudict mois de juillet. Porceque isolui porc, avoit muldri et toe ung petit infant, aquel temps il et exjours, valent audit pristitu deniers tournoi par jour, 4 souls 2 deniers, et pour avoir trouvé et belé la cord quil esconvint a liar isolui porc quil rechapus deladate prison ou il avate este mise. Ex deniers tournoi. Du 16 October 1408. Derived from manuscripts of the Bibliothèque du Roi, Vidi Mémoires Cit, pp. 428 and 441. K. Letters patent, by which Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, on Sept 12, 1379, granted the petition of the Friar Humbert de Poutiers, prior of the town of Saint-Marcel-les-Jussy, and pardoned 2 herds of swine which had been condemned to suffer the extreme penalty of the law as accomplices in an infanticide committed by 3 sows. Philippe Fils du Roi de France, Duc de Bourgogne, au bailli de nos terres au comté de Bourgogne, salut. Oil la supplication de Frère Humbert de Poutiers, prieur de la Priorité de la ville de Saint-Marcel-les-Jussy, contenant que comme la vie, jour de si présent mois de septembre. Paranot, Fils Jehan Muet, dit la Hachabit, Portier commune de Ladate ville, gardant les pores des habitants de celle ville au finge de celle, et au cry de ellen disulx pores, toi truis estens intra lesdits pores, iant curus as audit paranot, elayant abitu et mise par terre entre yulx. Ainsi comme par Jehan Benoit de Nori, quil gardot les porsolx dudit suppliant, et par le pire dudit, paranot estate trouvé blessier, a mort par lesdites truis. Et si comme I sel paranot la confesse, en la présence de son dit pire e dudit Jehan Benoit, et asses tost après il soit e mort. Et pour si que ledit suppliant aquil appartient, la justice de ladite ville ni fust reprist negligence son, mera restitus lesdits porcs, pour en faire racin et justice, en la manière quil appartient. Et encore les station prisonniers, tant su de ladite ville comme party de sulx dudit suppliant. Pour si que dit ledit Jehan Benoit ils, furent trouves ensemble avec lesdites truis, quond ledit paranot fut ainsi blessier. Et ledit prier news, 8 supplier que il nous plaise consentir quen facent justice de toi au quatters, distits porcs le demurant soit delivré. Nous inclinans à sa request, avons de grâce especial octroyer et consenti, et par ces presens octroyans et consentens quen facent justice, et execution distites toi truis et de elung des porsolx dudit prier. Quelle demurant distits porsolx soit mise à deliver, non-obstant quils ayant esté à la mort dudit portier. Si vous mandans que de noter present grace vous fakes, et lacies joyer, et user ledit prier, et auters quil appartiendra, sans les empêcher au grace. Dîner à Montbar, le Roman 12e, jour de septembre de l'an de grâce 1000 ccc LXX Roman 9, ainsi signé. Par Monseigneur le Duc, J. Potier. Published by M. Garnier in the Revue des Sociétés Savantes, Dec. 1866 pp. 476 SQQ, from the archives of Côte d'Or and reprinted by D'Adosio in Besti Delinquenti, pp. 277-8. 50. Sentence pronounced by the Mayor of Lones de Chartres on the 12th of September, 1606, condemning Guillaume Gaillart to be hanged and burned together with a bitch. Extract from the records of the clerk's office of Lowing under the date of Sept 12, 1606. Entre le procureur de messieurs de Mendour et accusateur au principal et requérant, le prophet et adjudication de Troyes, de Falx et du court debondant. D'une part, et Guillaume Gaillard, accusé defendeur et défaillant, d'autre part. Vu le procès criminal, charges et informations, décret de prise de corps, adjournment à Troyes briefjours, les dictoires de Falx, le dict court de habondant, le recalment des dix témoins et reconnaissance, fake par les dix témoins de la tienne dont est question. Les conclusions dudic procureur, tout vu et eu sur si conseil. Nous descent que les dix Troyes de Falx et court de habondant ont esté bien données pris et obtenus contre, l'edict Gaillard accusé. Attanct et convaincu. Pour réparation et punition duquel crime condemnans, l'edict Gaillard ester, pendu et estranglé à une potence qui, pour cest effet, sire dressé aux lices du marché aux chevox de ceste ville de Chartres, au luet endroict ou les dix seers ont tout droit de justice. Et opéravant l'edict exécution de mort, que l'edict chien sire, assommé par l'exécuteur de la haute justice audic lu. Et seront les corps morts, tant dudict Gaillard que de l'edict chien brûlés, et mis en cenders, si le dict gaillard put ester pris et apprehende en sa person, sinon pour le regard du dict gaillard, sire la sentence exécutée par effigie, en un tableau qui sera mise et attaché à l'addict potens. Et déclarans tous, et chascun ses biens acquis et confisques et qui il appartiendra, sur sia préalablement pris la somme de 150 livres, demand quenus avons adjuges auxtic seers, sur laquelle somme seront pris les frais de justice. Prononcé et exécuté par effigie, pour le regard du dict gaillard les jurat inside dessus, signe Guillot. A true copy of the original extract extant in the office of M. Harrison, Judge of the Civil Court of Chartres, made by M. Lejeune and communicated to the Société Réale des Antiquaires de France. Vidi Memoirs of this Society, Cit. pp. 436-7. 1000. Sentence pronounced by the Judge of Savigny on Jan. 1457, condemning to death an infanticidal sow. Also the sentence of confiscation, pronounced nearly a month later on the 6 pigs of the said sow for complicity in her crime. Jurist tennis au lieu de Savigny, prise des faussés du chastelet de dit Savigny. Par noble hom Nicolas Quarlin, Ecker, jut dudit lieu de Savigny, et si lateni jour du mois de janvier 1457. Praisons Meister Falbert Quaret, Nicolas Grant Guillaume, Pierre Baume Pierre Chalou, Germain des Muliers André Gaudriot, Jehan Bricard Guillaume Gabrin, Falbert Hogier, et plusieurs autres témoins à sia palais et requis, Elan et jour dessus dit. Huguemin Martin, Procureur de Noble de Maisel Catherine de Barnault, Dame Dudit Savigny, de Mendura Elenconter de Jehan Bailey, alias Valat Dudit Savigny, et promoter des causes d'office Dudit Lieu de Savigny, de Mendura Elenconter de Jehan Bailey, alias Valat Dudit Savigny Defendor, à Elenconter duquel par la voix et organ de honorable Hom, et sage Mr. Benoit Milat Doston, licencié en lois et bachelier en décret, conseiller de Monseigneur le Duc de Bourgogne. A été dit et proposé que le mardi avant Noël dernier passé. Une trui, et 6 coachins ses soinens, que sont présentement prisonniers de ladite dame, comme si quils étaient prince en flagrant délit. Ont commis et perpetré mesmement, l'addict trui murder et homicide en la personne de Jehan Martin, en age de 5 ans. Fils de Jehan Martin dudit Savigny, pour la faute et culpe dudit Jehan Bailey, alias Valat, recurrent ledit procureur et promoter distites causes d'office de ladite justice de madite dame. Que ledit defendor rapendit is chauses dessus dits, desquels apparaissait a suffisance, et lequel par nous este semé et requisi il voulait avoher ladite truhi et ses soinens, sur le cas avant dit, et sur ledit cas li este faked sameshen par nous juge avant dit. Pour la première, duxiem et tiers fois, que s'il voulait rien pourquoi justice, ni assen dust faire elan estoit tout pres de les ayer en tout sequel voudrait dire touchant la pugnition et execution de justice, que si doit faire de ladite truhi. Vu ledit cas, lequel defendor adit et respondu quil ni voulait rien dire pour le présent, et pour si et este procédé, en la manière qui assensut. C'est à savoir que pour la partie dudit demandor, avons este requis instament de dire droit en cest cause, en la présence dudit defendor présent, et non contradicent. Pourquoi nous juge, avant dit, savoir façons à tous que nous avons procédé, et donner notre sentence définitive en la manière qui assensut. C'est à savoir que vu le cas lequel est, tel comme a été proposé pour la partie dudit demandor, et duquel apert à suffisance tant par témoin que autrement dihiment hu. Aussi conseil avec sages et practicians, et aussi considéré en si cas elusens et costume du pays de Bourgogne, ayant de devant nos yulks, nous descends et prononcans par notre dite sentence, déclarans la true de Jehan Martin, de Savigny, ester confisqué à la justice de Madame de Savigny. Pour ester missi à justice et au dernier supplice, et ester pendis par les pides derriers en arboris prenez en la justice de Madame de Savigny. Considérez que la justice de madite dame en est my presentment élevé, et I sel trui prender mort audit arboris prenez. Et ainsi la descends et prononcans par notre dict sentence, et adroit, et au regard des coachins de ladite, trui pour si qui en appert occupement, que isels coachins ayant mengies dudit Jehan Martin. Combien que ayant estes travails en singlantes. Elon remet la cause d'iselks coachins aux 13 jours. Et avec si elon est content de les render et bailor audit Jehan Bailey, en bailant caution de les render esil, est travail quil ayant mangiers dudit Jehan Martin. en payant les pouchers. Et fait elan savoir tous, sous peine de l'émend et de 100 souls tournois quils le diet et déclarant dedans les autres jours, de laquelle noster dict sentence, après la prononciation d'icel. Let it procureur de ladite dame de Savigny, et promoter des causes, d'office par la voidudit meister, benoist milat advocat de ladite dame. Et aussi let it procureur a requisite demande acti de noster dict court eluiester faked, laquelle li avons octroyé, et avec si instrument, G. Huguenin de Montcachat, clerc notaire public de la court de Monseigneur le Duc de Bourgogne, en la présence des témoins ci dessus nommés, G. lui octroyé, si fait elan et jour dessus dit et présence les dessus témoins. Ida isti. Ainsi scene, Mongachat avec paraf, et de suite est écrit. Item, en alter, nous jut dessus nommé, savoir façons quoi incontinent après noster dict sentence ainsi donné par nous lesson et jour, et en la présence des témoins quoi dessus, avon semé et requis ledit jehen bailey, si il voulait avoir les dits coachens, et si il voulait bailer caution pour avoir recréance d'isolx. Lequel dit et rapendu quini les avohate occupement, et quini demandate rien en isolx coachens. Et quiescen, rapportoit asique inferiens. Pourquoi sont demures à la dict justice et seigneurie dudit Savigny de laquelle chaus ledit Huguenin Martin, procureur et promoter des causes d'offices, nous en demande acti de court, lequel lui nous avons octroyé et octroyens par ces présence, et avec si ledict procureur de la dict dame, à moi notaire subscript, mn demanda instrument, lequel July 8 octroyé en la présence distits témoins ci dessus nommés. Item, en après, nous Nicolas Querlin, juge avant dit, savoir façons à tous quoi incontinent après les chauses dessus dicts. Avons fake deliver railment et de fait ladict truia meister Etienne Poinso. Meister de la haute justice, demurant à challencer seon, pour icel metter execution, sellen la forme et tenor de noster dict sentence, laquelle délivrance d'icel truhi faked par nous commedit est. Incontinent ledit meister eschen, a mene sur une chert, ladict trui a chanius prene. Estent en la justice de ladite dame Savigny, et en isoli chanius prene, isoli meister eschen appendu ladite trui par les pies derriers. En mectant execution du noster dict sentence, sellen la forme et tenor de laquelle délivrance et execution d'icel trui, ledit Huguenin Martin, procureur de ladict dame de Savigny nous a demande acti de noster dict court a lui ester faked et donné. Laquelle li avons octroyé, et avec si moi, notaire subscript, emma demande instrument ledit procureur a li ester donné. G li ai octroyé en la présence des témoins ci dessus nomes. Si fateless au et jour dessus dits, ainsi signé Mongachat avec paraf. Nearly a month later, on the Friday after the feast of the purification of Our Lady the Virgin, which occurred on Feb. 2, the 6 little porklets or sucklings were brought to trial. The following is the procès verbal. Jours tennis au lieu de Savigny, sur la chaussée de l'Esting dudit Savigny, par noble hom Nicolas Querlin, esquire, jut dudit lieu de Savigny, pour noble demoiselle Catherine de Barnault, dame dudit Savigny, et si le vendredi après la fête de la purification Notre Dame Vierge, présence Guillaume Martin, Guillet de Layer, Jehen Martin, Pierre Thiroux et Jehen Bailey, témoins, etc. Vu les sommations et réquisitions, faked par nous du de noble demoiselle Catherine de Barnault, dame de Savigny, a Jehen Bailey alias valet d'advocate, on repudier les coactions de la true nouvellement, missi exécution par justice a racine du murder commis et perpetré par la dict true en la personne de Jehen Martin. Lequel Jehen Bailey, a esté remise de advoher les dites coactions et de bailier, caution d'isolx coactions render. Est-il estoit trouvé quils fusions culpables du delict avant dict commis par l'addict true et de pair les pouchers, comme apert par acti de noster dict court, et autres instruments suffisants. Pourquoi le tout vuen conseil avec sages, déclarans et pronuncans par noster sentence definitive, et adroit, isolx coactions compater et appartenir comme biens vacans à ladite dame de Savigny, et les li adjugens comme racin, elusens et la costume de pays levuelt. De laquelle noster dict sentence, ledit procureur de ladite dame en a demande acti, de noster dict court a li ester donné et octroyé. Avec si en a demande instrument à moi notaire subscript, lequel il li octroyé en la présence des dessus nommés. Signé Mongachat avec paraf. Extract from the archives of Monjou and dependencies belonging to M. Lepelletier de Saint-Fargeau. Savigny sur Redding, Biot 25e, Lias 1, 2, and 3, etc. Vidi Memoirs, Sit, pp. 441-5. N. Sentence pronounced April 18, 1499, in a criminal prosecution instituted before the bailiff of the Abbey of Josaphat, in the commune of Sieves, near Chartres, against a pig condemned to be hanged for having killed an infant. In this case, the owners of the pig were fined 18 francs for negligence, because the child was their fosterling. Lelundi 18, Avril 1499. Vu le procès criminel faked par devant nous, à la requête du procureur de Messieurs la Religia, abbé et convent de Iasaphat, à l'encontre de Ihan de Lalande et sa femme, prisonniers à prisons de Sayans, pour raison de la mort advenue à la personne d'un jeune enfant, nommé Gilon, agé de unanet demi au environ. Laquelle infant avoit été belé et nourris par sa mère. L'edict muter advenu et commis par un pourceau de élage de 3 mois au environ, auxtits de Lalande et sa femme appartenant. Les confessions distincts de Lalande et sa femme. Les informations par nous et le greffier de la jurisdiction fakes à la requête dudict procureur. L'état vu et en sur si conseil aux sages, l'edit Jehan de Lalande et sa femme, avons condamnés et condamnens en éléments inverse de justice de Dix Huet France, quil a convenus pour si faire, tel quederaison, et a tenir prison jusqu'à plein payment, et satisfaction d'isulx à tout le moins quils, avoyant belay bon, et sur a caution d'isulx. Et en tant que touché le dict pourceau, pour les causes contenues et étables audict procès, nous les avons condamnés et condamnens à erder pendu et exécutés par justice, en la jurisdiction des mis dix seigneurs, par notre sentence définitive, et adroit. Dans sous la contre cell aux causes dudict bailage, lesson et jour que sustix. Signé si Breisig avec Parif. The complete record of this trial contains the minutest details of the proceedings, ending with the execution of the pig, and was taken from the archives of the Abbey Josaphat at the time of the Revolution by M.B., Secretary General of the Department. Since then it has disappeared, but this copy of the original, made at that time, is declared by M. Lejeune to be perfectly exact. Vidi Memoirs, Sit, pp. 434-5. Oh. Sentence pronounced June 14, 1494, by the Grand Mayor of the Church and Monastery of Saint Martin de Leon, condemning a pig to be hanged and strangled for infanticide committed on the fee farm of Clermont-les-Montcornet. A tous ceux qui ces présents letters verront au orant, Jehan Lavoisier licenti as loi, et Grand Mayor de l'Église et Monastère de Monsieur Saint Martin de Leon, Ordre de Prémontré, et les échevins de si mermelu. Comme il nous eust été apporté et affirmé par le procureur fiscal au syndic des religia, abbé et convent de Saint Martin de Leon, quen la sens de Clermont-les-Montcornet appartenant en tout justice halt, moyen et basse oxtits religia, ungjun poursolx eust stringler et défacier ungjun enfant estant au berceau, fils de Jehan l'enfant, vacier de ladate sens de Clermont, et de Gillen sa femme, nous advertissant et nous requerent à cette cause. Que sur ledit casvolutions proceder, comme justice et raison le desiroit et requerit. Et que depuis, afin de savoir et cognitre la vérité dudit cas, euchen auiet examiné par serment, Gillen, femme dudit l'enfant, Jehan Benjamin, et Jehan Daudencourt, censures de ladate sens, lescals nous usent dit et affirmé par leur serment et conscience. Que le lendemain de Pasques dernier passé l'edict l'enfant estant en la garde de ses bests, l'adict Gillen sa femme disjedot de l'adict sens, pour aller au village de Daisy. Ayant délaissé en sa mason l'edict petit enfant. Elle renchargia a un fil, agé de neufens, pendant et durant lequel temps l'adite fil sn à la jour adour de l'adite sens, et laissé l'edit enfant couché en son berceau. Et l'edit temps durant, l'edit porcels entre dedans l'adite mason, et défigura et mangia le visage et gorge dudit enfant. Tot après l'edit enfant, au moyen des morgers et des visagements que lui fit l'edit porcels, de 6 siècles trépassa. Savoir façons. Nous en detestation et horreur dudit cas, et a fin d'exemplaire et garde justice, avons dit, jugé sentencié, prononcé et appointé, que l'edit porcels estant detenu prisonnier et infirme en l'adite abbé, sire par le maester des hautes servres, pendu et estranglé, en une forche de bois. Opers et joignant des forci patibulaires et halts justices distits religia, estant opers de leur sens davin. En témoin de sinus, avons, cele ces presents de notre cell. Si fut fate le 14e jour de juin, l'an 1494, et cele en cire rouge. Et sur le 12 est écrit. Sentence pour un poursuls exécuté par justice, admené en la sens de Clermont, et étranglé en une forche les gibes davin. M. Boileau de Malaville, in l'annuaire de l'Aisne 1812, p. 88. Vidi Memoirs, Cit. pp. 428 and 446-7. P. Sentence pronounced, March 27, 1567, by the Royal Notary and Proctor of the Bailiwick and Bench of the Court of Judicatory of Senlis, condemning a sow with a black snout to be hanged for her cruelty and ferocity in murdering a girl of 4 months, and forbidding the inhabitants of the said seigneuralty to let such beasts run at large on penalty of an arbitrary fine. A tous ceux qui ces presens letters verant, gehen labri, notaire royal et procureur au bailliage et siege praesidial de Senlis, bailly et garde et seigneurie de Saint Nicolas de Caille, les ledit Senlis pour M. Les religia, prier et couvent du diet lu, salut. Savoir façons. Vu le procès extraordinairement, fait à la requête du procureur de la seigneurie du dict Saint Nicolas. Pour raison de la mort advenue, à une jeune fille de 4 mois au environ, enfant de Lionel d'Armage et Magdalene Mahu sa femme. Demurant au dict Saint Nicolas, trouvé avoir estémengé, et dévoré en la tête. Main senester et au disuse de la mamelle dexter par une trui ayant le museau noir, appartenant à Louis Mahu. Frier de la dite femme, et son proche voisin. Le procès verbal de la visitation, du dict enfant, en la présence de son parrain, et de sa marraine qui elant recognu. Les informations faites pour raison du dit cas, interrogatoires des dits Louis Mahu et sa femme, avec la visitation fake de la dict trui à l'instant du dit cas advenuet tout considéré en conseil. Il a été conclu et advisé par justice, que pour la cruauté et fercité commise par la dite trui. El sire exterminé, par mort et pour si faire sire pendu par l'exécuteur de la haute justice, en un arbre estant de dans les fins, et mots de la dict justice sur le grand chemin rendant de Saint Firmin au dit Senlis. En facent defenses à tous habitants, et sujet des terres et seigneurie du dit Saint Nicolas Denis plus laisser et chapper, tel et semblables bests, sans bon et surregard. Sous peine d'amende arbitraire et de pugnition corporelleessilia choit. Sauf et sans préjudice à faire droit sur les conclusions princes par le dit, procureur à l'encontre des dits Mahu et sa femme ainsi que de racine. Au témoin de quonus avons scellé les presents du cell de la dict justice. Si fou faist le jeudi 27 jour de mars 1557 et exécuté ledit jour par l'exécuteur de la haute justice du dit Senlis. Dom, Grenier, Manuscrits de la Bibliothèque nationale de Paris, tome Roman 20, p. 87. Quoted by D'Adosio, who, however, confounds the prosecution of 1567 with that of 1499. Q. Sentence of death upon a bull, May 16, 1499, by the bailiff of the Abbey of Beaupré, for furiously killing Lucas Dupont, a young man of 14 or 15 years of age. A tous ceux qui ces presents letters verant, Jean Sondar, Lieutenant du Bailly du Temporal de l'Église, and Abbé Notre Dame de Beauprés de l'Ordre de Sisto. Poor venerables and discreets persons, and mes trésonores seigneurs, mes seigneurs les religia abbé, and convent de ladite abbé, salut. Comme la request du procureur de mes dit seigneurs, and par leur justice temporelle quils, ont en leur terre, and seigneurie du corps, out été naguères prince, and mise en la main d'icel leur justice en thoro de poil rouge. Appartenant à Jean Boulet Sensier and fermier de mes dit seigneurs. Demurant en leur mason and sens dudit corps. Lequel thoro étant ox champs, and sur la territoire d'icel église, orate par furiosité oxis, and mise à mort unjoined fils. Nommé Lucas Dupont, de l'âge de 14 quins, and ou environ, serviteur dudit Sensier, lequel il avoit mise à la garde de ces bests à corn, intra lescals estoit ledit thoro. Duquel thoro ledit procureur de mes dit seigneurs, requirit la justice ester fate, and quil fut exécuté jusqu'à mort inclusivement, par la justice de mes dit seigneurs pour occasion de islui crime de homicide and de la detestation d'islay. Sur quoi inquest and information you sent étaient faits de la forme and manière islay homicide. Par laquelle l'edit procureur nous just requise sur si lie ester fait droit. Savoir façons, que vous ladet inquest and information, and sur tout and conseil and advise, nous par nostre sentence and judgment, avons dies and jugier. Que pour racin de l'homicide, don't disuse est touchier, fait par l'edit thorough en la personne d'islay lucas, and pour la detestation du crime d'islay homicide, l'edit thorough ne me confisque a mesdit seigneur sira, exécuté jusques a mort inclusivement par l'erdite justice. And pendu a une forch au potens is mets de l'erdite terre, and seigneurie dudit cori, opers dulu au solate ester assize la justice. Et ad si la avons condamné and condamnans. En tesmoin de si avons, mis noster cell, a cs letters qui furent fates and pronunciés, audit lu du cori en la présence de Guillaume gave du matin. Jehen Chassenée, Jehen Henry, Jehen Boulet, Homs and subjects de mesdit seigneurs, Jehen Charles and Clement le Carpentier, and plusieurs otters les sixième jour de mai l'an 1429. Ainsi signe, illegals ad si commis. The original records of this trial for homicide are in the archives of the Abbey of Beaupré. Vidi Voyage littéraire de deux religia benedictins de la Congregation de Saint-Maur. Second party, pp. 166-7, Paris, 1717. The Benedictines were Dom, Edmond Martin and Dom, Ursin Durand. R. Scene from Racine's comedy Les Plaideurs, in which a dog is tried and condemned to the galleys for stealing a capon. After the accused had been found guilty, his counsel brings in the puppies and thus appeals to the compassion of the court. Venez, famille désolée, venez, pauvres enfants quan vous render orphelins, venez faire parler vos esprits enfantins. Oui, messieurs, vous voyez ici notre mesure nous sommes orphelins, rendes nous notre pire par qui nous fûmes engendrés, notre pire qui nous. Dodden. Tires. Elintime. Notre pire messieurs. Dodden. Tires donc, quels vacarmes, ils ont passé partout. Elintime. Monsieur, voyez nos larmes. Dodden. Ouf, Jimmy sends de japris de compassion, si quesik à propos toucher la passion G sois bien imperché. La vérité mi presse, le crime est avéré, lui même il le confesse, mais, est-il est condamné, l'ember est égal, voilà bien des enfants réduits à el hospital. Les Plaideurs, Act 3 SC. 3. S. Record of the decision of the Law Faculty of the University of Leipzig, condemning a cow to death for having killed a woman at Maschern near Leipzig. July 20, 1621. Au 1621, den 20 July ist Hans Fritzgen Weib Katharina hier zu Maschern wohnend, von ihrer eigen Maitku. De sei gleich Hochlebs Schwanger Gang. Auf ihren eigenen Hof zu Tod gestossen werden. Weber Welch Wiener Hortenfall der Junker Friedrich von Lindenau, als Erbses dieses Orts, in der Juristischen Fakultät zu Leipzig, sich darüber des Richtes belernet. Welch am Ende des Viertels dies wird also ausgesprochen. So wird die als abschulich Thier, en einen abgelegenen Oden Ort billig Jefferet, deselbst Erschlichen oder Erskassen, VNND Wien abgedeckt begraben. Christoph Hein de Mals zu Selsted wohnend, hat sei hinder der Schafferie Erschlichen VND begraben, welches Geschahen den 5. Augusti auf den Abend, nach Eintrebung des Herten zwischen 8 VND 9 VA Tren. Extract from the Parish Register of Maschern, near Leipzig, printed in Anzeiger für der Deutschen Vorzeit. Number 4, April 1880, Call 102.